Chapter 440, Universal Thunderbolt Pool. Chapter 440, Universal Thunderbolt Pool. Jin Wushuang walked toward the Thunderbolt Pool. The closer he moved towards it, the more he felt how powerful those thunderbolts were. There were thousands of purple thunderbolts flickering in the violent Thunderbolt Pool. Each of the thunderbolts was extraordinary. "How do I use the Thunderbolt Pool?" Jin Wushuang asked. "Sir, you might not know this, but those purple thunderbolts are Purple Heaven Thunderbolts. Unlike ordinary offensive thunderbolts, those are powerful but not violent. Experts can absorb them to strengthen their bodies," Feng replied. "Strengthen their bodies?" Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up with joy. Feng added, "Sir, you should know how important a powerful body is for a warrior. As experts of the Saint Realm, we might not be able to display its power, but once we reach the Lord level, our bodies change and become like a weapon, so the Purple Heaven Thunderbolt is very useful." Purple Heaven Thunderbolts are rare and precious in the vast divine land. Normally, it's hard for even lords to get one, but Marquis Baima gathered thousands of Purple Heaven Thunderbolts here and created the Universal Thunderbolt Pool. After our camp conquered Baima Cave Mansion, many lords have come here and tried to use the Purple Heaven Thunderbolts to strengthen their bodies. However, normally, they were only able to absorb 7 or 8 thunderbolts since these thunderbolts are extremely powerful. Black Yuan Lord has probably gained the most. He absorbed 15 Purple Heaven Thunderbolts and his body became so powerful that it is comparable to a second-grade magic weapon. With such a powerful body, he ranks 3rd among our lords. Jin Wushuang nodded in private. He was very clear about how important a powerful body was for a warrior. After all, his own body was also terrifying and extraordinary among Saint Realm experts. His body had been improving. "Though I'm only at the Saint Realm, my body can be compared with a medium 3rd-grade magic weapon, much stronger than other lords. What's more, my body is full of potential because of heavenly creation skill. I wonder how many thunderbolts I will be able to absorb," Jin Wushuang thought with expectation. "Sir, I'll wait outside," Feng said and then left. Purple Heaven Thunderbolts. Jin Wushuang looked at the Universal Thunderbolt Pool with sparkling eyes. Then he flew into the pool. He immediately sensed the Purple Heaven Thunderbolts around him. Each of the thunderbolts was powerful, but they lacked offensive power. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces by these thunderbolts. "Come on." Jin Wushuang immediately sat down inside the pool with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and began operating the heavenly creation skill, directly absorbing a Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. After the thunderbolt entered his body, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The thunderbolt crazily swept through his bones and 8 extraordinary meridians, finally changing into a purple power and merging with his body. "Nice." Jin Wushuang wore a smile. When the Purple Heaven Thunderbolt was strengthening his body, the sense of electric shock refreshed him. He did not feel any pain. In the blink of an eye, he had completely absorbed the first Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. "That's it?" Jin Wushuang was surprised. He thought it would be hard to strengthen his body with the Purple Heaven Thunderbolts and that it might be accompanied by some pain, but it actually went very smoothly. He clearly felt that his body had become stronger than before. "Let's do it again," Jin Wushuang said expectantly. He immediately started absorbing the second Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. It was also done easily. Then the 3rd Thunderbolt. Jin Wushuang found that it was very easy for him to absorb the thunderbolts. Normally, lords could absorb 7 or 8 Purple Heaven Thunderbolts, but Jin Wushuang, a Saint Realm expert, had already absorbed 10 with ease. It was a piece of cake for him. Everything went smoothly while Jin Wushuang absorbed the thunderbolts. 10 Purple Heaven Thunderbolts, but I haven't reached my limit. Black Yuan Lord absorbed 15 thunderbolts, which was the most so far. I am not a lord, but I might be able to absorb more thunderbolts than him." He immediately continued his work. The 11th Thunderbolt, the 12th Thunderbolt, the 15th Thunderbolt. He absorbed 15 Purple Heaven Thunderbolts and caught up with Black Yuan Lord, but he still felt it was easy. Then the 16th Thunderbolt, the 17th Thunderbolt. Time flies. Jian Wushuang immersed himself in absorbing the purple heaven thunderbolts and lost his sense of time. He eventually opened his eyes. I'm full and can't absorb any more purple heaven thunderbolts, Jian Wushuang thought. At this point, he exited the universal thunderbolt pool. Standing by the pool, Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and felt the mighty power flowing through it. He also looked stronger than before. 37 thunderbolts, Jian Wushuang thought, with a surge of excitement in his eyes. It was true that he absorbed 37 purple heaven thunderbolts before his body finally reached its limit. 37 thunderbolts. Jian Wushuang absorbed 37 thunderbolts, over twice as many as Black Yuan Lord. Chapter 441, Cottage World. Chapter 441, Cottage World. At first, Jian Wushuang felt it was odd that he was able to completely absorb 37 purple heaven thunderbolts, but he quickly realized why. Purple heaven thunderbolts were used for building up and strengthening the body. However, Jian Wushuang cultivated the heavenly creation skill and was already a venerable master. Right now, the biggest difference between Jian Wushuang and normal warriors was his body. This wasn't in reference to his physical strength. Instead, it was his body's foundation. After he broke through to the level of venerable master, his body continued to strengthen, gaining unlimited possibilities. How much a body could be strengthened and how many purple heaven thunderbolts it could absorb depended on the body's foundation and the warrior's endurance. Obviously, Jian Wushuang was able to bear much more than those lords. Even the Black Yuan Lord could only endure 15 purple heaven thunderbolts, but Jian Wushuang was able to absorb 37 of them. Now, my body is... Jian Wushuang couldn't help inspecting his body. He could only vaguely sense its strength at the moment. Previously, my body was only on par with a medium third-grade magic weapon. However, after absorbing so many purple heaven thunderbolts, it seems to have reached a new level. But now, it should be good enough to match up against superior second-grade magic weapons, shouldn't it? Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Superior second-grade magic weapons only rank second to first-grade magic weapons. This is the current strength of Jian Wushuang's body. Such a strong body was already incredible among many lords, not to mention those in the Saint Realm. With this body, which was comparable to superior second-grade magic weapons, if Jian Wushuang stood there and let a Stage 2 warrior, or even an ordinary Stage 3 expert, attack him, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. If they wanted to harm him, the opponents need to be in the upper level of Stage 3 or even possess a heaven-defying level of strength. But even then, they would only be able to hurt him. As far as killing him, though, ordinary lords wouldn't be able to do that. Since my body was strengthened so much, what about my power? Jian Wushuang was filled with expectations as he clenched his right fist and launched a punch toward the area directly in front of him. Bang! A powerful wind-breaking sound filled the area. This punch, which flew through the air, created a thunderous sound that caused the whole area to tremble. This power, Jian Wushuang was shocked. 8 times. The power of that attack was 8 times stronger than before. Jian Wushuang was very happy and surprised. With the increase of his physical strength, his power had skyrocketed. The strength of his body has risen from a medium third-grade magic weapon to a superior second-grade magic weapon. It was strengthened so much in such a short time. It was no wonder his power had also been enhanced to 8 times that of his previous ability. His overall ability surged to a new level once again. Now, if he met Deng Hua again, he would be able to kill him without using the blood puppet. Unfortunately, I am only in the Saint Realm. If I could break through and become a lord, I would definitely be able to absorb a lot more of the purple heaven thunderbolts inside the universal thunderbolt pool, Jian Wushuang sighed. Anyway, I should be satisfied with this. Jian Wushuang was delighted. He turned around and left the universal thunderbolt pool without any hesitation. Outside the hall, Feng had been waiting there for a few days now. When he noticed Jian Wushuang exiting the hall, he rushed to welcome him as quickly as possible. However, upon seeing Jian Wushuang again, Feng was surprised. He noticed that Jian Wushuang was obviously different from several days ago. Even though his aura was still the same as before, he could tell that Jian Wushuang was much stronger. Previously, he felt slightly stressed when facing Jian Wushuang, but that was because of Jian Wushuang's amazing battle results. Now, when Jian Wushuang was standing in front of him, he could feel a harsh oppression. It seemed that he could easily be killed by Jian Wushuang. Congratulations, Lord Swordsman. And Feng immediately realized that Jian Wushuang had improved immensely inside the Universal Thunderbolt pool. Jian Wushuang smiled at him and said, "And Feng, take me to the place with the third opportunity." Jian Wushuang was filled with anticipation towards the third opportunity, which was also the last one in the Bayamo cave mansion. After all, the first couple opportunities had already satisfied him a lot. He received a first-grade magic weapon, the Dragon King Bao, from the first opportunity, granting him another terrifying trump card. He completely absorbed 37 purple heaven thunderbolts in the second opportunity, tremendously strengthening his body, which improved his overall ability enormously. Both of these opportunities had already benefited him greatly, so what about the third one? And Feng and Jian Wushuang quickly arrived at an open space in the deepest part of the cave mansion. There, in the middle of the open space, stood a thatched cottage. A thatched cottage? Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. Bayamo Marquis left a thatched cottage in his cave mansion. That was really unexpected. My lord, this thatched cottage is the third, the most precious, and most important opportunity. It has a name to go with it. We call it the Cottage World, and Feng said. Cottage World? Jian Wushuang was surprised. World origin? Yes, and Fen nodded and said, Bayamo Marquis had reached great heights in comprehension of world origin. Among these three opportunities, only the Cottage World is related to the world origin. I think the reason that you came to the cave mansion of Bayamo Marquis is to comprehend world origin as well, right? Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. This is it. I don't think that the opportunity inside the Cottage World will disappoint you at all, but before you enter, I must inform you that you need to proceed with caution. Everyone only receives one chance to enter the Cottage World. It's very rare, so you have to take advantage of this opportunity, and Feng said. My lord, upon entering the thatched cottage, you will see a futon. Once you sit on it, you will understand what's special about the Cottage World. However, you will also quickly fall into a gentle slumber afterward. Slumber? Jian Wushuang looked at him with a curious expression. Don't worry. This slumber is definitely something good. You can take it as a form of enlightenment, and the longer you spend slumbering, the more beneficial it will be for you. However, the instant you wake up, the opportunity will end, and Feng said. That's it. Jian Wushuang didn't know how to react. You have to go into Cottage World and experience it yourself to truly understand, and Feng said with a big smile. Jian Wushuang nodded gently, then he slowly walked toward the thatched cottage. Once he reached the front door, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, opened the door, and entered the thatched cottage. Chapter 442, Slumber. Chapter 442, Slumber. The inside of the thatched cottage only contained a few simple objects. There was a futon on the ground, a wooden table beside the wall, an oil lamp on the table, and a picture on the wall. The futon, wooden table, oil lamp, and picture were all the objects in the thatched cottage. After entering the thatched cottage, what Jian Wushuang saw first was a picture on the wall, on which there was a towering mountain. This picture, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. The picture was not very abstruse. Instead, it was too ordinary for Jian Wushuang. Indeed, it was an ordinary picture without any mysteries. The drawing technique was also very clumsy and ordinary. In addition, the futon, wooden table, and oil lamp were also very ordinary. There was nothing extraordinary. But Jian Wushuang was clearly aware that since those things were here, it meant they were not normal. Jian Wushuang walked towards the yellowed futon, while taking some time to think, then he sat down on it. As soon as he sat down, Jian Wushuang felt like the thatched cottage had utterly changed. A hint of shock flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. In his consciousness, the futon, which had been ordinary just now, was connected to the wooden table, oil lamp, and picture. The four simple objects seemed to have become an entire world in an instant. An entire world. Gosh! With a shocked face, Jian Wushuang sat upright on the futon. He was able to sense the structure of the invisible world even more clearly now. He was also able to clearly sense the vast world origin that pervaded the world. World, this is the world. Where there is life, there is death. Where there is destruction, there is creation. Embracing everything. Immediately, Jian Wushuang was lost in the world formed by the futon, wooden table, oil lamp, and picture. His heart completely calmed down, and his consciousness gradually became faint. After a little time passed, he fell asleep. Slumbering. Anyone who meditated in the cottage world would fall into slumber, and Jian Wushuang now was slumbering too. This status was actually a big opportunity, equivalent to enlightenment. The longer one stayed in this state, the more beneficial it would be. In his complete slumber, Jian Wushuang had totally ignored the passage of time. Outside the cottage world, and Feng knew Jian Wushuang would be staying in there for a long time, so he left early. The cave mansion of Marquis Beima had also become quiet again. Outside the cave mansion, on the flaming battlefield that covered 8 million square miles, the battles were continuing. The experts from the two major camps were still fighting for their respective interests and battle achievements. By slaughtering Deng Hua, Jian Wushuang had indeed won himself a lofty reputation in the flaming battlefield. Many people were in awe of him, and everyone on the flaming battlefield was talking about his feat, for now. However, as time passed, new events occurred and new experts emerged, replacing the topics regarding Jian Wushuang. That was just how the flaming battlefield was, where experts constantly emerged and fell like stars. As for Jian Wushuang, he knew nothing about this because he was in a state of slumber for 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, and then 2 years. Before he knew it, Jian Wang had been in a state of slumber for 2 years and 4 months. The inner area of the flaming battlefield. A towering khaki stone fort was standing at the top of the mountain. This khaki stone fort was the residence of the famous Heaven Stone Castle Lord. In the hall of the stone fort, before each table, there were some people sitting. Other than the Heaven Stone Castle Lord, there were 3 more people. Heaven Stone Castle Lord, you hurriedly sent for me. What's up? An indifferent man in a short robe asked. This indifferent man, as well as the other 2 people, were all top experts at the flaming battlefield, each of whom was in the overlord rank and not much weaker than Heaven Stone Castle Lord. In Marquis Piaoshua's camp, if one could kill any one of these people, he would get a special reward. Please don't worry, all your questions will be answered shortly. All in all, it is a very rare opportunity for you all. Heaven Stone Castle Lord smiled in a mysterious way. The 3 people, including the indifferent man, who were invited by Heaven Stone Castle Lord, slightly frowned. Just an instant later, another person turned up in the hall. Once he appeared, everyone, including Heaven Stone Castle Lord, stood up. Master Long Xiang. Heaven Stone Castle Lord said modestly. Master Long Xiang. The 3 invited people, including the indifferent man, were all respectful. Long Xiang was from Marquis Tsongyue's camp, and he was one of their 2 heaven-defying experts. Originally, there had been 3 heaven-defying experts in Marquis Tsongyue's camp. However, Deng Hua was slaughtered, so there were only 2 left. Heaven Stone Castle Lord, as well as the 3 people, were all called overlords at the flaming battlefield, but they still had to be respectful in front of a heaven-defying expert. Tianshi, you know my temperament. If you don't have something that interests me, I'm afraid you won't like the consequences. Long Xiang shot a glance at Heaven Stone Castle Lord with cold eyes. Master Long Xiang, you and the other 3 can rest assured. Heaven Stone Castle Lord smiled and said, since I have invited you here, there is definitely something very special. It's useless to talk here. Please follow me, and you'll understand. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, Long Xiang nodded slightly. Heaven Stone Castle Lord immediately led Long Xiang and the others towards the deepest section of the inner area. After traveling for half a day, they finally arrived at a rift. This rift was surrounded by mountains in all directions, located in a barren area with only a few trees. Tianshi, why do you take us here? Long Xiang shot a glance at the rift below. The inner area was very vast, and there were numerous similar rifts like the one below, which had no extraordinary features. Heaven's Stone Castle Lord smiled in a mysterious way and gave no answer. Then, he directly jumped towards the bottom of the rift, where he proceeded to pat some of the stone walls, leaving behind several handprints. At this moment, an impressive secret entry appeared on one stone wall. That entry was not horizontal, but vertical, reaching down to the bottom of the rift. However, it was too deep to see clearly. The only thing visible was the total darkness. What's this? When Long Xiang and others saw the entry suddenly appear, their expressions became weird. This entry, is it? Long Xiang's pupils suddenly shrank. Master Long Xiang, you're right. This is the entry to a cave mansion, Heaven's Stone Castle Lord said and grinned. Hearing this, Long Xiang and the other 3 people were astonished. A cave mansion? An undiscovered cave mansion? And here in the inner area? A cave mansion in the inner area? Chapter 443, Might be a Marquis Cave Mansion. Chapter 443, Might be a Marquis Cave Mansion. Though most of the 330 cave mansions on the flaming battlefield had come to light or been found, some of them were still hidden. Normally, a newly found cave mansion would not have surprised Long Xiang and the others that much. What was beyond their belief was that the mansion was in the inner area. After all, nearly all the mansions under the 2 camps' control were found in the outer area, or even at the edge of the battlefield. No one had thought that someone would leave their mansion in the inner area, where the final battle between the Marquises, the 322 experts in the Cloud Realm, and the great demon Dijing had taken place. Therefore, the mansion before their eyes was the first one that had been found in the inner area. Tianshi, are you sure there is a mansion here? Long Xiang finally asked. I'm sure. Heaven's Stone Castle Lord nodded seriously. It was by coincidence that I found this mansion, and I checked inside it immediately, but I was not able to find out who the owner was because I was kicked out by the guards. The guards? Long Xiang was confused. Yes, the guards, they are puppet fighters, and very powerful ones at that. I can't break in on my own, so I asked you all for help, Heaven's Stone Castle Lord explained. The Lord's words caused the eyes of Long Xiang and the indifferent man to light up. For them, an unexplored mansion was a great treasure that they would definitely be drawn to. Let's go down now, Long Xiang suggested. The 5 people immediately landed at the bottom of the rift. Then they passed through the entrance on the wall and started their adventure. A half-day later, a booming sound echoed through the rift as fierce battle took place. Swish, swish, 2 figures flashed out from the entrance. They 2 figured were Long Xiang and Heaven's Stone Castle Lord. They found a foothold in the air above the rift, both looking like they had been roughed up. Especially Heaven's Stone Castle Lord. He had a pale expression, a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, and his aura was slowly dying out. Their eyes were filled with horror as they stared blankly at the black entrance. Those puppet fighters were so terrifying. Horrible. Lung Rong and the other 2 were overlords on the flaming battlefield. They might even have been strong enough to battle against a lord. Nonetheless, they were killed by the puppets before they could even put up a struggle. Those puppets are stronger than lords. 5 people entered the mansion together, but only Long Xiang and Heaven's Stone Castle Lord managed to escape. This cave mansion is unusual. Long Xiang had a grave expression as he said, We had to run away even though we were only in the outer layer. This mansion is indeed dangerous, even more so than the 2 mansions that I have previously explored. However, more danger means more treasures and a more powerful owner. I reckon this mansion belonged to a lord as powerful as Josha Lord and Black Yuan Lord. It may even belong to a marquis. A marquis? Heaven's Stone Castle Lord was shocked by this assumption. After all, lords would never be interested in an ordinary lord's mansion, and only experts in the Saint realm would care about that. If the assumption was true, the mansion would definitely attract lots of experts and lords. Among the 8 marquee mansions, only 2 had not been found so far. In the past 1,000 years, every new marquee mansion that was found brought about a bloody war between the super experts because everyone knew that marquises possessed incredible techniques, so their mansions had to be invaluable. As proof, even though it had been found long ago, Marquis Beima's mansion still had 30% of its value when Jian Wushuang went there, and his adventure was very rewarding. Therefore, there had to be many more opportunities in a newly found Marquis's mansion since it had not been explored yet. The opportunities in this mansion don't belong to us, Long Xiang said while gasping. Heaven's Stone Castle Lord nodded in recognition of his words. Both of them were clear about the fact that they were a bit stronger than ordinary lords and would not lose their lives inside, but it was still impossible for them to seize any of the opportunities. The shadow of being chased by a terrifying puppet fighter and being so near to death's door was still hunting them. "Let's send the news back first," said Long Xiang helplessly. Right then, they heard a voice that said, "What are you doing here, Heaven's Stone Castle Lord and Long Xiang?" Along with the voice, a handsome youth with black hair approached them, carrying a long spear on his back. Oh no! After they saw the man, the expressions of Long Xiang and Heaven's Stone Castle Lord both became dark. They knew they could not hide the news anymore. The youth neared the rift and saw the entrance on the wall. The previous explosion had enlarged the entrance, and the aftermath attracted the youth's attention. "Is this a mansion?" The youth widened his eyes. "A mansion in the inner area? Damn!" Both Long Xiang's and Heaven's Stone Castle Lord's faces fell. The youth had discovered it. Chapter 444, 4 Marks. Chapter 444, 4 Marks. Inside Marquis Beima's cave mansion, Jian Wushuang finally woke up from cottage world. The moment he opened his eyes, the world connected by the futon, wooden table, lamp, and painting immediately disappeared in front of him. The 4 objects returned to being ordinary. "Amazing!" Jian Wushuang called out. Marquis Beima lived up to his fame as a top marquis. He must have reached great heights in world origin to create such a wonderful cottage world. "How long have I been asleep?" Jian Wushuang was curious. Because of the long slumber, he had lost track of time. Suddenly, he looked down at his right arm, where the power of world origin was gathering. "Am I about to condense another origin mark?" He smiled. It was a fantastic slumber. He had been immersed in meditating on the world origin in such an efficient manner, and the outcome was satisfying. A short while later, a new world origin mark emerged on his right arm. Similar to Slaughter origin mark, it was shaped like flame, but this mark was purple. However, the power of the world origin was not disappearing. Instead, it started to condense a second mark, then a third mark. In the blink of an eye, 2 more marks appeared on Jian Wushuang's right arm. 3 origin marks was the symbol of an expert in stage 3, and even those who were at the heaven-defying level could not form more than 3 marks. For a long time, Jian Wushuang had been weak in comprehension of the origin. After all, he had not been cultivating for very long. But now he was finally catching up. After the 3rd mark was condensed, the power still remained and continued working until a 4th mark was completely condensed. For origin marks, a spark flashed through Jian Wushuang's eyes. Before, he had only possessed 1 Slaughter origin mark, but now, after meditating in the cottage world, he had 4 world origin marks as well. That was to say, he had surpassed many experts at stage 3 and even the heaven-defying level. With the power behind every mark, he was now several times stronger than before. He was above heaven-defying level, which he had reached while only relying on 1 mark, a strong body, and techniques like the heavenly creation skill, road to the underworld, and so on. An ordinary warrior has to condense 3 origin marks and awaken his soul to reach the heaven-defying level. For me, condensing 4 origin marks by itself should be enough. Jian Wushuang pondered. Of course, he didn't forget that he also had a slaughter origin mark, but the power from different origins could not be combined, so he could only apply 4 marks at most. Nonetheless, it did not change the fact that he had reached the heaven-defying level. Maybe he was even far above that level. With the advantages of the heavenly creation skill and having strengthened his body in Universal Thunderbolt Pool, he was a dozen times more powerful than an ordinary expert. He might even be on a par with a lord. Not only that, his double first-grade Sword Soul and trump cards provided him with even more support. As of now, killing an expert like Deng Hua would be a piece of cake for him. It is said that no matter how powerful an expert in the Saint Realm is, he has no chance of defeating a lord because there is an unbridgeable gap that separates them. However, I feel like my current strength is enough to destroy that belief. Jian Wushuang was filled with confidence, and, as he clenched his fists, his eyes seemed to sparkle. He simply believed in himself despite the fact that he had not battled with a lord yet. After standing up, he could feel an outpouring energy exploding in his body. It seems that I've been inside for quite a while. Jian Wushuang walked out of the cottage world with a smile. Sir, you finally came out. And Feng came up to Jian Wushuang just as he walked out. How long have I been in the cottage world? Jian Wushuang asked. 2 years and 4 months, replied Feng. So long? Jian Wushuang was amazed. The amount of time that passed was much longer than he had thought. Shouldn't staying longer be better? Feng couldn't help grinning. Jian Wushuang was speechless. He handed Feng an interspatial ring and said, There are some raw gems in this ring. Please take it as my reward to you for guiding me while I was here. Feng accepted the ring, and his eyes lit up after he used his consciousness to inspect the contents. Thank you. Sir, why don't you stay inside a little longer? The mansion is so large. There must be some undiscovered treasures lying around. With a bit of luck, you'll be able to gain even more, Feng added. I'm afraid I can't. Jian Wushuang shook his head and continued, I've already benefited greatly from these 3 opportunities, so I'm satisfied. He had other things to do, so he left the mansion that same day. Chapter 445, A Feast for Experts. Chapter 445, A Feast for Experts. In Marquis Piaoshua's camp, a burly man with a purple saber on his back was noisily drinking by himself. Lei Dao, why are you drowning your sorrows in wine? The man heard the voice and turned around only to see Jian Wushuang walking towards him. He beamed and said, Wow, Swordsman. Jian Wushuang smiled at the man as well and continued walking towards him. Lei Dao, it's been a while since I last saw you. In fact, it had been 3 years since they had last seen each other. They had come to Flaming Battlefield as part of a group, but 3 years ago Jian Wushuang had left to go to the inner area while Lei Dao and Shiling had stayed in the outer area. Where are Shiling and the others? Jian Wushuang asked. Lei Dao's eyes became dark when he heard that name. He died 1 year ago. So did Yin Mo Bing. You and I were the only 2 survivors. She went back to our territory with Surax that same year. Alas. Jian Wushuang shook his head, looking sad. The Flaming Battlefield was full of danger, and everyone could lose their life at any time. They knew it very well before they stepped onto the field. We're no match for you, Swordsman. Lei Dao suddenly looked back at Jian Wushuang. You managed to kill Deng Hua, an expert at heaven-defying level. That's good for you. Lei Dao admired Jian Wushuang from the bottom of his heart. 2 years ago, the news that Jian Wushuang killed Deng Hua had really astonished him and the others. Now, 2 years have passed, and you must have progressed even more than before, Lei Dao added. Just so, Jian Wushuang said humbly. Right then, 2 figures appeared in the void above the camp, radiating a powerful aura that chilled the experts below. Lords! Jian Wushuang spotted the figures. However, after a short stay, the 2 figures headed towards the Flaming Battlefield. Why are they going to the Flaming Battlefield? Jian Wushuang looked curious because all the experts on the battlefield knew that lords only participated in battle on special occasions. Just 2 more people who want to try their luck in the Marquis Mansion, answered Lei Dao. A marquee mansion? What do you mean? Jian Wushuang questioned further. You don't know? Lei Dao shot Jian Wushuang an odd look. I've been cultivating inside a mansion for the last 2 years, so I do not know anything that has happened. I see. After a nod, Lei Dao continued, several days ago, a new cave mansion was found in the inner area. Inner area? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. As far as he knew, almost all the mansions on the flaming battlefield had been found in the outer area or on the edge of it. None had been found in the inner area yet. When this mansion was found, the unusual news immediately attracted the two camps' attention. They sent some experts there to look around, and it was quickly confirmed as a marquee mansion. We haven't figured out the marquee identity, but whoever he was, the mansion must be invaluable, let alone that it's a newly found one. Now, nearly all the experts of the two camps have been driven crazy by the news and are hurrying there. I reckon there is already a large gathering of experts in the mansion. After all, there are over 50 lords from our camp among them, including Iron Saber Lord. Iron Saber Lord went there as well? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but it didn't take long for him to understand that the mansion deserved this level of attention. In this case, there must be over 100 lords inside the mansion. It really is a feast for experts. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists while feeling thrilled. He was about to witness a gather of hundreds of lords, something that only happened once in a blue moon. Swordsman, you're powerful enough to try your luck in the outer layer of the mansion. I heard some experts in Stage 3 have gone there and gained some opportunities and treasures, said Lei Dao. His words aroused Jian Wushuang's interest. He is right. This mansion has just been discovered, and as the first mansion found in inner area, it must be special. It should contain many opportunities and treasures inside. I can't miss this chance, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Lei Dao, I have to go now. Jian Wushuang said goodbye to Lei Dao and went to the camp's treasure vault. Since he had made up his mind to adventure in the mansion, he had to be well prepared. He selected 2 things from the treasure vault. I want to exchange for the second manual of triple shift technique and 5 blood gems. However, I'm in a hurry to go to the inner area and can't wait for 3 days, so can you give them to me now? Jian Wushuang asked a gray-clothed elder. The elder raised his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang. Then he said, okay. Normally, one had to wait 3 days to get the treasures they wanted in the exchange. If Jian Wushuang had been an ordinary expert in their camp, instead of one of the top 4 geniuses at heaven-defying level, the elder would not have approved his request. Jian Wushuang paid for the items with his battle achievement. Currently, he had an abundance of battle achievements. He had gained 10,000 points at the Jiosha Cave Mansion and a certain number for killing Deng Hua, an expert at the peak of Stage 3. Those battle achievements were more than enough for him to exchange for the second shift manual, so he spent the remaining achievements on blood gems. Although he still had some blood gems in his possession, after considering that he was going to a place full of lords and that he might need to use his blood puppet, more blood gems might be necessary. Having received what he wanted, Jian Wushuang headed towards the inner area. Chapter 446, Wu Ming. Chapter 446, Wu Ming. With the appearance of the Marquee Cave Mansion, the inner area had attracted everyone's attention. Even though I've been in the inner area for a long time now, I have only seen 2 experts. It seems almost all the Stage 3 experts have gone to the mansion. Setting out from the campsite, Jian Wushuang traveled at a fast speed towards the inner area. It wouldn't take him long to get to the Marquee Cave Mansion. Right at this moment. Oh! Jian Wushuang paused, looking towards a figure that was walking a short distance away from him. It was a dark-skinned bald man with a giant axe on his back. Not perceiving his token, Jian Wushuang knew that he was an expert from the opposite camp. Jian Wushuang was heading to the Marquee Cave Mansion, so it was better to ignore normal experts of the opposite camp. However, this man wasn't just any normal expert. It's him. Seeing his face, Jian Wushuang immediately thought of a name. What are the chances I would meet him here? Jian Wushuang grinned, then he moved. In the grass, the bald man, Wu Ming, was walking forward slowly with a cold and indifferent look on his face. 3 days. I haven't seen an expert from the opposite camp for 3 days. Apparently, they have all gone to the Marquee Cave Mansion. Wu Ming's eyes were cold. Humph, idiots. Opportunities are always accompanied by danger. More than 10 experts at the peak of stage 3 have died since it was found, and so have several lords. If you're not as strong as experts like Bone King and Heavenstone Castle Lord, you will die even you are only exploring the outer layer. And those opportunities are worthless to you if you die. Wu Ming knew his strength well enough. He gave up after learning that it was a Marquee Cave Mansion. He knew it was nothing more than seeking death for him. Many experts had died in the cave mansion in just the last few days. It's better for me to stay in the inner area. Here, no one can kill me unless he's an expert at the heaven-defying level. Wu Ming was busy thinking when a sudden wind-breaking sound reverberated from nearby. Wu Ming raised his head and saw a flowing light rushing towards him. The light left a residual shadow in the air as it moved toward him in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming. While standing above an empty space in front of Wu Ming, Jin Wushuang shouted to him. You're. After gazing at him and seeing his face, Wu Ming only thought of one name. A terrible name for him. Swordsman? Wu Ming was astonished, but he quickly calmed down and greeted him humbly. Nice to see you, Master Swordsman. What can I do for you? Wu Ming knew that with no lords present, Jin Wushuang was invincible in the entire flaming battlefield. If he behaved himself, such an expert would not attack him just for the battle achievements. Jin Wushuang watched his every tiny expression and smiled slightly. Wu Ming, I heard that you have a ring which can display something similar to a realm technique. Wu Ming's heart tightened. He instantly remembered that Jin Wushuang also had a powerful realm technique. Is he after my ring? Wu Ming's heart fell as he looked at the scarlet ring on his finger. He had found it in a cave mansion by chance, and it had saved his life several times now. It was quite important to him. It was even the most important treasure he had. So it's the scarlet ring. Jin Wushuang looked at the scarlet ring on Wu Ming's finger. He had kept it in mind ever since he heard about it from Shuiyang. He had not been striving for it, but he had unexpectedly met Wu Ming here. Since he came across it, Jin Wushuang surely would not leave without it. I'm curious, which one is more powerful, yours or mine? Jin Wushuang asked and smiled. Hearing this, Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, whoosh! Without any hesitation, Wu Ming turned and tried to flee. Run, run. Wu Ming dared not fight with Jin Wushuang, and he was also unwilling to give him the scarlet ring, so his only remaining option was to flee. Seeing that, Jin Wushuang smiled. Then a vast blood river flowed out, completely covering Wu Ming and the space around him. A powerful force tried to put pressure on Wu Ming. Wu Ming had a sullen look on his face. Upon perceiving the blood river that was rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth. Then, an intangible bloody flame arose and a blood fire domain swept out. Jin Wushuang's blood river tried to break the blood fire domain, but it was only able to compress it into a small area. Road to the underworld can only contain it? Even though Jin Wushuang was surprised, he just smiled slightly and muttered, interesting. Then a stream of soaring sword essence appeared, along with a vast sword realm. They turned into intangible waves and began to flow forward. Sword realm, hundredfold realm. Before getting into Bayamo Marquee Cave Mansion, Jin Wushuang had only mastered the first level of the multifold realm, tenfold realm. However, he could now display the hundredfold realm. Road to the underworld and the hundredfold realm were being displayed simultaneously, immediately causing the blood fire domain surrounding Wu Ming to break down. What? Wu Ming's face turned pale. He was confident in his scarlet ring. Even though he had heard that Jin Wushuang had a good realm technique, he didn't think that it was stronger than his scarlet ring. But it turned out, his scarlet ring was much weaker than Jin Wushuang's realm technique. Too much weaker. Chapter 447, Blood Fire Ring. Chapter 447, Blood Fire Ring. The blood-fire domain crumbled, and Wu Ming felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back, moving as slowly as a snail. Jian Wushuang shuttled through the air, straight towards Wu Ming. He quickly appeared in front of Wu Ming and launched a punch. Wu Ming raised his giant axe and crazily fended against it. Boom! The heavy hit knocked Wu Ming's giant axe away, and Jian Wushuang's fist continued on its path towards Wu Ming's head. Wu Ming's head was smashed, instantly bringing about his death. After killing Wu Ming, Jian Wushuang took both his interspatial ring and scarlet ring. While holding the scarlet ring, Jian Wushuang used a drop of his blood to bind it. The next moment, he felt a rush of information surge into his mind. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Now he understood why the scarlet ring was able to display a realm technique. The scarlet ring, called the blood-fire ring, was not a magic weapon because both the material and refining method used to create it were common, but it contained a formation. This formation allowed the blood-fire ring to simulate a realm. Unique, strong, nice. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. With only a thought, the blood-fire domain swept out and began mixing with the boundless blood river, causing the power of the blood river to instantly skyrocket. Road to the underworld, hundredfold realm, and the blood-fire ring. With such a strong combination, I'm afraid that even lords will be suppressed by it. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of excitement. His battle strength had improved once again. It was only due to luck that Jian Wushuang met Wu Ming on the way to the Marquee Cave Mansion and acquired the blood-fire ring. He continued on his way for another half-day before finally arriving at the entrance to the cave mansion. At a giant rift in the middle of a barren area, two mountains stood facing each other. On the mountains, there were two temporarily built camps stationed, in which many experts had gathered. Among the experts, the weakest was at Stage 3. Many were at the peak of Stage 3, and a few of them were even lords. Jian Wushuang's arrival at the Marquee Piaoxue campsite attracted a lot of attention. Is that Master Swordsman? It's him. He disappeared right after he killed Deng Hui 2 years ago. It seems like Swordsman has finally returned today. Inside a tent, Jian Wushuang greeted Spirit Lord, who was currently in charge this time. As one of the 4 lords in charge of the Marquee Piaoxue camp's business, Spirit Lord held a high status and many lords had to obey him. Swordsman, did you just return the Bayamo Marquee Cave Mansion? Spirit Lord looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. I expect you must have improved a lot since you remained there for over 2 years, Spirit Lord said in a teasing manner. Then he continued somewhat sternly, all right, no more nonsense. It's good that you were able to arrive here in time. I will tell you some of the details about this cave mansion. The cave mansion that lies beneath us is quite unusual. Regardless of the inner layer, which is the battlefield of lords, the outer layer is a vast and boundless maze that contains many opportunities. The experts of our camp and the Marquee Tsangyue camp have both searched through many areas in the outer layer over these last few days, but we haven't explored it thoroughly. The 2 camps have fought many times over opportunities and treasures, but we have always been able to gain the upper hand. I believe your arrival will increase our advantage even more. Outer layer? Maze? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, Spirit Lord, do you have a map of the cave mansion? Yes. Spirit Lord nodded and proceeded to say, every 2 hours we update the map according to the searches currently taking place. As of now, the map is still incomplete, but something is better than nothing. At this point, Spirit Lord gave Jian Wushuang a map. After taking a glance at it, Jian Wushuang understood the basic information. Both the inner layer and the outer layer are mazes, and it's such a big mansion. Jian Wushuang marveled at it. The experts of both camps had explored the cave mansion every day since it had been found, but they still hadn't completely explored it yet. Therefore, it's easy to imagine how large it must be. When are you going inside? Spirit Lord asked. Now, Jian Wushuang said. Be careful, there should be no danger for you as long as your luck isn't bad, said Spirit Lord. Jian Wushuang nodded while thinking of a plan. Jian Wushuang quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave mansion and directly entered without hesitation. Nobody knew that there was a magnificent hall at the bottom of the cave mansion, nor did they know about the humongous ancient stone pillar that stood at the center of the hall. A skinny elder sat cross-legged in the hall, so quietly that it seemed as if he was dead. As soon as Jin Wushuang entered the cave mansion, the skinny elder suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes that seemed to glow. This aura. Young master. It's the young master's aura. Who has come here? The skinny elder's roar echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 448. Help me, Swordsman. Chapter 448. Help me, Swordsman. After traveling along the path to the entrance, Jin Wushuang went inside the cave mansion at the bottom of the rift. He looked around and noticed that there were 5 channels in front of him. The cave mansion was a huge maze, and each channel led to a different place. The middle one leads to the inner layer. Jin Wushuang squinted and gazed at it. Spirit Lord had warned him to be careful in the outer layer, but Jin Wushuang's chosen destination wasn't the outer layer. There were many opportunities in the outer layer, but they were insignificant opportunities that were only attractive to those Stage 3 experts. The Lord's battlefield was in the inner layer. The opportunities and treasures in the inner layer were much rarer. The outer layer was not challenging for Jin Wushuang, so he was eager to go to the inner layer. Let's go. Jin Wushuang chose the middle channel without any hesitation. The map he received from Spirit Lord, though incomplete, clearly showed how to travel from the outer layer to the inner layer. Jin Wushuang just needed to follow the map. Entering the channel, Jin Wushuang found that there were some secret chambers on both sides. There were many secret chambers in the cave mansion, most of which were empty, but a few of them hid some opportunities and treasures. This was the goal of the experts from 2 camps who were exploring the outer layer. Passing by all these secret chambers, Jin Wushuang continued walking directly towards the inner layer. Right as he walked past the entrance to one of the channels. Boom, boom. The sound of loud explosions reverberated through the cave mansion. Bang! A figure crashed into one of the stone walls of the cave mansion, heavily enough to cause a disturbance, but not enough to break the wall. Shuiyang, are you okay? A blue-clothed lady arrived next to him. It's nothing serious. Shuiyang, a cold youth with sword-shaped eyebrows, raised his head. Shuiyang, Mengyu. 3 figures approached them. They were Long Xiang, Heavenstone Castle Lord, and Fire Demon. Give me the interspatial ring you got in the secret chamber, or both of you will die. A stream of killing intent surged from Long Xiang's eyes. Just now, he saw Shuiyang and Mengyu get an interspatial ring from a secret chamber. An interspatial ring. Over these last few days, they had been searching for treasures in the secret chambers, but each secret chamber had only possessed 1 treasure. Only 1 item to split. None of them had found an interspatial ring. No one except Shuiyang and Mengyu. So it was naturally quite valuable. Don't even think about it, Shuiyang said and snorted. Very well, it seems you'd rather choose death. Long Xiang shouted, kill them. Long Xiang, Heavenstone Castle Lord, and Fire Demon instantly attacked them at the same time. Run. Without hesitation, both Shuiyang and Mengyu ran towards a different channel. You think you can run? Long Xiang released a strong killing intent. As an expert at the heaven-defying level, he was much faster than Shuiyang and Mengyu. Damn it! As he watched Long Xiang slowly catching up, Shuiyang's face turned deathly pale. He is faster than us, and once he catches us, he will easily kill us. Master Water Mirror is on the way, Mengyu said. I'm afraid we'll be dead before he can get here, Shuiyang said through gritted teeth. Water Mirror, one of the heaven-defying level experts from the Marquis Piaoxue camp, was exploring the cave mansion as well. At the very beginning, when they met Long Xiang and were attacked, Shuiyang had sent Water Mirror a message using the messaging slip. But he was exploring another channel, so it would take some time for him to arrive. What should we do? What can we do? Shuiyang was anxious. Do I have to give up on this interspatial ring? He shook his head immediately. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get it. They were naturally very unwilling to give it up. Most importantly, they believed that even if they gave him the interspatial ring, Long Xiang would still kill them. As Long Xiang approached, both Shuiyang and Mingyu felt desperate. Suddenly, ahead of them, in the front channel, a figure appeared. It was a young man with a long sword on his back. It was Jian Wushuang. Oh, a man? Even though Jian Wushuang was walking towards the inner layer, he had yet to meet an expert from either camp. Up to this point, he had only met one of the cave mansion guards. That guard was a puppet fighter, whose strength was at the peak of stage 3. As expected, Jian Wushuang had easily dealt with it. When Jian Wushuang saw Shuiyang and Mingyu, his expression became somewhat strange. Shuiyang? Jian Wushuang was surprised. At this moment, Shuiyang also saw Jian Wushuang. Swordsman? Shuiyang was stunned, but he was also happy. How lucky was he to have come across Jian Wushuang while he was being chased by Long Xiang. Swordsman, please, help me, Shuiyang called out urgently. Jian Wushuang realized that Shuiyang was running for his life from 3 people, and they were 3 people he recognized. Heaven Stone Castle Lord, Fire Demon, and an expert of the heaven-defying level, Long Xiang? Jian Wushuang smiled while thinking to himself, that's why Shuiyang and Mingyu decided to flee. He moved towards them without hesitation. Long Xiang, who was chasing Shuiyang, instantly changed his expression the moment he recognized Jian Wushuang. He is Swordsman. Swordsman? Both Heaven Stone Castle Lord and Fire Demon were astonished. The reputation of a person is like the shadow of a tree. It had been more than 2 years ago that Jian Wushuang had killed Deng Hua, but it was still something of a hot topic. After all, he was the only person on the flaming battlefield to have killed a heaven-defying level expert while at a lower level. Even now, the results of that battle had a great impact on Jian Wushuang's reputation. Chapter 449, An Encounter. Chapter 449, An Encounter. When they saw Jian Wushuang approaching, Heaven Stone Castle Lord and Fire Demon both stopped where they were, but Long Xiang continued moving forward. Swordsman might have mastered a powerful realm technique and own a strong puppet fighter, but his personal strength is somewhat lacking. Long Xiang didn't fear Jian Wushuang at all. The news about Jian Wushuang killing Deng Hua caused an uproar. He was also shocked when he first heard about it, but he quickly understood that Jian Wushuang had only been able to kill Deng Hua because of the blood puppet. As for his personal level of strength, he was only just barely at the heaven-defying level. That was why Long Xiang turned up his nose at Jian Wushuang. He wasn't afraid of facing Jian Wushuang. Humph, I'm not as stupid as Deng Hua. Long Xiang glared at them with cold eyes as he rushed forward with his scarlet long spear in hand. He didn't hesitate in charging towards Shuiyang and Mingyu, not even when Jian Wushuang moved to block his path. Go to hell. At the same moment that Long Xiang shouted out, a tall spectral image instantly appeared behind him. A scarlet ripple spread out from the long spear and formed a vortex that seemed to swallow everything in the area as if it was a black hole. Suddenly, a bloody light shot forward. That light came from the scarlet long spear that was rushing towards Jian Wushuang's head with strong and cruel killing power. It was so terrifying that even Shuiyang and Mingyu, who stood behind Jian Wushuang, began shaking fearfully. Swordsman, be careful. Shuiyang couldn't help shouting out. Oh! Seeing the bloody light, Jian Wushuang's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. The very next moment, he clenched his right hand and stepped forward while gathering a purple thunderbolt in his fist. As he released his strength, his fist shot out like a falling star. Seeking death, Long Xiang sneered at him. Long Xiang had gone all out, but what about Jian Wushuang? They all knew that Jian Wushuang focused on sword principle and had awakened a double first-grade sword soul. However, Jian Wushuang hadn't even unsheathed his sword. Instead, he was trying to counter the spear with his fist. Was he trying to get himself killed? However, the second Jian Wushuang's fist collided with that scarlet long spear. What? Long Xiang was shocked. He felt an immense weight behind Jian Wushuang's fist that easily deflected his scarlet long spear in a head-on collision. But it wasn't even enough to make Jian Wushuang slow down. His fist continued moving forward and struck Long Xiang's head. Bang! Long Xiang's head instantly burst open like a watermelon. During this simple exchange, Long Xiang, an expert at the heaven-defying level who was stronger than Deng Hua, was instantly killed by Jian Wushuang. The other four people who had been watching, Shuiyang, Mingyu, Heaven Stone Castle Lord, and Fire Demon, were speechless as they looked on in wide-eyed shock. Did he just kill an expert of the heaven-defying level in a single blow? And even worse than that, Jian Wushuang was an expert of sword principle, but he hadn't even used his sword or his sword soul phantom. What did this mean? It meant that Jian Wushuang had not even used his full strength. He had killed Long Xiang with nothing but brute force. Run! Run! Heaven's Stone Castle Lord shouted in panic. Then he turned around and fled. Fire Demon was also panic-stricken. He swallowed, glanced at Jian Wushuang, and then fled to another tunnel as well. However, Jian Wushuang didn't chase after them. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took Long Xiang's interspatial ring. Then he turned and looked towards Shuiyang and Mingyu. Shuiyang, I haven't seen you in a long time, but you have improved a lot, Jian Wushuang said and smiled. He noticed that Shuiyang had improved a lot since he last saw him 2 years ago. He was almost at the same level as Bone King and Heavenstone Castle Lord. His improvements were probably due to the 10,000 battle achievements he received from that task. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Shuiyang came to himself and took a deep breath and said, with a bitter smile, "Yes, but my improvement was much less than yours." Jian Wushuang looked at him with an odd smile. By the way, why was Long Xiang, an expert at the heaven-defying level, trying to kill you? Did you find something special in the outer layer? Jian Wushuang was curious. Mingyu hesitated. But Shuiyang instantly replied, "The two of us found an interspatial ring in one of the secret chambers, and Long Xiang found out." "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang nodded and said, "Well then, I'm going on ahead. You two take care." "Thank you for your help," Shuiyang said gratefully. "It was nothing." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and left, continuing on his way towards the inner layer. It didn't take long for him to disappear from their sight. "Shuiyang, it seems you have a good relationship with Swordsman." Mengyu looked at Shuiyang. 2 years ago, we attacked the Jiosha cave mansion together. At that time, he killed Deng Hua. Shuiyang continued, "It's only been 2 years since then. I didn't expect his strength to improve so much after that battle." Mengyu fell silent after hearing this. It had only been slightly more than 2 years since Jian Wushuang killed Deng Hua, but since he had relied on his realm technique and puppet fighter, his true strength had been questioned. No one thought that his strength had reached such an amazing level. "It seems he is going to the inner layer." Shuiyang gazed towards the direction in which Jian Wushuang had disappeared. "The inner layer?" Mingyu was surprised and said, "How could that be? Isn't the inner layer a battlefield for lords? Do you still think that his strength is only in the Saint Realm?" Shuiyang shot a questioning look at Mingyu. Mingyu was stunned, but she quickly understood. Jian Wushuang had killed an expert at the heaven-defying level in a single exchange. Not even a normal lord could do that, so he was definitely capable of exploring the inner layer. There will be another supreme expert in Marquis Piaoshua's camp. Chapter 450, The Encounter in an Unknown Area. Chapter 450, The Encounter in an Unknown Area. The maze seemed to be boundless. Jian Wushuang followed the route on the map and finally arrived at its outer layer. In front of him was a bottomless abyss, above which a black rock bridge connected the two sides. Jian Wushuang stared at the 4 statue-still figures on the bridge with narrowed eyes. "Cross that bridge and I'll get into the inner layer. However, it's not easy." Those figures were puppet fighters and were as powerful as lords, and Jian Wushuang had to pass by them to enter the inner layer. Sword essence swept over from the triple-kill sword in Jian Wushuang's hand, and behind him, 2 sword soul phantoms rose up high. "Go!" Jian Wushuang rushed toward the figures like a streak of flowing light, leaving his shadows behind. The four puppet fighters opened their eyes just as Jian Wushuang stepped onto the bridge, their pupils flashing with green light. For whooshing sounds were heard before the puppets attacked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's sword went dancing outward, and the flurry of blows looked like a peacock showing its tail. Bang! 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 There were 4 consecutive clashes of metal on metal, and the 4 puppets were held off for a while. Jian Wushuang leaped twice, going around the puppets to their backs, and kept on moving. In no time, he crossed the bridge and stepped into the inner layer. When he crossed the bridge, the 4 puppets again turned into motionless statues. Not that hard. Jian Wushuang looked back at the puppet fighters. He felt that it was easy to pass by the 4 powerful puppets, and every expert as powerful as a lord would feel the same. But if it had been to kill the puppets, it would have been a much more difficult challenge. Therefore, he reckoned that the puppets had been left there to obstruct those who were weaker than a lord. When Jian Wushuang arrived in the inner layer, he took out the map again. Just like the outer layer, the inner layer is also a maze consisting of secret chambers. The difference is that the chambers in the outer layer are empty, few contain opportunities or treasures, while those in the inner layer are the opposite. The marks on the map refer to the places that have been explored by other experts and where the opportunities and treasures have been taken away. I have to target those unexplored places to get my opportunities. Jian Wushuang's eyes were fixed on the map. He was interested in the areas that had not been explored and were full of uncertainties. Let's begin. Staring at the 3 channels in front of him, he stepped onto the left one without thinking after taking a deep breath. He marched forward courageously, for he was in a frequented area, where he could go off to the dangerous places that were marked on the map. 1 hour later, he arrived at an open space, and before him were 9 different channels. From here onward, I'll be in a place that hasn't been explored. He looked grim as he surveyed the 9 channels, and finally, he took the 4th path. The channel was dark and wide, leading him to an unknown world full of mysteries. Jian Wushuang slowed his pace and remained alert, studying the surroundings. It was clear to him that any carelessness would put him in danger. Clomp, clomp. Suddenly, he heard footsteps in front of him. Is there someone coming? He stopped moving and looked into the darkness with a solemn expression. He guessed that he might encounter a lord of the 2 camps, because most lords from the camps were trying their luck at those unexplored places in this mansion. Soon, a bent figure came into his sight, whose token could not be sensed. He is from a rival camp. Jian Wushuang immediately became on his guard. The figure approached him slowly and stopped 100 feet away. He is... Jian Wushuang stared fixedly at the figure, who was in a gray robe and had a weather-beaten face. He is Black Hill Lord from Marquis Tsongyue's camp. Jian Wushuang recognized the man at first glance due to a file that he had read. The file belonged to Deng Hua, a man he had killed, and in it was detailed information of many lords and experts. The Saint Realm? Black Hill Lord called out in amazement and stared at Jian Wushuang with sharp eyes. How can you, a boy in the Saint Realm, get into the inner layer? Who brought you in? Black Hill Lord looked down at Jian Wushuang in an overbearing manner. He thought it was impossible for a boy in the Saint Realm to break into the inner layer through the puppet fighter's guard all by himself. It had to be with someone's help, like a powerful lord. Black Hill Lord, are you questioning me? Jian Wushuang answered, arms crossed in front of his chest, looking into the lord's eyes. Questioning you? Yes, I am. So what? Black Hill Lord wore a cold smile. Boy, whoever brought in you here isn't around now. You're on your own, so why not be more humble? Oh, really? Jian Wushuang did not take his suggestion. Why is he so arrogant in front of me? Black Hill Lord's complexion looked strange as he looked Jian Wushuang up and down. So young and so arrogant. A boy in the Saint Realm with a longsword? A sliver of light flashed in Black Hill Lord's eyes. Then he said, I've heard that there is a new expert at the heaven-defying level in Marquis Piaoshua's camp who is named Swordsman. It's you, isn't it? Chapter 451, Battling a Lord. Chapter 451, Battling a Lord. Jin Wushuang did not answer the Lord's question, but just stared at him coldly. I've been in this mansion for quite a while, and haven't gotten my opportunity for treasure yet, but here you are with the greatest luck around. Black Hill Lord smiled cruelly. Boy, your life has a lot of value in our camp. So, it will be a rewarding exploration as long as I kill you. The Lord held a long black spear in his hand as he spoke, and its surging power revealed its nature as a first-grade magic weapon. Filled with killing desire, Black Hill Lord moved. Swish! The spear pierced through the void and approached Jin Wushuang like a black ghost. Swirling, it targeted Jin Wushuang's throat like a snake targeting its prey. It was a fast strike, much faster than an expert in the Saint Realm could make. Is this a strike from a lord? Watching the spear coming at him, Jin Wushuang stayed calm and even admired the lord in his heart. Lords are indeed more powerful than those in the Saint Realm. Even an ordinary lord can surpass an expert at the heaven-defying level, whether in speed, power, or bodily strength. I reckon that no experts at the heaven-defying level can withstand this strike. Jin Wushuang became lost in thought. Is he too terrified to move? The overbearing Black Hill Lord sneered when seeing Jin Wushuang frozen in place. He thought that it was due to fear. When the spear was nearly touching his throat, Jin Wushuang finally reached out his hand to make a fist and threw it at the spear with all his power behind it. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided together, shaking the mansion. Jin Wushuang was thrown back by the force like a flying shell and smashed into the walls. As the walls cracked, broken pieces continually fell. Is he dead? Black Hill Lord's breath surged, puffing up his hair and beard. He looked toward Jin Wushuang with ruthless eyes. To his surprise, with light footsteps, Jin Wushuang walked out from the ruins and came up to him again. How could this be? The Lord, though, in amazement. An ordinary expert at the heaven-defying level can hardly even withstand that strike, as 90% of my power was behind it. He, however, was not only able to withstand it, but was not even hurt. When Black Hill Lord saw that Jin Wushuang was as powerful as before without even a scratch on him, he became even more shocked. Obviously, his attack had not worked on Jin Wushuang. As Jin Wushuang stood firmly in front of the Lord, he brushed the dirt off his cloth before shooting a cold eye at him. As a lord, is this all you've got? He sneered. Say it again, I dare you. Black Hill Lord's face turned livid. Humph. Jin Wushuang snorted and continued, Don't talk as if you can kill me. Nevertheless, I'd love to see how you will try it. You are courting death. The Lord was enraged. A tremendous aura swept out from his body, and at the same time, he approached Jin Wushuang like a ghost and launched a series of attacks with his spear. Chew, chew, chew. 3 strikes in succession. The spear was so fast that Jin Wushuang could only see 3 blinding flashes of light coming to hunt him. Funny. He laughed and took out the triple-kill sword. He twisted his wrist and simply brandished the sword with all his spiritual power, physical strength, and the power of his 4 origin marks. It might have been a simple strike, but the Lord felt the formidable force behind it. The force roared at him, smashed his attacks, and overwhelmed his body with its remaining power. Black Hill Lord let out a suppressed sound, with his face pale and blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, and he kept falling back. How could this happen? He raised his head and glared at Jin Wushuang in horror. How could he overpower me as just a boy in the Saint Realm? Under that gaze, Jin Wushuang burst out an immense sword essence, and behind him emerged 2 sword soul phantoms over 100 feet high, which increased his power. Sword soul phantoms? The Lord's mouth twitched. So, he overpowered me without using his sword soul. You are just a novice lord in the 3-cloud realm. How dare you claim that you can kill me? Jin Wushuang's voice resounded in the mansion and rocked the Lord's heart. Now, let's see who will be the one that is killed. Damn! Black Hill Lord's appearance looked grave. He knew that he could not beat Jian Wushuang, now or before, with or without the double first-grade Sword Soul's presence. But how can he be so powerful in only the Saint Realm? The Lord was muddled, but he had no time to solve his confusion. He had to find a way to survive. Right then, a roar was heard from far away. What's that? Jian Wushuang turned back only to find a golden figure diving toward them at amazing speed. The figure did not give any sign of being a living thing, and it turned out to be a puppet fighter. Jian Wushuang's eyes became sharp. A gold-armored puppet? Black Hill Lord was even more frightened. Run, run. Without thinking, the Lord headed back and started running desperately. It was clear to him that he could defeat neither Jian Wushuang nor the gold-armored puppet. You're running nowhere. Jian Wushuang chased after the Lord immediately, his eyes filled with killing desire. But before he could catch up to Black Hill Lord, the puppet fighter caught up to him and hit him with a huge fist. So fast, Jian Wushuang was surprised by the puppet's speed. After all, a moment before, the gold-armored puppet was still far away when Jian Wushuang started chasing Black Hill Lord at his fastest speed. Chapter 452, The Gold-Armored Puppet. Chapter 452, The Gold-Armored Puppet. Boom! A booming sound reached Jian Wushuang from behind. He gave up chasing Black Hill Lord and turned around to face the gold-armored puppet. He thrust at the puppet with his triple-kill sword. Boom! Another booming sound and Jian Wushuang was thrown back and smashed against the wall. How terrifying his power is! Terror escaped Jian Wushuang's eyes. He had used all his power and even his double sword souls, but still, he was defeated. After knocking Jian Wushuang away, the puppet fighter dived at him again and struck him with his fist, which had the strength of billions of pounds behind it. Jian Wushuang dodged to the side quickly, and the fist finally fell on the wall, leaving a large hole in it. Shocked, Jian Wushuang stared at the hole. From what he had seen, he could tell that the puppet was indeed powerful because an ordinary lord was able to do no more than crack the wall, which had been specially reinforced and was quite solid, but the puppet had smashed through it. The gold-armored puppet lives up to its reputation as the strongest one among the puppets, Jian Wushuang said in his heart. There were so many puppet fighters in the outer layer and inner layer of this mansion, and they were the biggest threats to those explorers. In the inner layer, the puppets were divided into three types: the copper-armored puppet, silver-armored puppet, and gold-armored puppet. Among them, the copper-armored puppet was the weakest one, while the gold-armored puppet was the strongest. In addition to its power and excellent speed, the gold-armored puppet can match the battle strength of the experts in the Five-Cloud Realm, Jian Wushuang recalled in his mind. The biggest difference between the Cloud Realm and the Saint Realm was the difference between the Cloud and the Origin Mark. One in the Saint Realm was about to comprehend the origin and generate origin marks, and when he broke into the Cloud Realm, his origin marks would be transformed into clouds. One's level in the Cloud Realm was dependent on how many clouds he had. Normally, if someone had 3 origin marks, his marks would be transformed into 3 clouds after a breakthrough and bring him up to the 3-cloud realm. For an ordinary expert in the Saint Realm, 3 origin marks was his maximum, and few could generate 4 marks in such a realm. Therefore, most people were only in the 3-cloud realm after their breakthrough. If they wanted to step a level higher, they had to enhance their comprehension of the origin. It was said that the highest level in the Cloud Realm was the legendary 9-cloud realm. However, like a legend, the people at such a level appeared once in a blue moon. Their number of clouds could also differentiate the lords from each other. The lords in the 3-cloud realm were the weakest ones and were called novice lords. Black Hill Lord, who had fought with Jian Wushuang, was among them. Novice lords were just a bit stronger than the experts at the heaven-defying level, who could stand a chance to beat the former with their full power. Although Jian Wushuang was just at the heaven-defying level, as a genius among those at the same level, he far surpassed them. Long Xiang, who had been killed by him, was the best evidence of his real battle strength. Jian Wushuang was not sure about his level, but he reckoned that he was stronger than novice lords. That was the reason why, from the very beginning, He had not taken Black Hill Lord and his arrogant words seriously. If it had not been for the gold-armored puppet's interference, he was sure that Black Hill Lord would be dead already rather than having slipped away when he was busy fighting with the puppet. In addition to novice lords, there were also intermediate lords, advanced lords, and superior lords. Intermediate lords referred to the lords in the four-cloud realm. Advanced lords referred to the lords in the five-cloud realm. Superior lords referred to the lords in the six-cloud realm. And above them were marquises. The acknowledged 72 marquises were all in the seven-cloud realm or higher. With my heavenly creation skill cultivation, spiritual power, strong body, and double first-grade sword soul, I'm not weaker than any intermediate lord, and then adding my skills to that, I might be on a par with them. However, I'm still no match for the advanced lords, Jian Wushuang thought. To sum it up briefly, he concluded that his strength was outstanding among intermediate lords, but weaker than advanced lords. Based on that conclusion, he changed his mind about facing the gold-armored puppet, who was as strong as an advanced lord. I'd better go now. Nothing good will come from fighting him. Having made up his mind, he released the blood river, which swept out and covered the entire tunnel. Then, he displayed the hundredfold realm of the sword realm. Meanwhile, as he activated the formation contained in the blood-fire ring on his wrist, the blood-fire domain spread out. The three techniques, Road to the Underworld, Hundredfold Realm, and Blood-Fire Domain, worked together and oppressed the puppet. Under that oppression, the puppet became slower. Sure enough, with my current power and the three realm techniques, I can exert pressure even on advanced lords. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered when he saw the puppet slow down due to his realms. He then continued on forward and left the puppet far behind. Did I get rid of him? Jian Wushuang continued to move and felt relieved as the puppet was no longer in sight. Who built this mansion? Why are there so many powerful puppet fighters guarding it? Was the owner a puppet-making master? Such questions crossed his mind. After seeing so many high-quality puppets, with some in the inner layer being even as powerful as advanced lords, Jian Wushuang could do nothing but be lost in confusion. It must be hard to make those puppets. As he was thinking, a secret chamber in front of him attracted his attention. Chapter 453, Encountering an Acquaintance. Chapter 453, Encountering an Acquaintance. A secret chamber? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Different from the secret chambers in the outer layer, nearly all the chambers in the inner layer contained treasures and opportunities. Nearly every untouched chamber meant there would be something to gain. And because Jian Wushuang was now in an unexplored area, the chamber before his eyes might be the same. Without thinking, Jian Wushuang opened the door and walked in. The first thing he saw was a purple saber floating in the air. The saber gave off a ruthless aura, surrounded by purple thunderbolts. Its aura. It's a first-grade magic weapon. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. A first-grade magic weapon might have been rare in the Divine Land, but it was common in this mansion, as there were so many magic weapons, manuals, and elixirs of the first grade. Jian Wushuang went over to the saber and tried to gather it in his interspatial ring, but he was stopped by a purple thunderbolt. Get away from me. How dare you, a sword principal cultivator and in the Saint Realm, try to take hold of me. Get lost. A fierce voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and observed the saber. Magic weapons always had their spirits, and a first-grade magic weapons spirit could be very intelligent. And this spirit of the saber was as wild as the saber itself. Interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled and reached his hand toward the saber again. Get your hands off me. As the saber let out a shrill scream, purple thunderbolts continued emerging from the blade one after another. An ordinary expert at stage 2 or 3 might have shrunk back, but Jian Wushuang was different. Although he was hit by the purple thunderbolts, Jian Wushuang was not hurt at all. Eventually, he was able to grab the saber firmly and put it into his interspatial ring by force. You're just a spirit, so stop struggling. Jian Wushuang sneered and was about to leave the chamber. Right then, he heard someone talking. There's a secret chamber here, but it seems that someone has broken in before us. Is someone coming here? Jian Wushuang walked out of the chamber with a frown. The moment he was out of the room, he saw two figures approaching him. One of them was a slovenly black-haired man, and the other one was a stone-faced man in a long silver robe. At that moment, they spotted Jian Wushuang as well. They seemed to be surprised upon discovering that Jian Wushuang was in the Saint Realm, and after they could see his face clearly, their facial expressions became strange. Jian Wushuang had the same expression on his face as the two men did while he bowed and said, "Your Excellency." That black-haired man was no other than Iron Saber Lord himself. Jian Wushuang had come from the Iron Saber territory and was a commander in Iron Saber Lord's camp. Moreover, he had been on the flaming battlefield under his orders. From the very beginning, he had been an underling of this lord. Swordsman. Iron Saber Lord looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown. Never thought I would meet you here. Iron Saber, it's bold for your man to make his way here as only an expert in the Saint Realm. The stone-faced man showed a meaningful smile. He was Jian Wushuang's acquaintance. Your Excellency. Jian Wushuang greeted the other man, Silver Wing Lord. He had met the Lord once when he was still in the Iron Saber territory. At that time, the Lord had been a man of great supremacy to him and had intimidated him, but now Jian Wushuang felt quite calm seeing him again. Swordsman, Iron Saber Lord pulled a long face and continued, the inner layer is a dangerous place. Even I have to be extremely careful while exploring here. You're just in the Saint Realm and should try your luck in the outer layer. So, what are you doing here? Jian Wushuang looked up at his lord. He could see that the words of the Lord were attempting to reprimand him, and that somehow warmed his heart. He understood that Iron Saber Lord had said that because he thought of him as a brother and cared for his safety. When I was serving as a commander in the Iron Saber territory, I heard that His Excellency cares for his men very much. Now, I know it's true, thought Jian Wushuang. Then he said to his lord, Your Excellency, I'm not interested in the opportunities or treasures in the outer layer. So, then you entered the inner layer? Before Iron Saber Lord could finish speaking, Silver Wing Lord chipped in with a smile. Boy, don't you know that the inner layer is a battlefield only for lords? What's your business here? Jian Wushuang could not find the words to answer that question. I can't say that it's because I think I'm no weaker than a lord. And even if I did say so, I guess they wouldn't believe me. Well, since he is already here, there is no need to figure out the reason. Iron Saber Lord waved his hand and ended the topic. He said to Jian Wushuang with concern in his eyes, The inner layer is full of danger. You're lucky to have made your way this far, but you won't always be such a lucky one. Encountering a more powerful puppet fighter will only lead you to a dead end. So, from this moment on, you're going to stay with me. Silver Wing and I will try our best to keep you safe. However, upon hearing this, Silver Wing Lord frowned and argued with him. Iron Saber, we're in a dangerous place and might meet with trouble at any time. He will only slow us down. Swordsman is my subordinate. Iron Saber Lord shot a glance at Silver Wing Lord. Silver Wing Lord forced a smile and shrugged, saying, Fine, since you're the stronger one, it's up to you. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang could not help rolling his eyes and saying, Your Excellencies, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Maybe I can lend a hand if we run into danger. Lend us a hand? No. Silver Wing Lord looked at Jian Wushuang meaningfully and continued, Boy, I know that you have killed a rival at the heaven-defying level, but it will be a different story to kill a lord. You'll learn that when you've fought with a real lord. Chapter 454, A Dao Weapon. Chapter 454, A Dao Weapon. We don't expect you to help us. It'll be fine as long as you don't drag us down, said Silver Wing Lord to Jian Wushuang. Iron Saber Lord gave Jian Wushuang a casual glance. His expression clearly said that he did not take Jian Wushuang's words seriously. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang forced a smile. It was all because he was only in the Saint Realm, which caused the lords to despise him. Silver Wing Lord doesn't know my real battle strength and that I'm not weaker than him, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Iron Saber Lord is an advanced lord, so I'm no match for him, but I'm sure that I would at least stand a chance against Silver Wing Lord since he's an intermediate lord. Right then, Iron Saber Lord suddenly turned over his hand, revealing a messaging slip. The slip instantly started burning by itself. This is a messaging slip from Spirit Lord. Normally, he wouldn't use it unless there was an emergency. Iron Saber Lord looked serious. Jian Wushuang and Silver Wing Lord looked toward his hand. After the slip finished burning, a hazy figure appeared. Though they could not see his appearance very clearly, they still recognized that it was Spirit Lord. Iron Saber, said the figure in Spirit Lord's voice, is there anyone with you? Yes, Silver Wing Lord and Iron Saber Lord glanced at Jian Wushuang and continued, just Silver Wing Lord and I. He had wanted to add Jian Wushuang's name, but decided against it due to Jian Wushuang only being in the Saint Realm. You and Silver Wing? After a moment of pondering, the figure waved his hand, causing a map to appear in front of them. It was a map of this mansion. The figure pointed at an area on the map and said, at this position, a fierce battle is taking place over a treasure. Loftiness Lord, from our camp, discovered it, but Marquis Tsongyue's camp doesn't want to let it go. More and more people are gathering there, so you two should go there as soon as possible. Remember, whatever it takes, you can't let Marquis Tsongyue's camp take the treasure from us. Upon hearing this, Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord looked solemn. Whatever it takes? Iron Saber Lord asked with a frown. Spirit, what in the world is the treasure? The figure fell silent for a moment before saying, a Dao weapon. What? Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord were both astonished when they heard the answer. A Dao weapon? Jian Wushuang's eyes became sharp. After such a long time in the Divine Land, he was no longer the naive boy from the Nanyang continent. He knew that once one becomes as powerful as a lord, he would process a first-grade magic weapon, even though they were very precious and rare in the Divine Land. So they were not that precious to a lord. Even Jian Wushuang himself had a first-grade magic weapon, not to mention that more than 10 of them had been found in this mansion during the past several days. Simply put, first-grade magic weapons were not that important to lords. However, a Dao weapon, that was a different story. Dao weapons were superior to the first-grade magic weapons, but they only existed in legend. Moreover, the reason they were called Dao weapons was because each one was connected to a supreme Dao, which was a power that was far more advanced and formidable than the origin. In general, even a marquis might not process a Dao weapon, let alone a lord. This was exactly why the news that a Dao weapon was found in this mansion had rocked everyone. As far as I know, our Marquis and Marquis Tsongyue are both in the Seven Cloud Realm, but neither of them has a Dao weapon. I guess they have other businesses and have not heard the news yet. Otherwise, they would already be here, Iron Saber Lord said. A Dao weapon. Silver Wing Lord chimed in with admiration. A Dao weapon could capture the hearts of many marquises. Iron Saber, Silver Wing, you two head there right now and support Loftiness Lord. Tell him that he must definitely take the weapon back intact. After saying this, Spirit Lord's figure immediately disappeared. Let's go before it's too late, Iron Saber Lord said to Silver Wing Lord and Jian Wushuang. Okay. The two nodded. In no time, the three were headed towards their destination. Since they were close to the area, it only took them an hour to get there. But they were completely stupefied by what they saw when they arrived. Right in front of them was a huge open space, about the size of a martial arts practice field, with dozens of people fighting each other. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening noise resounded throughout the whole area as terrifying waves of power continuously surged through the area, landing the surrounding walls and leaving craters in them. This was the effect of more than 40 lords displaying their magnificent auras and fighting amongst themselves. Is this what a battle between 40 lords is like? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord looked grave. Among the fighters, two figures attracted the most attention. One of them was a short old lady who glowed with a green light, and the other one was a tall man who was over 2 meters high and looked like a brown bear. She is Demon Soul Lord from Marquis Tsangyue's camp. How long has this old witch lived? Why is she still alive? Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord looked toward the old lady with fear. The lady had been super experts for many years, and they had reached the Six Cloud Realm long ago. As a superior lord, she was only a step away from becoming a marquis. At this moment, she was still in the Six Cloud Realm, but she had become much stronger than before. Chapter 455. The Fighting Between the Lords. Chapter 455. The Fighting Between the Lords. Demon Soul Lord was fighting with Loftiness Lord, a lord from Marquis Piaoshue's camp. It's amazing that Loftiness Lord is managing to hold his own against that old witch. Silver Wing Lord was surprised. Pay attention to the weapon he is using. Iron Saber Lord looked solemn as his eyes fixed on the blood-red spear Loftiness Lord was using. The spear was conspicuous because it possessed a daunting aura that couldn't be found in other weapons. It's a Dao weapon. Jin Wushuang's eyes were sparkling. Just now, he had learned something about these two lords who were busy fighting. Demon Soul Lord was extremely powerful among superior lords, only a step away from becoming a marquis. However, Loftiness Lord was just an advanced lord. He should be no match for Demon Soul Lord, yet he was currently holding on in a close fight, only because he had a Dao weapon. Is this the power of a Dao weapon? Can it enable an advanced lord to challenge a superior lord? Jin Wushuang exclaimed. It can be much more powerful than this when it's in the hands of a marquis. Loftiness Lord can't display its full power, said Iron Saber Lord. Jin Wushuang was in awe. The Dao weapon aroused his interest despite the fact that he was only good with swords, not spears. Swordsman, Silver Wing, and I won't be able to look out for you the whole time, so keep away from those lords and don't expose yourself to them. Iron Saber Lord shot Jin Wushuang a glance and then quickly turned to Silver Wing. Let's join the fight. Okay. Silver Wing Lord responded with a nod. Immediately, two flowing light shot forward as the two lords dived directly into the fight. Two more fighters. It's Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord. Merely an advanced lord and an intermediate lord. Hold them off. As soon as the order was issued, some experts from Marquis Tsangyue's camp immediately came forward to battle Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord. Except for their opponents, the two lords had not attracted the attention of anyone else because there were already dozens of lords fighting. After all, experts from both sides were continuously joining the battle. There are more and more lords coming. Jin Wushuang stood still at the edge of the battlefield, remaining uninvolved. To him, it was a rare scene. The battlefield was constantly expanding as the number of lords increased. In a short while, the number of lords that were fighting had exceeded 50, but the number of lords from each side was close, causing both sides to be locked in intense fight. Only a Dao weapon can cause so many lords to fight like this, Jin Wushuang thought. The fighting had already lasted for a long time, without the loss of too many lords. Most of the experts from the two sides were equal in strength, so the number of lords that died was not large. Right then, swish, from one of the outer tunnels, a figure charged out and entered the battlefield. The presence of this figure caused a stir on the battlefield. Myriad Island's Lord. Haha, Myriad Island's Lord has arrived. Damn, it's Myriad Island's Lord. The lords from both sides showed different expressions due to this new arrival. Those from Marquis Tsangyue's side were delighted, while those from the other side looked worried. Myriad Island's Lord was well known in his camp, Marquis Tsangyue's camp. However, it was not for his power as a lord, but his fame as an excellent master in formations. After all, he was just an advanced lord, so he did not surpass very many of the people here. Hump! Myriad Island's Lord snorted as he entered the battlefield. Then he waved his hands twice and released two light beams that swept through the area. The lights quickly turned into two wide formations. He set up two formations so easily? He must have been prepared for this. We're in big trouble. The lords from Marquis Piaoshua's camp frowned. They knew, even though the formations had been set up casually, the power behind them had to be extraordinary. It didn't take long for their worries to turn out to be true. I'm regaining my spiritual power. So am I. I can feel it. I'm regaining my spiritual power at a threefold rate. So am I. And it's even more than that. I can sense that my power has been strengthened. Yes, I felt that too. The experts on Marquis Tsongyue's side realized how the formations worked. One of the formations could help the experts regain their spiritual power, and the other one could enhance their attacks to a certain extent. The formations elevated the strength of Marquis Tsongyue's camp a lot. Haha, Myriad Island's Lord is so helpful. With these two formations, we no longer need to be afraid of anyone. Kill them all. The lords on Marquis Tsongyue's side gained courage and began launching attacks, one after another. The balance between the two camps had been broken by Myriad Island's Lord and his formations. Now, Marquis Tsongyue's side had gained the upper hand. Shit. Damn it. That horrible Myriad Island's Lord. The experts of Marquis Piaoshua's side looked grave, but they still tried their best to hold their opponents back. At the center of the battlefield, as the formations were set up, Loftiness Lord began to experience even more pressure than before. After all, the only reason he could stand up against his opponent, the more powerful Demon Soul Lord, was because of the Tao weapon. Loftiness, you know that my Marquis is a spear user, so this Tao weapon is very important to him. I advise you to give it up now, before you get yourself killed, Demon Soul Lord said in a warning tone. Humph. You will only get it over my dead body, Loftiness Lord said and snorted. You're courting death. Demon Soul Lord charged at Loftiness Lord in a rage. Chapter 456. Jin Wushuang displays his moves again. Chapter 456. Jin Wushuang displays his moves again. Jin Wushuang had remained at one side of the battlefield and not gotten involved all this time, while the countless lords and experts from the two large camps were maniacally tearing at each other's throats. The battling lords had noticed his presence as well, but nobody bothered about him after seeing that he was only a Saint Realm expert. It's certainly rare to see so many lords battling against each other and displaying all sorts of skills. Jin Wushuang laughed mildly. Some of the skills being used by these lords were extremely odd and unorthodox, causing Jin Wushuang to be astounded. This was especially so for the recently arrived Myriad Island's Lord. As soon as he came, he casually waved his hand to set up two formations which immediately turned the situation on the battlefield around. This skill was truly impressive. It was apparent at present that Drifting Blood Marquis camp had fallen into an absolute disadvantage on the battlefield. In the centermost of the battlefield, particularly, Loftiness Lord had gradually become unable to cope with the frenzied offensive of Demon Soul Lord. If he was killed, the Tao weapon would fall into the hands of Pale Moon Marquis camp at once. For good or bad, I'm a member of Drifting Blood Marquis camp. It's not my style to watch on from the sidelines. Jin Wushuang thought to himself, laughing. When he saw a figure on the battlefield, a faint and strange smile emerged at the corner of his mouth, following which his figure drifted forth toward the battlefield as well. On the battlefield. Swish, swish, swish. A pitch-black spear shadow pierced forth like a flood dragon bursting out of the sea. The gray-robed, weathered elder, Black Hill Lord's expression was frosty as his eyes fixed upon his opponent, a novice lord from Drifting Blood Marquis camp. There are too many lords and too many people who are stronger than me on the battlefield. I have to be careful and make sure that nobody else is targeting me. While in the midst of battle, Black Hill Lord kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. There were many intermediate and advanced lords among the more than 50 battling lords. Novice lords like him were the weakest participants on the battlefield, and naturally, their chances of defeat were very high. That was why he did not dare to loosen up one bit. Right at this moment, a soft wind-breaking sound was suddenly heard from behind Black Hill Lord's back, and it was accompanied by an icy gush of killing intent. The killing intent caused Blackhill Lord to instinctively turn his body over forcefully, only to see Jian Wushuang brandishing a long sword and thrusting it at his chest. The thrust was extremely fast, and its angle of approach was tricky like none other. Had he reacted just a little slower, it would have easily perforated his chest. "It's you." Blackhill Lord glared at Jian Wushuang and recognized him. He had previously encountered Jian Wushuang right in this inner layer channel, and they even exchanged blows. The battle strength which the latter exerted back then had shocked him. Had a gold-armored puppet not appeared in time, it would have been uncertain whether he could escape alive. He twisted his body as soon as he saw Jian Wushuang's strike coming at him, causing the sword light to brush past his shoulders. "Your response is pretty fast, eh?" Jian Wushuang grinned. "What a close shave." Blackhill Lord heaved in silence, but suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart once again. Although Jian Wushuang's strike had missed, a beam of dazzling light was now gradually emerging from between his eyebrows. Jian Wushuang's glabella seemed to split apart at this moment. An absolutely terrifying sword essence surged forth like a streak of thunderbolt. It was the first-grade sword technique, Mind's Eye. It was performed by consolidating sword essence in one's heart before releasing at the crucial moment. The longer the time that the sword essence was consolidated, the more powerful it would be. The last time Jian Wushuang displayed the Mind's Eye sword technique was while he was in Nanyang continent, and that was nearly 4 years ago. Since then, his glabella had been continuously storing different types of sword essence, of which the one he was currently displaying was merely the weakest variation. Despite it being the weakest, Blackhill Lord was completely not in time to react when it shot forth. His throat was thus perforated by the sword shadow, and his body collapsed sapless to the ground. Blackhill Lord, dead. Although the fighting on the battlefield was exceptionally intense, there were not many lords who had fallen, and therefore every slain lord would garner a lot of attention. Blackhill Lord's death, too, attracted many eyeballs. "Another one is dead. Is that Blackhill Lord? Hemph, he's just a novice lord. Little wonder he's dead. The person who killed him, huh?" When it was discovered that the person who killed Blackhill Lord was Jian Wushuang, everyone on the entire battlefield was astonished, and they began to look perplexedly at the swordsman. It was him? This fella? He was the one who killed Blackhill Lord? The facial expressions of the lords present turned odd involuntarily. Though they had noticed Jian Wushuang's presence earlier on, who would care about a Saint Realm expert when most of everyone else were lords? That was, until he killed a lord from Pale Moon Marquis Camp. Swordsman? Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord were shocked too. They never imagined that Jian Wushuang would be capable of killing a lord. Though he had accomplished it via sneak attacks, it was nevertheless very impressive already. Hemph! When Myriad Island's Lord of Pale Moon Marquis Camp saw what happened, he immediately grunted, "Kill that little one." A shrill wind-breaking sound was heard. Jian Wushuang saw a burly man appear beside him holding a saber and striking it at his brain. He judged from the man's aura that the latter was an intermediate lord. "Swordsman, fall back." Iron Saber Lord shouted urgently. With a move of his body, Jian Wushuang left a residual shadow where he was standing while his real body shifted backward. He seemed very calm as he did so. "Everyone from Drifting Blood Marquis Camp, get ready." Jian Wushuang lingered in the middle of a void while his powerful voice diffused throughout the battlefield. Get ready? For what? The experts from Drifting Blood Marquis Camp were puzzled. But right at this moment, it was time for Jian Wushuang to display his true skill. An immense gush of killing intent soared like a tide from his body and immediately transformed into a winding blood river which extended outward. At the same time, immaterial sword realms burst forth rapidly from his body. After activating the blood fire ring, the blood fire domain began to spread out as well. Road to the underworld, hundredfold realm, and blood fire domain. The combination of these three realms caused the entire battlefield to be shrouded within a blood river in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang stood in the absolute middle of the blood river. His gaze, which was ice-cold and carried not a shred of emotion, swept across the crowd of experts. Realms suppress. A chilly cry was forcefully uttered from Jian Wushuang's mouth. Chapter 457. An Exceptional Saint Realm Expert. Chapter 457. An Exceptional Saint Realm Expert. Like a giant pair of pliers clamping down hard on something, the blood river tumbled toward the Lords of Pale Moon Marquee camp in no time. When the Lords first saw the blood river appear, they felt somewhat astounded before the suppression took effect. Whoosh! At this moment, their bodies forcibly sank down, and the weaker ones among them nearly fell off their feet. Gosh, how is this possible? The Lords of Pale Moon Marquee's camp were stupefied. All they could feel at present was that an unfathomable strength was suppressing them, as if miring them deep. Their bodies were heavily locked down. What a frightening realm! The Lords of Drifting Blood Marquee camp were also shocked. Though the blood river did not suppress them, they could perceive that its suppressive force was extremely strong. They thus cast bewildered looks toward Jian Wushuang. It was very difficult for them to imagine that such a frightening realm, which even advanced lords were being shackled by, could have been summoned by a Saint Realm expert whom they did not take seriously hitherto. Swordsman? Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord were astonished like never before. My goodness, even I, an advanced lord, have suffered a strength reduction of nearly 30% due to this realm's suppressive force. Despite sinking into and being suppressed by the realm like the other lords, Myriad Island's lord revealed a face of outrage instead. He followed up by howling wildly, "Kill him, quick!" Swish, swish. Two beams of flowing light shot explosively toward Jian Wushuang. Pale Moon Marquee lords were mindful of how strong the realms summoned by Jian Wushuang were, and how strong the realm's impact upon the battle situation was. If Jian Wushuang was not killed, the advantage which they had built up thanks to their two formations would most certainly crumble, and they might even fall into an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, as soon as they could, the two lords closest in distance to the swordsman went on him. They were both intermediate lords. 7 Luminaries Lord, protect the swordsman quickly, Iron Saber Lord shouted when he saw what was happening. 7 Luminaries Lord was the person from Drifting Blood Marquee contingent who was closest in distance to Jian Wushuang. He was also an intermediate lord. As soon as he heard Iron Saber Lord shouting, he sped toward the swordsman, but because he was unaccompanied and acted later than the two enemies, he did not have absolute confidence that he could intercept them. However, what he never imagined was that instead of retreating, Jian Wushuang would meet the two opposing lords head-on. Is he crazy? 7 Luminaries Lord was completely stunned. Swordsman. Iron Saber Lord was similarly taken aback. In fact, every lord on the battlefield was in disbelief, regardless of which camp they were from. A Saint Realm expert, being murderously charged at by two intermediate lords, would choose to meet them head-on instead of retreating. He has definitely gone mad. Drifting Blood Marquee lords could not help shaking their heads, as if they had already foreseen what the result would be. Though everyone else believed that Jian Wushuang had gone completely mad, he remained extraordinarily calm. My battle strength is definitely no weaker than an intermediate lord's, and in fact, would be among their best. And with the realm's support, just 2 intermediate lords aren't enough to drive me back. A sparkle flashed in his eyes, and the 2 giant sword soul phantoms behind him rose. The triple kill sword in his hand knowingly emitted a heavy amount of sword essence. Streams of immense spiritual power gathered on his body, which was also packed with frightening muscular strength. Fixing his attention on the 2 intermediate lords, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and violently drew his sword. Second move of the heart-killing sword technique. With a simple thrust of the triple kill sword, he transformed it into a beam of lightning which pierced forth. It carried a resolute and tireless essence. The moment it appeared, heaven and earth seemed to move for it. Through Jian Wushuang's all-out exertion, the power of the technique all the more reached an unbelievable level. The two lords in front of Jian Wushuang also began to display their killing moves. One of them brandished a sledgehammer which struck ferociously like a giant mountain toward Jian Wushuang. The other person held a scarlet longsword. He raised both arms and slashed forth with an earth-splitting vigor. Both of them had also summoned their utmost strength. In a twinkling, the three different offensives, which were incomparably powerful, collided with each other in the void of the battlefield. Boom! A harsh roar was heard. Waves of residual energy swept in all directions from the spot where the offensives collided. After this exchange, Jian Wushuang retreated forcefully and only came to a standstill a few dozen feet back. As for the two lords, they remained within the void and showed no signs of retreating. But suddenly, blarg, blarg, the two lords spat blood from their mouths and their complexions turned ghastly pale at once. The sight of this caused the lords from both camps to be dumbfounded. It was already considered a miracle when Jian Wushuang killed a lord by using a skill of his Saint Realm level earlier on. However, that was achieved through a sneak attack and contained a measure of luck, and thus it was grudgingly acceptable to them. This time, Jian Wushuang had once again summoned those terrifying realms. It was normal for people of average strength to possess a few of such unique and powerful skills. For instance, Myriad Island's lord was highly proficient and terrifyingly accomplished in the use of formations. Jian Wushuang's possession of such frightening realm techniques hence remained within the range of what they could accept. But how about now? This had been a head-on exchange. Jian Wushuang had alone confronted two intermediate lords. The result was that the two lords were beaten until they spat blood, whereas Jian Wushuang simply retreated unharmed. What did this say? Pass! The lords from both camps gasped. It was only at this moment that they understood that this Saint Realm expert was an exceptional one. That little fella, Silver Wing Lord revealed a look of utter disbelief. It should be known that, in the beginning, he had believed that Jian Wushuang was essentially seeking death by coming to the inner area. He also remembered that Jian Wushuang once told him that if he ever ran into trouble, Jian Wushuang himself might be able to help. Neither Silver Wing Lord nor Iron Saber Lord took these words seriously back then, but now. Chapter 458, Black Yuan Lord. Chapter 458, Black Yuan Lord. This fella has inflicted heavy damage on two intermediate lords working together. His battle strength is stronger than mine. Silver Wing Lord heaved a sigh. Swordsman. Iron Saber Lord appeared beside Jian Wushuang and looked at him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently before he then said in an announcing voice, Everyone, feel free to go fight against the enemies. I'll do my best to help you with my realms. Upon hearing this, the lords of Drifting Blood Marquis camp revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Haha, let's go kill. Under such strong suppression by the realms, it's rather impressive that Pale Moon Marquis lords can still exert 7/10 of their battle strength and aren't too afraid. Humph. The realms of this swordsman, who is from our camp, is a notch stronger than Myriad Island's lords' two formations. Fight. The fighting began anew immediately. Because of the presence of Jian Wushuang's realms, the advantage which Drifting Blood Marquis' camp had was completely turned around this time. After all, when the full suppressive force of those realms was in effect, even advanced lords would have their strength reduced by more than 3/10, while the restrictions imposed on intermediate and novice lords was even greater than that. It could thus be said that the strength of the entire Pale Moon Marquis camp was greatly diminished. As for Myriad Island's lord, the two formations which he set up were, due to a lack of time, simpler and less powerful than usual. The boost which they provided to Pale Moon Marquis camp was far less than the suppression which Jian Wushuang's realms was causing to the lords. As a result, Pale Moon Marquis camp not only lost the advantage they previously had but now found themselves in a disadvantageous position. Take Demon Soul Lord, who was standing in the centermost of the battlefield, for instance. Previously, she was so close to defeating and killing Loftiness Lord, but because of Jian Wushuang's realms, her strength was restrained considerably, giving Loftiness Lord the chance to catch his breath. Moreover, an advanced lord from Drifting Blood Marquis camp came to partner Loftiness Lord, and she was thus no longer feared by the latter. Damn it, it's all because of that Saint Realm expert. Every one of the lords from Pale Moon Marquis camp was incensed like never before. They had never imagined that their originally comfortable advantage would be nullified by a small Saint Realm expert from the enemy side. They had never taken him seriously before. But now, Jin Wushuang had become key to the entire situation. Pale Moon Marquis camp had thought several times about killing him, but because he was being protected by Iron Saber Lord and another advanced lord from Drifting Blood Marquis camp, as well as because of his own exceptional battle strength, their attempts ended in failure each time. Right then, a black-robed figure emerged from a side channel and appeared on the battlefield. It sped immediately toward the centermost of the battlefield. There, Demon Soul Lord and Loftiness Lord were intensely engaged in a fight. They suddenly felt a shrill and powerful wind blowing at them. "Who's this?" Demon Soul Lord immediately turned and looked, only to find a fist filled with purple thunderbolts punching its way through the air directly toward her head. Although the terrifying fist had not struck her yet, its momentum alone caused palpitations in her, a superior lord's heart. Without hesitation, she transformed into a ghost and quickly shifted backward. Boom! The giant fist struck powerfully onto the void, causing the latter to shake violently and forming a blast wave which swept out forcibly. The blast wave forced back two intermediate lords who were busy fighting by the side. When the gaseous wave dissipated, a black-robed figure gradually appeared on the battlefield. The entire battlefield quietened down upon the appearance of the black-robed figure. Many lords looked toward the new arriver. He dressed fully in black, had a head of messy purple hair, and kept an uneven mustache. His jet-black eyes were incomparably profound, and in the deepest region of his pupils circulated a streak of purple thunderbolt. Black Yuan Lord. Demon Soul Lord's countenance changed upon recognizing the arriver. Similarly, the expressions of the lords from Pale Moon Marquis camp turned unsightly. In contrast, the lords from Drifting Blood Marquis camp revealed joyful expressions upon seeing the man. Among the many lords from Drifting Blood Marquis camp, Black Yuan Lord was, in terms of strength, rated as one of the top 3 superior lords. It should be known that there were hundreds of lords under the command of Drifting Blood Marquis. Only a portion of them had come to seize back the cave mansion, and many were still on their way. There were thus only 1 or 2 superior lords of the 6 Cloud Realm in attendance from either camp. And among the superior lords who were present, Demon Soul Lord, who was from Pale Moon Marquis camp, was considered extremely powerful already. However, she was clearly a notch inferior to Black Yuan Lord. The latter possessed a matchlessly terrifying body which was recognized as the most powerful one in both camps combined. Even the bodies of Drifting Blood Marquis and Pale Moon Marquis themselves could probably not compare to his. And it was because of his powerful body that his battle strength was exceptionally terrifying. That's none other than Black Yuan Lord. Jin Wushuang was currently staring fixedly at him too. The former had heard of the latter while in Bayamo Marquis Cave Mansion. The latter had, before that, collected 15 streaks of Purple Heaven Thunderbolt from the Universal Thunderbolt pool in said cave mansion, and thereby developed his terrifying body. Rumor has it that Black Yuan Lord, who is considered to have the strongest body among the 2 large camps, had taken in 15 streaks of Purple Heaven Thunderbolt from the Universal Thunderbolt pool, after which his body became comparable in power to a second-grade magic weapon. Subsequently, he was said to have obtained several opportunities which enhanced his body's strength to an entirely new level. I wonder whose body is stronger between him and me. Jin Wushuang muttered to himself. He had absolute confidence in his own body. His body was already comparable to a superior second-grade magic weapon. This was why, even as a Saint Realm expert, his power was on par with that of an intermediate lord. A powerful aura swept forth from Black Yuan Lord's body after he appeared. Loftiness Lord. He opened his mouth and spoke in a chilly voice. Black Yuan Lord. Loftiness Lord walked up to him, donning a slightly respectful expression. "Hand the Tao weapon to me," Black Yuan Lord said. Loftiness Lord nodded and, without hesitation, handed the blood-red spear he was holding to Black Yuan Lord. After he had received the weapon, and while using it to fight against experts from Pale Moon Marquis Camp, he was sent a message from Spirit Lord informing him to hand the Tao weapon to Black Yuan Lord upon the latter's arrival. Tao weapon. Clutching the blood-red spear in his hand, Black Yuan Lord weighed it and nodded to himself. Then, with a wave of his hand, he kept the blood-red spear into an interspatial ring. Chapter 459, Something Unforeseen. Chapter 459, Something Unforeseen. Black Yuan Lord only began to look around after doing all these. Demon Soul Lord. The latter was the first person he looked toward. His voice, which was broad and seemed to contain a special magical power, rang out on the battlefield. "This Tao weapon is now in my hands. If you're not happy about that, come at me as you will. I'll be glad to entertain." After he finished speaking, the lords from Marquis Tsongyue's camp could not but become silent, and their facial complexions became rather unsightly. They were well aware that if the Tao weapon was in Loftiness Lord's hands, they would have some hope of obtaining it by fighting. However, now that it had fallen into Black Yuan Lord's hands, they would have to kill him in order to obtain the weapon. However, not only was he extremely strong, but his body was acknowledged to be number one among both camps. Even if the two marquises personally worked together, they would not have absolute confidence about killing him. And without the marquises, they were utterly incapable of killing him, and naturally would not be able to take the weapon. Black Yuan Lord. Demon Soul Lord spoke, clenching her teeth. "You ought to know that my Marquis considers the long spear to be a magic weapon. The Tao weapon you just received suits him perfectly." "I know." Black Yuan Lord nodded slowly. "I'll eventually pass this Tao weapon to Marquis Piaoxue. Your Marquis shall have to discuss it with him." Demon Soul Lord's face sank, and she said little else. The lords from Marquis Tsongyue's camp were now gathered together. Although most of their attention was focused on Black Yuan Lord, some of them would look at Jian Wushuang from time to time. "It's all because of that little fella. If not for his realms, we would certainly have killed Loftiness Lord and seized the Tao weapon before Black Yuan Lord arrived. It's the realm's fault." Lords from Marquis Tsongyue's camp glared at Jian Wushuang with resentment. Marquis Piaoxue's camp had a different reaction. "Haha, our young swordsman friend. Swordsman brother, your strength is truly outstanding." Many lords clustered beside Jian Wushuang. Every one of them treated him warmly and no longer put on the airs of a lord. After all, Jian Wushuang's use of strength during the battle had already proven that he was no weaker than a lord, though he was only a Saint Realm expert, and thus he naturally won the respect of every lord. Jian Wushuang laughed and acknowledged the warmth being shown by the lords. Suddenly, boom! The cave mansion, which had already quietened, abruptly began to tremor violently. The earth trembled and the mountains swayed. The entire cave mansion seemed as though it was going to cave in completely. "What's going on?" The lords from both camps frowned, revealing blank and puzzled looks. Even Black Yuan Lord was currently looking around in bewilderment. The entire cave mansion was shaking badly. Amidst the reactions of the lords, a large aura began to spread gradually. Though it was clearly still a considerable distance away from the lords, they were nonetheless horrified by its impending arrival. Furthermore, it spread upward at an astonishing speed such that it reached an entirely new height in only a short time. It pervaded the entire cave mansion, including the outer layer, causing experts in every corner of the cave mansion to feel its presence. The tremors gradually began to dissipate. Silence. The battlefield, where more than 50 lords and experts from the two large camps were gathered, fell into a dead silence. It took a while before some people began to talk. What exactly was that? What a widespread aura. Could it mean the creation of some treasure? Well, if this cave mansion even has a Tao weapon, then it's not surprising there are other treasures. The source of the aura is that way. Everyone looked toward the direction from which the aura originated. Let's go. Hurry up and get over there. Without any hesitation, the lords from both camps rushed in the direction of the aura's source. Black Yuan Lord and Demon Soul Lord also got moving. Swordsman and Silver Wing Lord, let's go too. Iron Saber Lord instructed. Jin Wushuang and Silver Wing Lord nodded earnestly and followed the crowd. Although the lords from the two camps had been fighting against each other just a while ago, they now had a tacit understanding to put a hold on the conflict. On the way toward the aura's source, Myriad Island's Lord walked up beside Demon Soul Lord. Demon Soul Lord. Myriad Island's Lord kept his voice low so that only the former could hear his words. "What's the matter?" she asked. He put on a rather serious expression. "Demon Soul Lord, you should be able to tell that the current situation is extremely unfavorable to our camp." "Yes, I can tell." She nodded. Prior to the arrival of Black Yuan Lord, Marquis Tsongyue's camp was already at an absolute disadvantage in the tussle for the Dao weapon. After his arrival, the gap between the two camps only grew. All this is because of that Saint Realm fella named Swordsman. Demon Soul Lord's chilly eyes involuntarily looked toward Jian Wushuang. "Yes, it's all because of him," Myriad Island's Lord muttered. "His realm technique is very powerful, much more so than the formations which I set up temporarily. If he remains in Marquis Piaoshue's camp going forward, he'll be a huge problem for us in future tussles over treasures." Demon Soul Lord's expression turned solemn. They were not overly concerned with Jian Wushuang's strength. Even if it compared favorably to that of an advanced lord's, it would not mean much to either camp. However, his realm technique was truly something else. Such a level of realm technique was always going to be a problem for either camp if possessed by the opposing camp. "Demon Soul Lord, your strength is currently the greatest among the lords of Marquis Tsongyue's camp. I came to find you to tell you to kill the swordsman when there's an opportunity," Myriad Island's Lord said in an indifferent tone. "You want me to kill the swordsman?" Demon Soul Lord frowned. "We may know that the swordsman is important, but so does Marquis Piaoshue's camp. They'll definitely do everything possible to protect him. Even if it's me trying, chances of success are slim. Don't worry and just do your best. It doesn't matter if you don't actually kill him. All you need to do is make Marquis Piaoshue's lords focus their attention on you. Leave the swordsman to me," Myriad Island's Lord assured confidently. "Oh." Demon Soul Lord glanced astonishedly at Myriad Island's Lord and subsequently nodded in agreement. Chapter 460 Palace. Chapter 460 Palace. The lords from both camps traced the aura to its source, which was not a far distance away. It turned out to be a lofty and massive palace. A palace? There's actually such a huge palace within this cave mansion? The aura originated from this palace? The lords arrived in front of the palace and raised their heads to examine the palace's exterior. The palace was completely covered in black and was incomparably massive. Within it was contained the unique and widespread aura. While this cave mansion is divided into an inner and outer layer, its real core is this palace, perhaps. Jian Wushuang mused. He was not the only person who thought so. The lords from both camps could tell that this palace was special and that there was a high chance it was the real core of the cave mansion. More importantly, if a Dao weapon could even be found in the inner layer, what could there be in the palace as the absolute core of the cave mansion? Everyone became expectant. "Enter." Black Yuan Lord waved his hand and was the first to head toward the gate of the palace. Without hesitation, the lords from both camps entered the gate and stepped into the palace one after another. The palace, decorated in gold and jade, was extremely spacious within. The most noticeable object was the towering stone pillars, which each required a dozen or so people to encircle, and on which were carved numerous patterns. There was also a large number of extravagant ornaments in the palace. "Look there, quick." In compliance with the voice, everyone's eyes turned toward the direct front of the palace. A lofty throne was placed there, and on it sat an apparently middle-aged man who was draped in a blood-red cloak and had blood-red hair. His hands were clasped as he quietly sat upright on the throne with his eyes closed. He did not emit a trace of aura. In front of this middle-aged man with red hair stood 4 people who looked like sculptures. They were suited in purple golden armor, and their hands firmly gripped huge sabers. However, their eyes were also closed. Puppet fighters. When the experts from both camps saw the man and the 4 sculptures in purple golden armor, they immediately knew that these were puppet fighters. By all probability, these were extremely powerful puppet fighters to boot. At the very least, they would be more powerful than the gold-armored puppets the lords had encountered in the inner layer. And it must be noted that the gold-armored puppets were already able to rival advanced lords. "Look at what's on their hands," a lord suddenly exclaimed. Everyone immediately looked at the palms of the puppet fighters. What they saw caused their pupils to constrict at once. A ring was worn on the left index finger of each of the 4 armored puppet fighters. Emitting a special energy wave, they were clearly interspatial rings. Yes, every one of the 4 puppet fighters was wearing an interspatial ring. Similarly, the middle-aged man with red hair wore an interspatial ring on his left index finger. Interspatial rings. The eyes of the lords from both camps began to scorch. Although the entire palace was extravagantly decorated, there were no treasures or opportunities within it except for these interspatial rings being worn by the puppet fighters. It was thus conceivable that the real treasure within the palace lied in those rings. As soon as this idea came to mind, the lords from both camps hurriedly moved nearer to the puppet fighters. However, before the lords could reach them, the eyes of the 4 puppet fighters simultaneously opened. Frosty and completely emotionless, they looked over at the lords. "Intruders! Kill!" The 4 puppet fighters simultaneously began to move after one of them uttered these words in a chilly voice. For beams of purple-golden flowing light pierced through the void, while at the same time, powerful auras began to spread. These 4 auras were each no weaker than that of a superior lord. As expected, the experts from both camps felt a sense of marvel but did not feel surprised when they saw the auras emitting from the puppet fighters. After all, the gold-armored puppets which they encountered in the inner layer were already comparable to advanced lords. It was obvious to them that these 4 golden-purple puppets would be even stronger than that, being situated in the palace which was clearly the core of the cave mansion no less. These 4 puppet fighters were on a par with superior lords. However, none of the lords imagined that the 4 puppet fighters would wave their hands as they moved. Swish, 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 swish. Beams of golden flowing light shot out from their interspatial rings. Soon, gold-armored puppets filled the palace. Gold-armored puppets? The countenances of the lords changed. Reasonably speaking, the threat of gold-armored puppets was not as great as that of golden-purple puppets. However, an endless stream of gold-armored puppets emerged from the interspatial rings, such that in the blink of an eye, more than 50 of them appeared. This, including the 2 most powerful lords, Black Yuan Lord and Demon Soul Lord. The faces of every lord from both camps sank. To these 2 camps, there was nothing frightening about facing 4 golden-purple puppets, much as they had the battle strength of 4 superior lords. But now, with the addition of more than 50 gold-armored puppets, the lords would have to face the equivalent of more than 50 advanced lords. A lineup of 4 superior lords and more than 50 advanced lords was comfortably superior to the combined strength of the 2 camps. So many? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted as well. He was increasingly feeling the terror of the cave mansion's owner. Next, he conceived a thought which caused a vast blood river to sweep forth immediately. A combination of his 3 realms suppressed forth. Under the suppression of the realms, the speed of the gold-armored puppets was obviously reduced by a notch, while the 4 golden-purple puppets were similarly affected. These realms are not bad indeed. Black Yuan Lord glanced at Jian Wushuang and at the same time ordered, "Loftiness Lord and Iron Saber Lord, make sure you protect this fella." "Yes." Loftiness Lord and Iron Saber Lord nodded, and immediately appeared beside Jian Wushuang. The two of them understood the importance of Jian Wushuang to Marquis Piaoshua's camp. Everyone else, follow me to kill. Our camp must obtain at least 3 of the 4 interspatial rings. Black Yuan Lord's expression was frigid. Let's get moving. Chapter 461. Do it, kill Swordsman. Chapter 461. Do it, kill Swordsman. Boom. Apart from Jian Wushuang, the Loftiness Lord and the Iron Saber Lord, numerous lords of the Drifting Blood Marquis camp unleashed their powerful auras. Led by the Black Yuan Lord, they slashed toward the approaching puppet fighters. At the same time, many lords of the Pale Moon Marquis camp were also occupied. With a snort, the Myriad Islands Lord launched a series of punches to set up 2 sets of formation. Following this, the lords of the Pale Moon Marquis, led by the Demon Soul Lord, also fought their way out. The lords of both camps started to do battle. Although the lords maintained their silence and were focused on the puppet fighters, they had a tacit agreement. They would work together to kill the puppet before fighting each other for those 4 interspatial rings. The lords and the puppet fighters collided head-on. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying roar reverberated through the palace. It was only for a short moment, but the destruction was immense. After all, even though there were a large number of puppet fighters and their battle formation was very powerful, they didn't know how to work as a team. As a result, they were unable to exploit their battle strength. On the other hand, the lords of both camps coped well with Jian Wushuang's realm and were supported by the Myriad Islands Lord's formation. Although their overall battle strength was inferior to that of the puppet fighters, they were able to exploit different fighting tactics to prevail over the puppet fighters. It did not take long for the lords to defeat a few puppet fighters. Apart from the 2 lords, there were other lords in the different inner layers of the cave mansions. They rushed to the scene to offer them support when they felt the palace fill with their powerful aura. Things seemed to be going downhill for the puppet fighters as more lords were arriving at the palace to join the battle. It did not take long for half of the 50 gold armor puppet fighters to be killed. This pared their number down considerably. As intended by the lords, none of the 4 golden purple puppets were destroyed. This was because the interspatial rings were in the puppet fighters, and the destruction of a golden purple puppet would immediately result in a battle between the 2 camps. The lords preferred to terminate the gold armors first, then fight for the 4 interspatial rings. This was the obvious plan. Swish. Myriad Islands Lord's intentions were not apparent, but he had been fighting a gold-armored puppet near the Demon Soul Lord. When he noticed that few gold-armored puppets were left standing, he squinted and looked at the Demon Soul Lord. Demon Soul Lord, it's time now. The Demon Soul Lord stared at him. She understood Myriad Islands Lord's meaning and glanced at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's realm was powerful and was the sole reason that they were able to quickly defeat and kill the gold-armored puppets. However, when it came time for the 2 camps to fight for the 4 interspatial rings, Jian Wushuang would become a thorn in the side of the Pale Moon Marquis camp. To draw an analogy, Jian Wushuang would be like a fish bone stuck in a throat. If they couldn't get rid of this fish bone, the Pale Moon Marquis camp would be in torment. Without hesitating, the Demon Soul Lord dispatched the golden purple puppet she had been fighting. Inconspicuously, she flew towards Jian Wushuang. At that same time, the Myriad Islands Lord also seemed to lean towards Jian Wushuang intentionally. Jian Wushuang was outside the battlefield. He wasn't directly involved in the fighting and was focused on using his realm to suppress the puppet fighters. Besides, the Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord were still in front of him. All of those gold-armored puppets are almost defeated, the Iron Saber Lord said with a smile. After all, puppet fighters are not fully sentient. They don't know how to work well with others. Obviously, they're not qualified to be the opponents of our human lords. Furthermore, we have the realm of our friend, Swordsman. Looking at Jian Wushuang, the Loftiness Lord said in admiration, Swordsman's realm is really the envy of us. It's my pleasure to have you too, the advanced lords, to be my guards, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. At this moment, what happened? Jin Wushuang's expression darkened. The Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord both noticed the danger as well. A ghostly figure had suddenly appeared beside Jin Wushuang. Immediately, Jin Wushuang was covered by a terrible killing intent. Demon Soul Lord. The Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord instantly recognized the Demon Soul Lord and also realized her purpose. You want to kill Swordsman? The Iron Saber Lord snorted. He waved his sleeve and unleashed an immaterial wave. The Loftiness Lord held a long purple spear in his hand, but this was just a first-grade magic weapon. It was not as useful as the Dao weapon he previously had. You two can't stop me. Get out of here. With a cold voice, the Demon Soul Lord was filled with killing intent. A strange scarlet saber chopped violently towards them. It appeared like a curved shui yun in the sky. The Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord immediately tried to parry the blow. However, the Iron Saber Lord was only an advanced lord. Previously, he had been able to fight the Demon Soul Lord because he had the Dao weapon in his possession. Without it now, it was difficult for him to oppose her. It was impossible for them to stop the Demon Soul Lord, who was an expert at the level of Superior Lord. Clang, clang. A collision was heard, followed by the Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord being attacked and thrown sideways. The Demon Soul Lord paused for a moment, then rushed towards Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang made use of the Demon Soul Lord's pause to unleash the triple shift. His figure transformed into a residual shadow and retreated. As Jin Wushuang retreated, he stared coldly at the Demon Soul Lord. Abruptly, Jin Wushuang felt a chill. Instinctively, he turned his head and discovered that someone had appeared behind him. That person was the Myriad Islands Lord. The Myriad Islands Lord realized Jin Wushuang's purpose and gave him a menacing grin. The Myriad Islands Lord stretched out his palm slowly, and a flash of silver light flew towards Jin Wushuang. What's that? Jin Wushuang was shocked. He was soon able to see it clearly. The silver light was a bead. Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. The Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord also saw the silver bead and their expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 462, Fury. Chapter 462, Fury. Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt was a kind of thunderbolt. Its power was much greater than that of Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt was also extraordinarily violent. Usually, a single flash could eviscerate a novice lord. Refining Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt into a bead to concentrate its power would result in even more massive destruction. Jin Wushuang had exploited demonic grenade once in the Nanyang continent. At that time, he had refined the thunderbolt to a bead so that its power could explode instantly. However, demonic grenade's power paled in comparison to Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. That's Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. A few lords from both camps who were nearby also noticed it. When they realized that Myriad Island's lord had thrown a Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead, they were terrified and were worried for Jin Wushuang. A Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead explosion next to an advanced lord would kill him easily. Even a superior lord would suffer terrible injuries unless his physical strength matched the Black Yuan lord's. However, Jin Wushuang was only in the Saint realm. It was almost impossible for him to survive the Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. Boy, you are only in the Saint realm. You should feel lucky to be killed by a Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead. The Myriad Islands Lord smiled coldly. It seemed that he was picturing Jin Wushuang's demise by the Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. Myriad Islands Lord's move was unexpected. The Drifting Blood Marquis camp were aware that the Pale Moon Marquis would seek a chance to attack Jin Wushuang. That was why the Black Yuan Lord, the Iron Saber Lord, and the Loftiness Lord worked together to protect him. However, no one had expected that the Pale Moon Marquis would be so cunning. They had let the Demon Soul Lord, a superior lord, distract him while the Myriad Islands Lord sneaked up on him. This ruse had worked well. The Demon Soul Lord had been held back by the Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord for a short moment, but no one was able to stop Myriad Islands Lord's Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead. These events unfolded so quickly that Jian Wushuang wasn't able to respond immediately. When he realized the danger and wanted to escape, it was already too late. Go to hell. The myriad islands Lord roared. The ninth heaven thunderbolt emitted dazzling silver light and exploded. A tremendous power erupted in the palace. The explosion rocked the big cave mansion with a deafening and terrifying noise. The energy released was strong enough to easily outclass and kill an advanced lord. Being less than a meter away from the explosion, Jian Wushuang was exposed to more than 90% of its power. Boom! Visible residual waves from the explosion billowed from its epicenter and propagated through the palace, affecting most of the lords. Many had to close their eyes. After a long time, the palace settled down. Things came to a close. The lords of both camps looked at the place where Jian Wushuang had been. Is he dead? Everyone was thinking the same thing. Swordsman, the Iron Saber Lord's face was clouded over. Look at this blood river. It is still here, a lord of the Drifting Blood Marquis camp suddenly said. Everyone immediately looked at the blood river which was still there. It continued to emit the aura, which had not weakened. Instead, it was still rolling. What's going on here? The blood river didn't disappear? Is Swordsman still alive? He didn't die, did he? Still alive? The lords of both camps were incredulous. Was he still alive? Was it possible? The myriad islands lord squinted. The smoke from the explosion had cleared and a figure gradually appeared. He carried a long sword. The clothes on his upper body were split. His skin was darkened, which gave him a wild appearance. Meanwhile, the right side of his body drew attention. It looked slightly red and there were a few tiny wounds on it, but they were obviously superficial injuries. How is it possible? The myriad islands lord was shocked. Impossible! The demon soul lord couldn't help yelling. All the lords of both camps who witnessed this were astonished. He didn't die, did he? He wasn't even really injured. There were only a few insignificant wounds on the right side of his body. How was he able to do that? The power of Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt is intense. If I had been in Jian Wushuang's place, I wouldn't have been seriously hurt. It would definitely mess me up. It is impossible not to sustain any nasty injuries, but this little guy. The Black Yuan Lord looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise as a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. What if his body is stronger than mine? He was not aware that when Jian Wushuang was inside the Universal Thunderbolt Pool in Bayamo Marquis Cave Mansion, he had already absorbed 37 Purple Heaven Thunderbolts. Now his body was on par with a superior second-grade magic weapon. Even among the lords, Jian Wushuang was already incredible. Although the Black Yuan Lord was ranked first among numerous lords of the two camps, his physical strength was just good enough to reach the requirement of a superior second-grade magic weapon. Compared to Jian Wushuang, he was inferior. In the palace, the lords of both camps were shocked speechless. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang's expression was glacial and he was filled with fury. In the icy depth of his eyes, rage burned. Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord, you too got a good trick. Jian Wushuang's voice filled the palace. Its cold tone was reminiscent of December's frost. The sneaky attack that the Demon Soul Lord and the Myriad Islands Lord had launched infuriated Jian Wushuang. The Myriad Islands Lord snorted in response. Actually, you were the good one. A ninth heaven thunderbolt bead exploded near you, but it still couldn't kill you. Little guy, you were so lucky. I'm sorry that I disappointed you too, Jian Wushuang said. I am still alive, but I'm afraid you guys will die soon. As he finished his words, he suddenly waved his hand. A scarlet figure immediately popped up beside him. The blood puppet had appeared. Jian Wushuang took out 10 blood gems, and soon they were all swallowed by the blood puppet. 10 blood gems would allow the blood puppet to show its full power once. Sword Ancestor created the blood puppet. I really want to know the extent of its power. There was a severe expression in his eyes as Jian Wushuang pointed to the front. Blood puppet, kill the two of them. Chapter 463, Kill. Chapter 463, Kill. As Jian Wushuang dictated the order, the blood puppet transformed into a flash of blood-colored flowing light and flew away. He popped up in front of the Demon Soul Lord. A puppet fighter? The Demon Soul Lord noticed that the blood puppet had rushed to attack her. She frowned but was not really bothered. She had already encountered hundreds of puppet fighters in this cave mansion, including a large number of gold-armored puppets and 4 golden-purple puppets. These puppet fighters had not really threatened her. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was only in the Saint Realm, so the puppet fighter that he owned wouldn't be that strong. Get the hell out of my way. The Demon Soul Lord chopped with her saber. Although it was a quick chop, it still caused a blood moon to emerge and provided tremendous power. In contrast, the blood puppet had only launched a punch that did not seem special. When the two strikes collided, the power from the blood puppet's punch erupted. What? Her expression changed dramatically. The Demon Soul Lord could sense the power from her opponent's fist, but she was unable to defend herself against it. Her scarlet saber curved slightly from the punch. The tremendous power was transmitted from her arm to the insides of her body. Puff! The Demon Soul Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura was weakened, and she sank to the ground. There had only been one collision, and the Demon Soul Lord, who was regarded as an excellent superior lord, had already received a serious injury. This is the Marquis battle strength. When the Demon Soul Lord was able to stand firmly, she looked up and howled violently. The howl echoed through the palace and made the lords of both camps stare. The Marquis battle strength? A puppet fighter in the Marquis level? Everyone looked at the blood puppet and nodded to themselves. One punch had seriously hurt the Demon Soul Lord. Obviously, the blood puppet must be at the level of Marquis battle strength. They wondered how someone in the Saint Realm could have a puppet fighter in the Marquis level. Even in the two camps, no one had ever owned a Marquis puppet. The battle strength of a Marquis puppet was equal to Marquis level. In both camps, only the Snow Marquis and the Marquis Zhangyue had such battle strength. They didn't know that this blood puppet was created by the Sword Ancestor, and that it was also the strongest one that he had ever made. This puppet fighter is worthy of Sword Ancestor's name. Before, the blood puppet had consumed only 3 blood gems, so it couldn't really exploit its power. Still, it had easily outclassed a heaven-defying level expert. So, if it consumes 4 blood gems, its battle strength will be on par with the regular level of a lord. If it consumes 6 blood gems, it should be comparable to an advanced lord. By consuming 10 blood gems, the blood puppet will reach the peak of its battle strength, equivalent to that of a Marquis. Moreover, it was the strongest puppet fighter made by the Sword Ancestor. It definitely wouldn't disappoint Jian Wushuang, would it? Demon Soul Lord, you must die today. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of killing intent. The blood puppet turned into a flash of flowing light once again and rushed toward the Demon Soul Lord. At the same time, the blood river which had filled the palace flowed towards the Demon Soul Lord. The powerful pressure from the blood river limited her movement. Damn it! The Demon Soul Lord looked ferocious, but her expression betrayed doubt as she looked at the blood puppet. She knew that even at her optimum state, she could only flee from the blood puppet. Now, she had already suffered a serious injury and was also suffering the effects from Jian Wushuang's realm. She could barely defend herself now. Run, run. The Demon Soul Lord turned around and ran. Do you think you can escape? Jian Wushuang clenched his fist and successively launched several punches through the air. As he did so, the vast spiritual power that had gathered in his body exploded as well. Azura's secret skill, 18 levels of hell. His voice echoed coldly through the palace. Abruptly, the environment changed. A huge scarlet pavilion slowly emerged. In it, a few ghostly shadows could be seen faintly, and they were howling. When the scarlet pavilion had completely emerged, an immaterial power instantly spread out. The Demon Soul Lord, who stood below the scarlet pavilion, felt the effects of its power immediately. She had been making her escape, but she suddenly paused in the void. It was only a short pause, as short as the blink of an eye. That was the extent of Jian Wushuang's power. After all, the Demon Soul Lord was a superior lord. Jian Wushuang's realm was still lower than hers. Even if Jian Wushuang exploited the 18 levels of hell to its fullest extent, it only could stop the consciousness of the Demon Soul Lord for a short moment. Even so, Jian Wushuang had already consumed 70% of his spiritual power. It was only the blink of an eye that was too short even for the lords of the two camps to do anything. However, it was different from the blood puppet. By consuming 10 blood gems, its battle strength was already on par with an ordinary marquis. At marquis level, its speed picked up as well. In just a short moment, the blood puppet had already caught up with the Demon Soul Lord. The Demon Soul Lord recovered her senses in a couple of minutes, but the blood puppet had already arrived and punched at her head. Damn it! The Demon Soul Lord panicked, and she hurriedly waved the scarlet saber to parry the punch. Unfortunately, the serious injury she had already sustained was aggravated. Her scarlet saber was thrown off, and she spat mouthfuls of blood. She involuntarily retreated. Before she was able to stand firmly, a huge scarlet palm suddenly appeared behind her. The scarlet palm had been formed by Jian Wushuang, who was driving the road to the underworld. The scarlet palm punched her, stopping her retreat and pushing her back toward the blood puppet. No! The Demon Soul Lord howled desperately. She saw the blood puppet clench a fist and punch toward her head. This time, she didn't have any chance to escape. Pong! The Demon Soul Lord's skull was crushed by the punch. Witnessing this, the lords from both camps were dumbfounded. Even the Black Yuan Lord was frightened. The Demon Soul Lord, the superior lord in the Six Cloud Realm, was very powerful. Even the Black Yuan Lord, who was better than the Demon Soul Lord, didn't have enough confidence to kill her. But now, the Demon Soul Lord was dead. Chapter 464, Myriad Islands Lord's Trump Card. Chapter 464, Myriad Islands Lord's Trump Card. The Demon Soul Lord was dead. She had attempted to murder someone in the Saint Realm. Unfortunately, she was killed by her opponent and his puppet fighter instead. Jian Wushuang, who killed the Demon Soul Lord, looked very calm. It seemed as though it had been easy for him to kill the Demon Soul Lord. Soon, he turned his icy glare at the Myriad Islands Lord. Killing intent suffused him again. The Demon Soul Lord and the Myriad Islands Lord had worked together to catch him unaware. The Demon Soul Lord had tried to distract him while the Myriad Islands Lord sneaked up behind him. Compared to the Demon Soul Lord, Jian Wushuang felt more murderous intent toward the Myriad Islands Lord. Myriad Islands Lord, the Demon Soul Lord has already died. Now, it's your turn. Jian Wushuang's deep and low voice reverberated coldly through the palace. The Myriad Islands Lord's expression froze, but he did not panic, nor was he terrified. Kill me? Only you and this puppet fighter? The Myriad Islands Lord looked disdainful. He turned his palm, and soon an object showed up on it. That was a scroll. The Myriad Islands Lord opened it. At the same time, he launched several punches on it to make a few special marks. Soon, the scroll was filled with tremendous power. Whoosh! The activation of the scroll caused an energy shield to coalesce around the Myriad Islands Lord. Formation? Jian Wushuang looked at the energy shield and narrowed his eyes. Little boy, you shouldn't underestimate me. My formation is the best in both camps, so it's not as simple as what you see now. It's a pity that I rushed here and didn't have enough time to prepare, otherwise, the Myriad Islands Lord sneered. Jian Wushuang was quiet. He didn't issue any commands, but the blood puppet flew to the Myriad Islands Lord without any hesitation. Boom! The blood puppet had landed a violent punch on the energy shield, with a power strong enough to kill an advanced lord. Its punch landed on the energy shield surrounding the Myriad Islands Lord and dented it. The shield trembled as it erupted with a great deal of power that caused a strong roar. The energy shield was intact. It had not been smashed, and the Myriad Islands Lord who was inside the shield was not hurt. Jian Wushuang squinted. The lords of both camps were amazed. What a powerful defensive formation. Even the marquee puppet couldn't break it. No wonder the Myriad Islands Lord's formation is the best in both camps. This defensive formation could save the Myriad Islands Lord. As long as the Myriad Islands Lord has this formation, it is impossible for the swordsman to kill him. Jian Wushuang and his marquee puppet had easily killed the Demon Soul Lord, who was a superior lord. That had stunned them. Even though the Myriad Islands Lord was not as strong as the Demon Soul Lord, he was regarded as the first master of formation in both camps. It would be more difficult to defeat him. The formation looks good. Jian Wushuang looked at the energy shield around the Myriad Islands Lord. He could tell that the energy shield was very unique, and it could balance the energy by itself. After the attack from the blood puppet, the energy shield had consumed a bit of energy but had soon recovered. If I want to break the energy shield, I have to directly smash it with violent force. The power should only focus on one spot. However, the only person in both camps who is able to do that is the Marquee Lord, Jian Wushuang thought. A real Marquee, an expert above 7 Cloud Realm, had terrifying power and was also an expert of human being. He would be able to exploit the manual and the unique skill. By exploiting the unique skill, consolidating all power into a single point and unleashing that power instantly, one would be able to smash the energy shield. However, even though the blood puppet was a marquee-level puppet fighter and had marquee battle strength, it was still only a puppet fighter. He didn't know how to exploit the unique skill, wasn't able to focus all the power to one spot. He also couldn't control the timing of the explosion, so he wouldn't be able to break the energy shield. Swordsman, the Myriad Islands Lord raised his voice. You are only in the Saint Realm, but you have terrifying realm and excellent strength. You are already the best of the intermediate lords. Moreover, your body is also very powerful. The 9th Heaven Thunderbolt exploded near you, but you didn't really get hurt. Now, you show us a marquee-level puppet fighter. We lords really envy your ability and skills. Upon hearing this, the lords of both camps looked surprised. Jian Wushuang's realm, his super-powerful body, and the marquee-level puppet fighter made them jealous. But Jian Wushuang was only in the Saint Realm. However, we only envy you. After all, you are not a real marquee expert. You want to kill me, but you won't be able to, the Myriad Islands Lord said with a big laugh. Really? Jian Wushuang looked up and stared at the Myriad Islands Lord coldly. I don't think so. Jian Wushuang took something out of the interspatial ring. It was a gold longbow with a sharp golden arrow. The gold longbow radiated a fierce aura. A bow. Noticing the longbow, the lords were slightly shocked. Jian Wushuang grinned and then threw the gold longbow to the blood puppet. The Dragon King bow. It was one of the opportunities that Jian Wushuang had received in the Marquee Beima Cave Mansion. He had kept it with him, but had never used it. The Dragon King bow was also a first-grade magic weapon, and it contained great power. More importantly, the bow was able to focus all the power to one spot and to unleash that power in an instant. Myriad Islands Lord, you sure are confident about the strength of the energy shield. I'd really like to see if my blood puppet can break your tortoise shell with this Dragon King bow. While Jian Wushuang was speaking, the blood puppet was slowly pulling the bowstring of the Dragon King bow. While the blood puppet was only a puppet fighter and he didn't know any unique skills, he was able to follow Jian Wushuang's order to shoot an arrow. As the bowstring was stretched, a terrifying power gathered at one point. The bowstring emitted a few flashes of dazzling golden light. The Myriad Islands Lord who was being targeted by the Dragon King arrow felt its tremendous power. His eyes narrowed. Chapter 465, Dragon King Arrow, Shoot to Kill. Chapter 465, Dragon King Arrow, Shoot to Kill. This bow is a first-grade magic weapon? Myriad Islands Lord's expression changed slightly. The powerful energy shield around him was his largest trump card. Under normal circumstances, even a marquee could not crack it unless he used his strongest skill. Myriad Islands Lord had thought that he could not be defeated by Jian Wushuang, who only owned a puppet fighter of marquee level. A marquee puppet would not know how to use its strongest skill, so it was impossible for it to break the energy shield. But it would be different if the marquee puppet fighter was equipped with a first-grade magic weapon. The bow concentrated its strength at its point. As the blood puppet drew the bowstring and the terrible power accumulated, Myriad Island's lord felt its threat. Inside the palace, lords of the two camps observed the Dragon King bow closely. At the moment, the blood puppet had already drawn the bowstring to about 80% of its full extent. Soon, it stretched to 90%. That was the limit of the blood puppet. The power that had condensed on the Dragon King arrow was astounding. 90%? Jin Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. The drawing resistance of the Dragon King bow was extremely high. When Jin Wushuang had just obtained the bow, he had drawn it to 10% with his best efforts. Later, he had found Marquis Baima's opportunity, which had increased his strength, particularly in the physical aspects. This had enabled him to draw it to a limit of 50%. It was extremely difficult for the blood puppet to draw the bow to 90%. Probably, only actual marquises could hold it at full draw. With the accumulated power reaching its peak, the blood puppet suddenly loosened its tight palm. Chu. A golden flowing light crossed the sky with a long tail like a comet. Fast. It was too fast. It was so swift that everyone present forgot to dodge. Myriad Island's lord knew that he could not escape from the arrow. He stood still and stared attentively at the Dragon King arrow. Although he had full confidence in the energy shield around him, he felt fearful as the arrow flew toward him. Erring on the side of caution, he operated his spiritual power to build another spiritual power shield around his body. The golden comet dragged its long tail and hit the energy shield around Myriad Island's lord. Boom! The terrible power that had condensed to an extreme density suddenly broke out and swept through the energy shield in a frenzy. Simultaneously, the energy shield tried to resist its advances and released vast amounts of power. Chi, chi, chi. Subtle sounds from the pressure of energies colliding reverberated through the palace. The lords had already fallen silent. Even Black Yuan Lord and others who had been fighting the golden puppet fighters and golden purple puppets stopped to look at them. At the point of impact, the energy shield had been completely dented. At the center of the dent, a sharp light pounded heavily and drilled a tiny hole in the energy shield. The lords narrowed their eyes in surprise. Myriad Island's lord took a deep breath and roared angrily. There was another spiritual power shield formed by his own spiritual power around him. It helped to hold off the golden comet, but was eventually pierced by it. The golden comet encountered great resistance as it pushed toward Myriad Island's lord. After drilling through the two shields, the power of golden comet was exhausted. When it arrived at Myriad Island's lord's chest, its point merely pierced his skin and then stopped. Myriad Island's lord breathed heavily, and his whole back was soaked in sweat. He had been really scared when the Dragon King arrow had pierced his shields. Fortunately, the power of the Dragon King arrow had been depleted just as it was going to penetrate his body. Myriad Island's lord felt that he was at the extreme edge of survival. Then he laughed wildly. "Ha, swordsman, you can't kill me. You can't kill me." The broken energy shield began to repair itself at a surprising speed. In a blink of an eye, it was completed repaired, and the Dragon King arrow was pushed out by the energy shield. This energy shield had become intact again. Seeing this, the surrounding lords all sighed. What a pity. It was so close. He nearly killed Myriad Island's lord. Only Myriad Island's lord can survive that arrow. If it were us, we would be dead. Even Black Yuan Lord with his strong body can't resist that arrow. The lord sighed and felt pity for Jin Wushuang. "Swordsman, I said before, you can't kill me. No matter what aces you have, you can't kill me, ha." Myriad Island's lord was still laughing hysterically. Jin Wushuang was calm as he looked at Myriad Island's lord with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Myriad Island's lord," Jin Wushuang finally said. Myriad Island's lord stopped laughing and looked at Jin Wushuang with a trace of arrogance. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sneered, "It's too early for you to feel lucky." Well, Myriad Island's lord was puzzled at first, but he suddenly looked down at his chest hurriedly. The arrow had not really hurt him, but it had touched his body and pierced his skin. He looked down to inspect the wound. He was terrified by what he saw. This is... Myriad Island's lord stared at his chest. A patch of white had appeared. The white patch was spreading at an alarming speed and nearly covered his entire chest. Meanwhile, he felt a creepy chill spreading through his body and freezing his consciousness. The patch of white continued to spread and finally covered his entire body. Click, click. As the chill condensed, Myriad Island's lord turned into ice. The wind blew. Whoosh! The ice sculpture shattered. Chapter 466, An Unexpected Accident. Chapter 466, An Unexpected Accident. Myriad Island's lord died. He died with his eyes wide open and a terrified expression on his face. The lords of the two camps were silent, and they looked ambivalent. They had witnessed the events unfold. They were shocked to their core. A living man had become an ice sculpture in a moment and had shattered into pieces. It made their hair stand on end. They knew that Myriad Island's lord had been poisoned. When Dragon King Arrow pierced his skin, the poison on it had entered his body. But it was too ghastly. Myriad Island's lord, an advanced lord, had not been able to resist it and had died a swift and strange death. Even Jian Wushuang, who had used the poisoned arrow, sighed when he saw Myriad Island's lord's death. "The icy heart poison is much more frightening than I thought." Jian Wushuang looked at the Dragon King arrow in his hand. There was a hint of white on the point of Dragon King arrow, which was the icy heart poison he had deliberately used. Icy heart poison was the most frightening venom that Jian Wushuang had encountered. When he had helped Long Rushuang refine the icy heart poison in her body, he had obtained 12 drops of venom. He had applied 1 drop to the Dragon King arrow as a secret weapon. The result was satisfying. While Jian Wushuang was killing Myriad Island's lord with the Dragon King bow and icy heart poison, nobody knew that there was a magnificent hall at the bottom of the cave mansion. Inside it, a skinny elder suddenly raised his head. "Young master's aura. Why does he have it?" The skinny elder narrowed his eyes slightly as if he could see everything in the palace. Then he slowly stretched out his shriveled hand. The void beside the skinny elder tore unexpectedly like a piece of paper, revealing a huge wormhole. The skinny elder's palm stretched out of the wormhole. In the palace. After killing Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Island's lord, Jian Wushuang ordered the blood puppet to quickly pick up their interspatial rings. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the blood puppet back, and then looked around. He found that the lords of the two camps were staring at him with complex expressions on their faces. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and began to say something, but suddenly, an unexpected accident happened. An immaterial wave came from the void and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. They were stunned by what they saw. The void collapsed without a sign and revealed a huge wormhole. From it, a shriveled hand stretched out and slowly grew larger. Soon, it became so immense that it covered the sky. Space and time froze. The lords were terrified. Simultaneously, they discovered with horror that they had lost their ability to act. Jian Wushuang also could not move at this moment. The hand seized Jian Wushuang as easily as if he were a toy. It then retreated back into the wormhole, which shrunk and disappeared. Calm was restored to the palace. However, the emotions of the lords present were turbulent. When they recovered, they realized that Jian Wushuang had disappeared with the huge hand. In the magnificent hall at the bottom of the cave mansion, the skinny elder slowly stretched his hand and pulled Jian Wushuang into the hall. Then he loosened his grip and threw him on the ground. Jian Wushuang struggled to stand up, still feeling dizzy. He had been in the palace, but he had been unexpectedly grasped by a giant hand and brought to this hall. The hand had suddenly appeared from the void, and seized him with such ease. He had been unable to struggle and resist. Even a marquis would have been unable to that. With mounting horror, Jin Wushuang looked around. He discovered that the palace was nearly identical to the one in which they battled for the interspatial rings. This included similarities in construction structure, size, and even the decorations. The only difference was that at the top of the hall, two men sat there instead of puppet fighters. They were both old men. One old man had white hair, a white beard, and an ethereal appearance. The white robe he wore was covered with dust. The other was thin. The thunderbolt mark between his eyebrows stood out. Jin Wushuang frowned and looked at the two reclining figures. He could not feel their vitality. It was as though they had been dead for many years. Nevertheless, the thin elder suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Jin Wushuang. His eyes were cold and held ghostly flames. What? Jin Wushuang was greatly taken aback. He still could not feel any vitality from the thin elder. He should be dead, but now? It was him who seized me. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and immediately understood the situation. He bowed to the old man and said, "Respected elder, I am Jin Wushuang." The thin elder's strength was unfathomable. He was definitely an incredible super being. In front of him, Jin Wushuang did not dare to use the pseudonym of Swordsman. Jin Wushuang? The skinny elder stared at Jin Wushuang with his cold and strange eyes, but his voice was cordial. "I'm Di Jing." Hearing the name, Jin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. Di Jing? Great demon, Di Jing. Chapter 467. War God Di Jing, under the command of Emperor Shao. Chapter 467. War God Di Jing, under the command of Emperor Shao. All experts who had adventured in the flaming battlefield had heard of great demon Di Jing. After all, the flaming battlefield originated from him. 1,000 years ago, he had been attacked by 8 marquises and 322 lords on the flaming battlefield. Both sides had perished. The battle was a legend in divine land. Now this skinny elder claimed that he was great demon Di Jing. He caught me easily no matter how I struggled. His strength must be beyond that of marquises. A supreme expert like him who appeared on the flaming battlefield. Yes, he must be Di Jing, Jin Wushuang thought quickly. He recalled the legendary battle on the flaming battlefield 1,000 years ago. Di Jing had been assumed dead because he had disappeared, while the 8 marquises and 322 lords had died. However, no one had witnessed great demon Di Jing's death, and his body had never been found. It was absolutely credible that Di Jing was still alive. Reflecting on the skinny elder's astonishing strength, Jin Wushuang was 90% sure that he was Di Jing. Knowing his identity, Jin Wushuang became uneasy. Di Jing had been recognized as the great demon 1,000 years ago because of the frantic slaughter he had wrought. That was why so many experts had launched a collaborative attack on him. As he stood before the great demon, Jin Wushuang was worried that Di Jing might kill him just because he disliked his appearance. Or he might kill him just because he felt like it. If Di Jing wanted to kill him, Jin Wushuang would definitely be unable to resist. Jin Wushuang was on high alert. As though he had read Jin Wushuang's mind, Di Jing rolled his cold, strange eyes and snorted. "Rest assured, I'm not going to kill you for the moment." For the moment? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. "Boy, let me ask you something. You must answer honestly. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I may spare your life," Di Jing said coldly. "Please ask," Jin Wushuang calmly replied. He knew that Di Jing had seized him from among the experts in the cave mansion for a specific reason. "Boy, where did you get the icy heart poison venom?" Di Jing stared at Jin Wushuang. "Icy heart poison venom?" Jin Wushuang now understood that Di Jing's reasons for seizing him. With this in mind, he replied truthfully, "I obtained it by refining part of icy heart poison in someone's body." "Refine?" Di Jing was a little stunned. "You know how to refine icy heart poison?" "For some special reason, I can refine it, but only a very limited part," Jin Wushuang said. Di Jing continued to ask, What's your relationship with the person with icy heart poison? Well, Jin Wushuang hesitated before answering. We're sort of friends. She had once helped me, and I helped her to detoxify the poison, too. I see, Di Jing nodded and murmured. No wonder I can feel a young master's aura on you. I guess my young master has given you a pledge? A pledge? Jin Wushuang immediately recalled the jade slip which Lung Rushuang had given him. Lung Rushuang mentioned that he could break the jade slip when he was in danger. Young master? Jin Wushuang looked at Di Jing with a strange expression on his face and asked, She's your young master? Yes, Di Jing nodded. A faint smile appeared on his thin and sunken face. Di Jing continued, Boy, stand closer. Jin Wushuang frowned and hesitated. Boy, don't be afraid. Since my young master gave you her pledge, she must have a close relationship with you. Naturally, I won't kill you. In any case, if I did want to kill you, I'd be able to do it even if you're 1,000 miles away, Di Jing said with a smile. Recalling how Di Jing had seized him, Jin Wushuang forced a smile. Indeed, with Di Jing's incredible skills, he could kill him no matter where Jin Wushuang hid. Jin Wushuang shook off his hesitation and walked to stand in front of Di Jing. I haven't talked to anyone for over 1,000 years, Di Jing sighed. Over 1,000 years? Jin Wushuang was surprised. Have you stayed in this cave mansion for so long? That's right. Di Jing nodded and said with a sigh, I have been meditating on slaughter Dao. 1,000 years ago, something was wrong when I comprehended it. That was why I killed so many innocent people. Without any other options, I had to cultivate it in this cave mansion. I've been here for 1,000 years. Is that so? Jin Wushuang was shocked. Everyone on the flaming battlefield said that Di Jing was a great demon who had been addicted to slaughter. 1,000 years ago, he had massacred innumerable innocent people. Other experts had been enraged and had decided to band together to fight against him. No one knew the reason for Di Jing's crazy slaughter. It's rumored that you died together with those experts who attacked you, Jin Wushuang laughed. Died together with them? Those bugs? Di Jing sneered. Though I was affected by Heart Demon and could only use 1% of my strength, a group of bugs of Cloud Realm couldn't possibly harm me. Di Jing obviously did not think highly of Cloud Realm experts. Hearing that, Jin Wushuang was incredulous. Di Jing is definitely a super expert beyond the Cloud Realm. Probably, he's even stronger than the 10 sovereigns in Divine Land. I wonder whether he's stronger than the 3 ancestors, Jin Wushuang thought in horror. Since Di Jing was so powerful, how about Lung Rushuang, the young master of Di Jing? Jin Wushuang knew that Lung Rushuang's father was Di Jing's master. What incredible strength would Di Jing's master possess? Elder, may I ask who you and your young master are? Jin Wushuang could not help asking. You want to know? Di Jing glanced at him and smiled faintly. Listen, I am the 7th war god under the command of Emperor Shao of Tang of the East. Chapter 468, Puppet Master. Chapter 468, Puppet Master. The 7th war god, under the command of Emperor Shao of Tang of the East? Jin Wushuang was astonished. He had heard of Tang of the East. It was a bloodthirsty kingdom on the Nanyang continent, where Jin Wushuang had adventured for some time. But he had never heard of Emperor Shao of Tang of the East or the war gods. Why? Don't you understand? Di Jing looked at him with great interest. Respected elder, I know the Tang of the East. I've only heard that there is a mysterious monarch, but I've never heard of Emperor Shao or the war gods, Jin Wushuang frowned and said. The Tang of the East that you know is completely different from the one I mentioned, Di Jing laughed. The one you know was created by my master. As for the real one, you've never seen it. If you have an opportunity in the future, you'll know the prosperous Tang. Jin Wushuang was stunned speechless. The Tang of the East on the Nanyang continent was a slaughterous dynasty and country of death, but the Tang of the East mentioned by Di Jing was a prosperous world. Well, it's useless to explain to you, boy, Di Jing said with a wave of his hand. Jin Wushuang stopped speaking as his attention turned to the other figure in the hall. Elder, who is he? Jin Wushuang looked at the old man with white hair and beard, who had obviously been dead for many years. He was the owner of this cave mansion, Di Jing said. Owner of the cave mansion? Jin Wushuang was surprised. I thought it was constructed by you. Of course not. Di Jing said, curling his lips. I'm going to die. Why would I construct a cave mansion? He is puppet master. He seemed to have been famous in Divine Land. In the information he left, he claimed to be the first puppet maker in Divine Land. First puppet maker in Divine Land? Jin Wushuang was intrigued. This was extraordinary. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his puppets had been, his own life was limited. When I fought those Cloud Realm experts in the Flaming Mountains, I discovered the cave mansion, so I chose this place to cultivate in seclusion, said Di Jing. This hall is the real core of the cave mansion, where he left 4 opportunities for future experts. It shouldn't have been discovered yet. You're lucky that I brought you here. 4 opportunities? Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up immediately. Boy, it's too early for you to get excited. The 4 opportunities are accompanied by tests. 3 tests are about making puppets, while I guess you're not good at it? Di Jing looked at him. As a powerful expert who had stayed in the cave mansion for over 1,000 years, Di Jing knew everything in the cave mansion. Jin Wushuang smiled reluctantly. Making puppets? Not good at it? He knew nothing about it. That's just it. Although there are 4 opportunities, you can get 1 at most. Even then, I wonder if you're up to it, Di Jing sneered. Boy, come with me. At least there's still an opportunity. Half a loaf is better than no bread, said Jin Wushuang, as he shrugged. He followed Di Jing into a secret chamber next to the hall. The test is in the secret chamber, Di Jing said as he looked at Jin Wushuang. If you can pass this test, you'll get a good reward. Value the opportunity. Jin Wushuang forced a smile and stepped inside without a second thought. He saw a vacant ground with a towering figure in the center. A puppet fighter? Jin Wushuang was not surprised to see it. Puppet Master had claimed to be the first puppet maker in Divine Land and had constructed this cave mansion, filling it with puppet fighters. It was unsurprising that he would use a puppet fighter in his test. The puppet fighter immediately opened his eyes and looked at Jin Wushuang. The Saint Realm? The puppet fighter asked with a hint of surprise. Oh. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, a puppet fighter with intelligence? There were 2 types of puppet fighters, intelligent ones and non-intelligent ones. They were very different. Puppet fighters with intelligence were as smart as human beings, but they were usually not very strong. Puppet fighters without intelligence were much stronger. For example, Jin Wushuang's blood puppet and other puppet fighters he had met in the inner and outer layer of the cave mansion belonged to this type. Jin Wushuang had once met puppet fighters with intelligence, such as Jinling and Mu Shan in the Ancestors' Land. Human warrior, you're just a Saint Realm expert, so I'll restrain my battle strength to the Saint Realm level. As long as you defeat me, you can get the opportunity my master left in this secret chamber, the blonde puppet fighter in blue robes said. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Are you ready? The blonde puppet stared at Jin Wushuang. As soon as he finished his words, he paused a second and then rushed forward. The blonde puppet bounced forward like a bomb. Simultaneously, a giant axe appeared in his hand. He swung it violently at Jin Wushuang as he made his approach. The giant axe cut the air with immense power and left a bright edge in the void. Nice axe skill, Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. He knew that puppet fighters with intelligence could use manual skills, unlike puppets that could only use physical strength. Jin Wushuang started to counterattack. He swept his sword up and blocked the axe shadow heading toward him. Clang! After the fierce collision, the blonde puppet continued to swing the giant axe in a flurry of attacks that oppressed Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang lifted his sword to resist as he thought in surprise, this puppet fighter's power is indeed of the Saint Realm level. However, his axe skill is extremely delicate. He's barely comparable to a novice lord. It was the test of Puppet Master. It would be impossible for a Saint Realm expert to defeat a puppet fighter of Novice Lord level. However, it was not difficult for Jian Wushuang, as he could easily fight against 2 intermediate lords at the same time. Jian Wushuang quickly started to attack. Chapter 469, Six-Story Pagoda. Chapter 469, Six-Story Pagoda. Swoosh! Bright sword light flashed like lightning and penetrated the void. The sword movement Jian Wushuang used was desperation. He used his force to violently break the blonde puppet's axe movements and knock him backwards. The blonde puppet blonde regained his footing. There was a white mark on his body left by Jian Wushuang's sword. If he had been an ordinary lord, he would have been dead. You won. He looked at Jian Wushuang and threw a black flowing light to him. He said, "This is your reward for passing the test." Jian Wushuang caught it. As he inspected it, a strange expression flashed on his face. The black flowing light turned out to be a mini black pagoda with 6 stories, each of the same height. A pagoda? Jian Wushuang left the secret chamber. Doubts churned in his mind as he returned to the palace to meet Di Jing. "Not bad, boy," Di Jing smiled faintly. "Respected elder, is this pagoda the good thing you mentioned?" Jian Wushuang asked skeptically. "Boy, don't be too greedy," Di Jing said as he looked at him. "It's called Six-Story Pagoda. It's definitely a good thing in Divine Land, and it's useful to you." "Six-story pagoda?" Jian Wushuang whispered. "Try to bind to it," Di Jing said. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang used his blood to bind to it. He met no resistance from the black pagoda at all and finished the process quickly. Well? Jian Wushuang realized the difference after binding to it. He could clearly sense a restriction on the first story of the pagoda. It was very complex and enigmatic. At first glance, Jian Wushuang could feel it but not understand it. "What a mysterious restriction," Jian Wushuang sighed. Di Jing said, "Boy, there is a restriction on each story of the pagoda. They were all slaughter restrictions." "You've meditated on the slaughter origin, right?" Di Jing looked at Jian Wushuang. "Yes," Jian Wushuang nodded. He mainly meditated on 2 types of origin, world origin and slaughter origin. In the past, his comprehension of slaughter origin had been higher than that of world origin. After adventuring in Marquis Baima Cave Mansion, his comprehension of world origin had vastly improved. He had formed 4 world origin marks and only 1 slaughter origin mark. "That's it," Di Jing responded with a smile and said, "The 6 restrictions are extremely profound and each contains 999 slaughter occults. Since you've meditated on slaughter origin, you can also meditate on these slaughter occults. The reference of the slaughter occults will greatly improve your speed in comprehending it. When you comprehend all 999 slaughter occults, you can unriddle the first restriction. Then, it'd mean that you've really entered the slaughter Dao." Jian Wushuang was stunned, but exhilaration soon took over. He turned to sense the first restriction in the pagoda and felt the existence of many slaughter occults. Most of them were new to Jian Wushuang. "No wonder you said that the 6-story pagoda is useful to me. It's such a great opportunity for me," Jian Wushuang said in gratitude. The first restriction was obviously a shortcut to the slaughter Dao. Dao. Beyond the origin was Dao. When comprehension of the origin reached the peak, the origin would naturally transfer into Dao. For example, slaughter origin would transfer into slaughter Dao when his comprehension reached an extremely high level. Dao is much more powerful than origin. That was why many experts and marquises would fight tooth and nail for the Dao weapon. Dao weapon was involved with Dao. However, Dao was too enigmatic. Even though the marquis experts were strong, they were not qualified to have access to Dao. In Divine Land, only 10 sovereigns and 3 ancestors had entered the level of Dao. How extraordinary the 6-story pagoda was that its first restriction alone could enable Jian Wushuang to enter the slaughter Dao. "Boy, you've won this advantage. Now I'll send you away," Di Jing said. "Thank you, respected elder," said Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he bowed to the puppet master. Di Jing raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand, and a huge wormhole immediately appeared in the void in the hall. Dijing's ease at creating such a huge wormhole shocked Jian Wushuang. The latter revised his estimation of Dijing's strength. "Go in," Dijing said. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang stepped into the wormhole and soon disappeared. After he had left, someone walked slowly out of the secret chamber. It was the blonde puppet who had fought with Jian Wushuang. He came to Dijing in the hall and asked, "Sir, may I ask why you said your 6-story pagoda was my master's 4th test?" The blonde puppet was confused. Puppet Master, the owner of the cave mansion, had only set 3 tests, which were about making puppets. The opportunities after passing the tests were also about making puppets. The 4th test had actually been set by Dijing just now. His purpose was obvious, that was, to give the 6-story pagoda to Jian Wushuang. Dijing remained silent while he thought to himself. Young master is indifferent and doesn't trust others easily. Even I'm not qualified to get her pledge, but she gave him one. What's more, he can refine young master's icy heart poison. It's so incredible. He's of great use to young master, but he is too weak now. Dijing had given the 6-story pagoda to Jian Wushuang to help him improve his strength as quickly as possible. He had concealed the truth about the 6-story pagoda's ownership because of his identity. It would be better to keep Jian Wushuang in the dark. Chapter 470, Disaster. Chapter 470, Disaster. Numerous lords from both sides had gathered in the palace. Now, they fled in terror. "Run! Run!" A forlorn voice reverberated through the palace. The lords escaped in a panic, in all directions. A red-haired, middle-aged man who radiated a mighty aura was in the midst of a frenzied slaughter. He was the puppet fighter, who had sat on a throne at the front of the palace. He had kept to the sidelines until the gold-armored puppets and 4 golden-purple puppets had lost the ground. Now, he erupted into action with overwhelming strength and killed many lords from the 2 camps. Even superior lords, such as Black Yuan Lord, were frightened of him. The red-haired middle-aged man was a terrifying marquee puppet. "Let's go. Hurry up." Black Yuan Lord growled with a cold look. Behind him, many lords from Marquis Piaoxue camp were escaping swiftly. Thoughts of the Marquis puppet's interspatial ring were banished from their minds. At this moment, buzz, an immaterial wave suddenly appeared in the surrounding area. A huge wormhole materialized and a figure slowly stepped out of it. Swordsman? Black Yuan Lord recognized him. Black Yuan Lord, what happened? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang took in the situation. A red-haired middle-aged man stood in front of an advanced lord from the hostile camp. He casually slapped the lord, and the latter's head shattered. Oh! Jian Wushuang was terrified. How terrifying the puppet fighter is. He is much stronger than my blood puppet. With 10 blood gems, blood puppet could unleash its full strength, which was comparable to the battle strength of marquee level. However, as a marquee puppet, blood puppet was weaker than the red-haired middle-aged man. Blood puppet's power could not hold a candle to the puppet fighter. Puppet Master placed such a powerful puppet fighter in this palace? Jian Wushuang sighed to himself. Swordsman, run! Be quick! Iron Saber Lord shouted. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He ran out of the palace with Black Yuan Lord and his other comrades. They continued to move toward the outer layer. Eventually, they arrived at the outer layer. They were able to take a brief respite and calm themselves. The puppet fighter is terrifying. He's so powerful that even a marquis can't fight him. Iron Saber Lord sighed. What happened to this puppet fighter? When we were fighting the 4 golden purple puppets, he did not move. But when we defeated them, he began to attack us, Loftiness Lord said with a frown. Who knows? I guess the master of the cave mansion planned this. Silver Wing Lord curled his lips. Shut up, Black Yuan Lord shouted frostily as he looked at the other lords. Originally, Marquis Piaoxue camp had more than 50 lords in the palace. When the puppet fighter attacked, Those lords had scattered, and only a dozen lords had escaped. No one knew what had happened to the other lords. Jian Wushuang and his other comrades waited in the outer layer for half a day. Other lords trickled out of the inner layer in succession. More than 30 lords from their camp had survived. I've asked Spirit Lord to tell these lords to leave immediately. Half a day is long enough to escape, so those who haven't emerged must have died in there, Black Yuan Lord said, eyes narrowed. The other lords were filled with grief. It was a disaster for both camps to be attacked by the puppet fighter. Numerous lords had died in his hands. What a tragedy! Iron Saber Lord sighed as he shook his head. Lords were rare, and now they had lost dozens. Our camp has suffered a great loss, but Marquis Tsangyue camp did not fare better. Black Yuan Lord looked toward the lords from Marquis Tsangyue camp, who had gathered next to them. Less than 30 lords from Marquis Tsangyue camp had gathered in the outer layer. It was clear that they had suffered heavy losses. Compared to their camp, we were lucky. After all, we gained much in the inner layer. We received a Dao weapon and grabbed 4 interspatial rings from the golden-purple puppets. Each ring must hold numerous treasures. Black Yuan Lord smiled. Of course, it's all thanks to you, Swordsman. If you had not killed Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord, we would not have obtained the 4 interspatial rings. Black Yuan Lord looked at Jian Wushuang. Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord had led the lords from Marquis Tsangyue camp in battle, but they had been killed by Jian Wushuang. Without leaders, those lords had been ineffective in their fight against Marquis Piaoxue camp. Right, Swordsman, you were taken away by someone, but then you returned suddenly. What on earth happened? Black Yuan Lord asked. The other lords from Marquis Piaoxue camp looked at Jian Wushuang in curiosity. They wondered where he had gone and what he had encountered after he had been unceremoniously grabbed by the giant hand. Jian Wushuang was prepared for this question. He raised his eyebrows and answered, I don't know what happened. I just know that an expert grabbed me and asked me for a drop of venom that I used to kill Myriad Islands Lord. Then he let me go. Chapter 471. The New Lord Arrives. Chapter 471. The New Lord Arrives. Jian Wushuang would not tell them that he met Di Jing at the bottom of the cave mansion. If the news was spread that great demon Di Jing was still alive, it would cause a sensation in the entire flaming battlefield or even the entire divine land. That's it. Black Yuan Lord frowned. Although he doubted it a little, he did not ask anything further. Then they left the cave mansion. Since the powerful Marquis puppet had prevented them from searching for treasures, they had to leave. The exploration of the cave mansion had to stop for now. As for the other secrets in the cave mansion, they would have to wait for the 2 camps' marquises to explore personally. In the huge campsite outside of the cave mansion, the lords from the Marquis Piaoxue camp did not rush to leave. Even though their camp had lost many lords in this action, they had still gained a lot, a Dao weapon and 4 interspatial rings. The surviving lords could receive corresponding battle achievements according to their contributions. With the help of Jian Wushuang's realm technique, Loftiness Lord had been able to resist until Black Yuan Lord came and then gave the Dao weapon to him. In the fight for the 4 interspatial rings, as Jian Wushuang killed Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord, the Marquis Piaoxue camp had been able to obtain the 4 rings. Jian Wushuang had contributed the most, so he would receive amazing battle achievements. 120,000 battle achievements. A flicker of excitement flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. It was known that the price for entering Beima Cave Mansion was 100,000 battle achievements, and he had now obtained an abundance of battle achievements, which could be exchanged for a large number of treasures. Spirit Lord stood in front of Jian Wushuang and said politely, Swordsman, those battle achievements can also be used outside the treasure vault. If you need a treasure that isn't in our vault, our camp will try to help you get it, as long as you pay enough battle achievements. He had heard about Jian Wushuang's amazing battle results in Puppet Master Cave Mansion. Oh, Jian Wushuang nodded inwardly. That's right, and there is another thing I need to discuss with you. Spirit Lord looked at Jian Wushuang and said seriously, You know, We've lost many lords in this action, and many of them were in charge of territories. Now they are dead, so those territories, of course, need new lords. Spirit Lord, you want me to take charge of a territory? Jin Wushuang asked in an odd tone. Yes. Spirit Lord nodded with a smile. Normally, if you have the strength of a novice lord, you're qualified to take charge of a territory. Now you have proved that you're strong enough to handle a territory. What's more, with such strength, you won't want to continue traveling in the flaming battlefield, will you? Jin Wushuang did not know how to react. Generally, Saint Realm experts would travel in the flaming battlefield, aside from any special cases. For example, if a new cave mansion emerged, the lords would turn up. Although Jin Wushuang was a Saint Realm expert, he was a bit stronger than an ordinary intermediate lord. It would be inappropriate for him to travel around the flaming battlefield. Moreover, he had lost interest in fighting in the flaming battlefield. In that case, I'd like to accept your suggestion, Jin Wushuang replied. I have a list of territories for you. Take a look and choose one as you like. Spirit Lord gave the list to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang started reading it. After a while, he made his decision. This one, Jin Wushuang said while pointing at the name of a territory. Blood Sword Territory? Spirit Lord said with a smile, then I'll arrange it for you. 3 days later, Jin Wushuang went to Blood Sword Territory with a lord. Blood Sword Territory was larger than Iron Saber Territory, and its previous owner was a novice lord. During this trip to Puppet Master Cave Mansion, that lord had no opportunity to enter the palace and was killed while fighting for treasures in the inner layer. Blood Sword Territory needed a new lord, so Jin Wushuang had come. Swordsman, that is Lord Mansion of Blood Sword Territory, a purple-clothed lady, Misty Heart Lord, said with a faint smile. I have sent a message and had those generals wait for you. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. Let's go down. Jin Wushuang and Misty Heart Lord flew toward Lord Mansion. Like Iron Saber Territory, Blood Sword Territory had an army called the Blood Sword Army, which had 20 generals in it. Those generals held the same ranks as commanders of Iron Saber Territory. Normally, Saint Realm experts at Stage 2 held the post, and a few of the generals were experts at Stage 3. Now, those generals were quietly waiting there. The new lord will arrive today, right? I wonder which lord will come. No matter who comes, he has to be an expert at the Cloud Realm, far superior to us. The generals were discussing it in secret. They had received the news that their lord had died, and the Marquis Piaoxue camp sent a new lord to take charge of their territory. At this moment, 2 figures slowly descended from the sky and appeared in Lord Mansion. The generals raised their heads and looked at the 2 figures. That's Misty Heart Lord. But who is the other guy? Misty Heart Lord has her own territory and can't take charge of our territory. So is our lord the one beside her? He is the new lord? Those generals immediately frowned. Lords were almost always Cloud Realm experts, who were more powerful than those generals. Therefore, as long as their new lord was a Cloud Realm expert, or even just a novice lord, they would be obedient to him. However, the black-robed young man with a long sword on his back was just a Saint Realm expert. Chapter 472, Blood Sword Lord. Chapter 472, Blood Sword Lord. Gentlemen, Misty Heart Lord looked at the generals and spoke. This is your new lord, Swordsman. On hearing this, the generals all had an odd expression. He is really the new lord. You let a Saint Realm expert be our lord? Swordsman? I have just come back from the flaming battlefield. I've heard of him. He killed a heaven-defying level expert, Deng Hua. Though he is powerful with amazing skills, he is just a Saint Realm expert. I heard that several days ago, 2 camps lost numerous lords in the exploration of the cave mansion. Doesn't our camp have any other lords? So they perfunctorily sent a Saint Realm expert here? The generals were discontented with the new lord. They only knew about their new lord's previous battle results of killing Deng Hua, so they were surely dissatisfied with him. If they had witnessed their new lord's performance in the Puppet Master Cave Mansion, they would have changed their opinions. However, now they all thought that a heaven-defying level expert was not qualified to be a lord. Jin Wushuang and Misty Heartlord knew what they were thinking from their facial expressions. Misty Heartlord smiled while looking at Jin Wushuang. The young man remained silent, but emanated overwhelming killing intent. Then a blood river directly swept out. Road to the underworld, hundredfold realm, and blood-fire domain were pulled together and surged forward. Suppressed by his powerful realm, those generals instantly fell down one by one. They tried to resist, but they could not stand up. They were all terrified. Swordsman, this is your realm technique? It's amazing. Misty Heartlord acclaimed. Jin Wushuang gave a faint smile. If he exerted his full strength, his realm technique could suppress 30% of the strength of an advanced lord. It was no wonder that these experts at stage 2 or 3 were not even able to struggle for a second under his attack. Jin Wushuang slowly stretched out his hand and pointed to the generals who were kneeling in the blood river. Just then, an immaterial wave spread out around them. Suddenly, those generals turned pale and felt as if they were suffering from chi deviation. I pay my respects to my lord. I pay my respects to my lord. All the generals shouted out in terror. The suppression was terrifying indeed. Facing such realm suppression, the generals were unable to resist, which meant their new lord's strength was far superior to a Saint Realm expert's. Even their previous lord did not have such strength. They immediately realized that the young man's battle strength might be superior to an ordinary lord. Therefore, they submitted to him. Jin Wushuang nodded and waved his hand. Then the mighty blood river dissipated and the generals all became relieved. Stand up, Jin Wushuang said indifferently. All the generals stood up and looked in awe at Jin Wushuang. His methods had thoroughly subdued them. Fools! Misty Heartlord, who had been watching all of this, said with a smile, because our camp has appointed Swordsman as your lord, we must have acknowledged his strength. Our camp has affirmed that he is qualified to be a lord, so why did you have any doubts? On hearing this, all the generals could not help lowering their heads. Fine. Misty Heartlord shook her head and looked at Jin Wushuang. Swordsman, no. I should call you Blood Sword Lord. From now on, you're in charge of the Blood Sword territory. Since I've finished my job, I shall leave now. Thanks, Misty Heartlord, Jin Wushuang said while cupping his fist. Soon afterward, Misty Heartlord left. Jin Wushuang looked at the group of generals, pointed to the most powerful one, and asked, "What's your name?" "Lord, I'm Binghua," the man replied immediately. "Okay, aside from you, the rest of the people can go." Jin Wushuang waved his hands. The other generals bowed and left. "I've just arrived here, so I am not clear about the business of the Blood Sword territory. Tell me about it," Jin Wushuang said while staring at Binghua. "Okay." Binghua nodded. The whole setup in the Blood Sword territory was similar to that in the Iron Saber territory, and there were many families there. Usually, nothing special happened there. Therefore, Blood Sword Lord and the Blood Sword Army had a lot of free time. "Lord, only the Dragon Blood Gem Mine needs your attention in our territory," Binghua said. "The Dragon Blood Gem Mine?" Jin Wushuang was a bit surprised. He knew that the Dragon Blood Gem was a high-level gem, which was used for refining magic weapons. A complete Dragon Blood Gem Mine was valuable enough to attract the attention of ordinary lords. Binghua began to explain the reason why. "Lord, a year ago, we found a Dragon Blood Gem Mine in our territory and took it, but Magic Flame Lord heard about it. Magic Flame Lord is an intermediate lord who acts in a tyrannical manner. He thought he was powerful, so he wanted to step in. Our previous lord was a novice and unable to fight against him, so he could only compromise. During this year, our Blood Sword territory and the Magic Flame territory have shared the Dragon Blood Gems 50-50. On hearing this, Jin Wushuang wore an odd expression. "We found a blood gem mine in our territory and instantly took it, but the Magic Flame territory suddenly stepped in and grabbed 50% of the gems. This is..." Jin Wushuang shook his head, but he understood. In this world, those who had power were respected. If he had not shown his strength to shock the generals, they would not have submitted to him. Chapter 473, The Dragon Blood Gem Mine. Chapter 473, The Dragon Blood Gem Mine. Magic Flame Lord is domineering. As we're part of the same camp and the Dragon Blood Gem Mine is in our territory, he agreed to share the gems with us 50-50. However, I heard that because our previous lord has died, Magic Flame Lord intended to hog all of it. Though you are our lord, I'm afraid Magic Flame Lord would not pay you any mind, Binghua said in a solemn tone. Oh, really? Jin Wushuang said with a smile. He had read the information on Magic Flame Lord and knew about his character. Binghua, Jin Wushuang said while looking at him, let's go visit Magic Flame Lord. Visit Magic Flame Lord? Now? Binghua was surprised. Yep, right now, Jin Wushuang replied with a faint smile. Soon after that, they set out. The Magic Flame territory was next to the Blood Sword territory, so they had contact with each other. One day later, Jin Wushuang arrived at the Lord Mansion in the Magic Flame territory. Please tell your lord that Blood Sword Lord pays him a visit, Binghua said to a guard of the Lord Mansion. Blood Sword Lord? The guard glanced at Jin Wushuang and sneered. A Saint Realm expert dares to call himself Lord? Piss off. Binghua's face fell. But Jin Wushuang wore an indifferent expression as he slowly opened his mouth. Magic Flame Lord. Jin Wushuang cried out. His voice seemed to be full of magic, reverberating through the entire mansion and lasting for a long time. A peevish, glum elder had been absorbed in a manual, when suddenly he heard the voice, narrowed his eyes, and raised his head. When he stepped out and appeared in the sky above the mansion, he immediately saw Jin Wushuang with his hands behind his back. He is, Magic Flame Lord was shocked and a little bit angry. He had not participated in the exploration of the Puppet Master Cave Mansion, but he knew what had happened there. He knew many experts died, and an expert named Swordsman rose in the fight. Swordsman was only a Saint Realm expert, but he had overwhelming strength, which could terrify intermediate lords. In the fight for the 4 interspatial rings, Swordsman killed Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord by using some techniques. Demon Soul Lord was a superior lord. Although Myriad Islands Lord was just an advanced lord, he was the top master of formations and was not weaker than a superior lord. However, they had all been killed by Swordsman. Moreover, Swordsman had a puppet fighter at the marquee level. Therefore, Swordsman had already become famous among the two camps. Sir, are you Swordsman? Magic Flame Lord went over and said with a smile as well as a hint of modesty. Sir? Binghua was a bit surprised, as Magic Flame Lord treated Swordsman respectfully. Magic Flame Lord, your guard didn't let me in and was even unwilling to send a message for me, so I had to shout. Please excuse me, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. On hearing this, Magic Flame Lord's face fell. He looked toward his guards. The guard who had refused Dinghua's request was terrified, dripping with cold sweat. Idiot, come and apologize to Sir Swordsman. Magic Flame Lord scolded him. The guard immediately kneeled down and offered his apology. Don't worry about it. Jin Wushuang waved his hand. Then he looked at Magic Flame Lord and said, Magic Flame Lord, I've just taken up the post of Blood Sword Lord, so I came to pay you a visit. Blood Sword Lord? Magic Flame Lord was a bit shocked, but he immediately realized why Jin Wushuang had come here. Sir, no. Blood Sword Lord, let's go down and have a chat, Magic Flame Lord said. Fine. Jin Wushuang nodded and then gave an order to Binghua. Stay here. Okay. Binghua nodded respectfully. Jin Wushuang and Magic Flame Lord then left. Binghua stood in the void with an odd look on his face. What happened? Why did I feel that Magic Flame Lord was in awe of our Lord? Right, he must have been in awe of him. Otherwise, he would not have treated our Lord so politely. Not long after, Jin Wushuang walked out of the Lord Mansion, while Magic Flame Lord personally saw him out. Binghua, let's go, Jian Wushuang said. Then they left for the Blood Sword territory. Magic Flame Lord finally felt relieved. On the way back to the Blood Sword territory, Binghua asked in curiosity, "Lord, what did you say to Magic Flame Lord?" "Nothing. We were just having a courteous talk, and I casually mentioned the Dragon Blood Gem mine," Jian Wushuang said. "Casually mentioned?" Binghua frowned. "Right, that was enough," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Don't worry, Magic Flame Lord is not stupid. He should know what to do." On hearing this, Binghua did not ask anything further. Soon after they came back, Binghua received the news that the people from the Magic Flame territory had withdrawn from the Dragon Blood Gem mine and clearly indicated that they would not step foot in the mine again. Binghua was stunned. In his mind, Magic Flame Lord was extremely domineering. When did he become so kind? Binghua did not know that Magic Flame Lord was just overbearing toward the weak, like the previous Blood Sword Lord, who was a novice lord. But when it came to Jian Wushuang, things were different. Even an advanced lord or a superior lord would treat Jian Wushuang politely. Magic Flame Lord was just an intermediate lord, so he did not dare to act in a domineering manner. He even worried that he might piss off Jian Wushuang and get killed by him. The Dragon Blood Gem mine and even the Blood Sword territory calmed down. Jian Wushuang had solidified his position. The 5th day after they returned, the Marquis Piaoxue camp sent something to him. Finally, Jian Wushuang thought with a hint of expectation. The thing that the courier had sent here cost Jian Wushuang 80,000 battle achievements. Chapter 474, The World Scroll. Chapter 474, The World Scroll. "Mr. Swordsman, here you are." The courier gave an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. "Thanks," Jian Wushuang said, and then let him leave. "Binghua." Jian Wushuang gave him a glance. "Lord," Binghua replied respectfully. Ever since Jian Wushuang visited the Magic Flame territory and made Magic Flame Lord relinquish the Dragon Blood Gem mine, all the generals had become obedient to Jian Wushuang. "I need to do a closed-door meditation. Don't interrupt me unless it's something very important," ordered Jian Wushuang. "Okay." Binghua nodded respectfully. Soon after, Jian Wushuang arrived at a secret chamber in the Lord Mansion. He sat with his legs crossed and turned his hand over, where a scroll then appeared. World Scroll. Jian Wushuang looked at the scroll with a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He had exchanged 80,000 battle achievements for it in the treasure vault of the Marquis Piaoxue camp. There were numerous treasures in the treasure vault. Some treasures were very helpful for experts to comprehend the origin, like the World Scroll, which was considered the most valuable among the treasures related to the comprehension of the world origin. Jian Wushuang was able to afford a treasure valued at 80,000 battle achievements because he had contributed the most in the Puppet Master Cave Mansion and received 120,000 battle achievements. He opened the World Scroll and then started studying it. Meditating for a while, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a smile on his face. "This scroll contains a whole world indeed," Jian Wushuang said. The World Scroll was similar to the cottage world that he had encountered in the Beima Cave Mansion, but more delicate than the latter. An expert could only meditate on the cottage world once, and his talent determined how long he could meditate on it. However, an expert could meditate on the World Scroll at any time. "It's a pity that I could only meditate on the cottage world once, but now, this World Scroll is more exquisite than the cottage world. Moreover, I can meditate whenever I want. There's no time limit." Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. The World Scroll was very useful to him. He took a deep breath and moved his mind. Then a blood-red figure appeared beside him. The figure wore a scarlet robe and a wicked scarlet mask. He was Jian Wushuang's slaughter doppelganger. In the Nanyang continent, Jian Wushuang's slaughter doppelganger had gotten killed once. Soon after that, his slaughter doppelganger formed again, but he rarely used it. Now, his slaughter doppelganger could help him a lot. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and gave slaughter doppelganger the 6-story pagoda that he obtained from the Puppet Master Cave Mansion. The 6-story pagoda contained 6 slaughter restrictions. The first restriction held 999 types of slaughter occult, which were a shortcut to the slaughter Tao. The 6-story pagoda was precious to a warrior who was meditating on the slaughter origin. The world scroll was only designed for comprehension of the world origin. From now on, I will focus on meditating on the world scroll and world origin, and my slaughter doppelganger has started meditating on the first restriction and slaughter occult, Jian Wushuang thought. His true self and his doppelganger worked separately, and with the help of 2 treasures, he was yielding double the results. As he stayed in his secret room, quietly perceiving through meditation, time passed by. In the Marquis Piaoxue campsite, Spirit Lord stood respectfully on the top of a huge pagoda. In front of him, a young man in a long silver robe casually sat on the step, supporting his forehead with his hand. Spirit Lord, the young man spoke in a warm voice. Marquis. Spirit Lord looked at the young man. The young man was Marquis Piaoxue, one of the 72 marquises in the Divine Land. 100 years have passed. Sword Suppression Valley will open again. Su Ming has sent invitations and invited many sword principal experts to take part in this meeting. As one of the 72 marquises, I also received the invitation. Master Su Ming asked me to recommend 3 experts, but it's not easy to find 3 sword principal experts, Marquis Piaoxue said in a low voice. Sword Suppression Valley? Master Su Ming? Spirit Lord raised his eyebrows. He had high status and knew a lot, so he knew about Sword Suppression Valley. Marquis, Master Su Ming asked you to choose 3 sword principal experts, so the 3 experts should not be too mediocre, or Sir Su Ming will get angry, Spirit Lord said. You're right. Marquis Piaoxue spread out his hands. Our camp has lots of experts, but as for those who are qualified to go to Sword Suppression Valley, I thought for a good while and can only assign 2 experts. One is Hunjian Lord. He has awakened his sword soul, so he's qualified for it. The other is Tianming Lord. Though he hasn't awakened his sword soul, he is remarkable in sword principle and adept at varied first-grade sword techniques. He even created a powerful sword skill. Those 2 lords are excellent. As for the third one, I've thought of several experts, but I feel that none of them are strong enough to go to Sword Suppression Valley. On hearing this, Spirit Lord said with a smile, Marquis, if the last expert has not been determined, I can recommend one. Who? Marquis Piaoxue looked at him. Blood Sword Lord, Swordsman, Spirit Lord said with a smile. Swordsman? Marquis Piaoxue was a bit surprised. Last time, you talked about the fight in the cave mansion of the inner area and seemed to mention Swordsman. I remember you spoke highly of him. Yes. Spirit Lord nodded. He is amazing. Though he is a Saint Realm expert, his battle strength is superior to many intermediate lords. More importantly, he is proficient in sword principle and has awakened the double first-grade sword soul. Chapter 475, The Heart-Killing Sword. Chapter 475, The Heart-Killing Sword. Double first-grade sword souls? Marquis Piaoxue's eyes lit up. In Sword Suppression Valley, they all pay more attention to those with a gift for sword principle instead of strength. In the past, most of the attendees were lords, but sometimes, Saint Realm experts took part in it. Swordsman has awakened double first-grade sword souls, which means he is powerful enough to go to the sword principle meeting. Haha. Okay, the last expert has been determined, Swordsman. Spirit Lord, go and tell him right now. Yes, my Marquis, Spirit Lord responded and then left. In the secret chamber of the Lord Mansion in the Blood Sword territory, Jian Wushuang and his slaughtered doppelganger were sitting cross-legged and absorbed in meditation. He had been meditating for 3 months. Just at that moment, a surge of overwhelming slaughter origin was flowing in slaughter doppelganger, condensing a new mark of slaughter origin on his arm. Now his slaughter doppelganger had 5 marks of slaughter origin. Jian Wushuang could not help sighing about it. The 6-story pagoda's slaughter restriction is amazing. With the help of the slaughter restriction, slaughter doppelganger comprehended the slaughter origin faster and condensed the 5th slaughter origin mark within 3 months. At the same time, my true self condensed the fifth world origin mark by using the world scroll. Jin Wushuang and Slaughter Doppelganger condensed 5 origin marks each. Now he had 10 marks total. Jin Wushuang had condensed 4 world origin marks and 1 slaughter origin mark. 3 months later, the total slaughter origin marks was equal to that of the world origin marks. It was all due to the 6-story pagoda. As treasures that were helpful in the comprehension of the origin, the 6-story pagoda was more wonderful than the world scroll. The 6-story pagoda had 6 restrictions, but he was only able to decode the first restriction. 5 world origin marks and 5 slaughter origin marks. Although 2 types of marks can't release power at the same time, my strength has greatly improved from 3 months ago, Jin Wushuang thought with a faint smile. Just at that moment, Lord Binghua called from outside the secret chamber. Jin Wushuang used his mind. Then his slaughtered doppelganger instantly merged into his true self, and 5 marks were seen on each arm. Afterward, he stood up, walked toward the door, and opened it to find Binghua respectfully waiting outside. "My lord," Spirit Lord came and said he has an urgent matter for you, Binghua said. "Oh." Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then went toward the main hall. "Spirit Lord," Jin Wushuang said upon seeing his guest. "Haha, swordsman." Spirit Lord greeted the young man warmly. They each sat beside a long, narrow table. Then, maids came to serve them some good wine and delicious cuisine. "Spirit Lord, because you've come here personally, I wonder what has happened." Jin Wushuang was quite curious. Spirit Lord had a high status. If it was regarding an ordinary matter, Spirit Lord could ask an underling to send a message to him. But seeing that Spirit Lord had come personally, it had to be a great matter. "I need to tell you something," Spirit Lord said. "Swordsman, have you heard about Sword Suppression Valley?" Spirit Lord asked. "Sword Suppression Valley?" Jin Wushuang shook his head. Since he was a newcomer, there were many things that he knew little about in the Divine Land. "Swordsman, have you heard of the Sword Ancestor?" Spirit Lord asked again. Jin Wushuang was a bit surprised and subconsciously held his cup of wine tightly. "I've not only heard about him, but actually, I'm the descendant of the Sword Ancestor." Jin Wushuang did not know why Spirit Lord had suddenly mentioned the Sword Ancestor, so he just tried to appear calm. "I've heard some news about the Sword Ancestor, and I only know that he was a super expert in the Divine Land," Jin Wushuang said with a casual smile. "Yep, you're right. The Sword Ancestor was a real super expert." Spirit Lord sighed. Now, the 3 ancestors are known as the supreme experts in the vast Divine Land, but thousands of years ago, there were 4 ancestors. The Sword Ancestor was one of the 4 ancestors. The reason for his death is still unknown. After he died, the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor declined and soon disappeared from the Divine Land. Then, what's the relationship between Sword Suppression Valley and the Sword Ancestor? Jin Wushuang held his cup of wine and sipped it with a look of indifference. Spirit Lord continued, "The Sword Ancestor was known as the ancestor of the Sword Principle. It's said that he had awakened 6 first-grade sword souls and was the first Sword Principle expert in the Divine Land. He had a marvelous magic weapon, the heart-killing sword." "The heart-killing sword?" Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He knew the best sword skill that the Sword Ancestor had created was called the heart-killing sword technique. He had kept all its 9 moves in mind, but he was only able to display the second move. But he had never heard of the heart-killing sword. The heart-killing sword is the first magic weapon of the Sword Principle. It's so powerful that it could easily kill a Marquis just by using its own sword essence. Ever since the Sword Ancestor died, his corpse and treasures have become a mystery. No one knows where they are. He only left the heart-killing sword in Sword Suppression Valley, and his personal disciple, Su Ming, has been guarding there, Spirit Lord said. Jin Wushuang was shocked. Su Ming? The Sword Ancestor's personal disciple? Jin Wushuang asked as he looked at Spirit Lord. Right. Spirit Lord nodded with a smile. Thousands of years ago, Sword Ancestor traveled around the Divine Land, and no one was able to match him. Su Ming was one of his personal disciples, and also the most excellent one. Now, Master Su Ming is one of the 9 sovereigns in the Divine Land. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang was no longer able to remain calm. Chapter 476, A Trip to Sword Suppression Valley. Chapter 476, A Trip to Sword Suppression Valley. Su Ming is one of the 9 sovereigns and a personal disciple of the Sword Ancestor. After the Sword Ancestor died, the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor collapsed. Countless experts, including the Sword Ancestor's personal disciples and 7 Sword Emperors, were killed. If Su Ming really is the Sword Ancestor's personal disciple, how can it be impossible that he has survived? Unless... Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and thought of one possibility. When he was in the Ancestor's land, Mu Shan mentioned a traitor of the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. Mu Shan said the traitor memorized all the 9 moves of the heart-killing sword technique. Although Mu Shan casually talked about it, Jian Wushuang still kept that in mind. Now the young man started wondering if Su Ming was the traitor. Spirit Lord did not know what Jian Wushuang was thinking about and continued speaking. As the first magic weapon of the sword principle, the heart-killing sword is extremely powerful. Except for the Sword Ancestor, no one is able to control it. What's more, the heart-killing sword is a sword of killing with a mighty killing intent. Master Su Ming could only suppress it in Sword Suppression Valley. By the way, that's why the valley has such a name. The heart-killing sword usually remains quiet, but it shakes violently every 100 years. Even Sir Su Ming is unable to suppress it. However, when its sword essence sweeps out and thousands of swords salute, it will be a precious opportunity for any sword principle warrior. Thousands of swords salute? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Sir Su Ming is broad-minded. He will invite many sword principle experts to Sword Suppression Valley before the heart-killing sword shakes violently. This time, Sir Su Ming also invites sword principle experts to this meeting, Spirit Lord said. Our Marquis is not a sword principle warrior, but as a Marquis, he has also received the invitation. Master Su Ming asked our Marquis to recommend 3 sword principle experts. Hunjian Lord and Taming Lord are on the list. And as for the last one, I recommended you to our Marquis. Jian Wushuang finally understood why Spirit Lord had come here. Swordsman, would you like to go to Sword Suppression Valley? Spirit Lord asked with a smile. Of course I'd like to. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. Spirit Lord was not surprised by his reply. It would be a great opportunity for any sword principle warrior to watch the heart-killing sword shake and see thousands of swords salute. No one would refuse it. However, Spirit Lord did not know that the main reason Jian Wushuang accepted the invitation was that the heart-killing sword was the Sword Ancestor's magic weapon, and that he was a descendant of the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. In that case, you can make some preparations and then go with me, Spirit Lord said. Jian Wushuang nodded, called Bing Hua to come in, and gave him some orders. Then, he left with Spirit Lord. After traveling for a short while, they found themselves in front of a magnificent palace. The moment Jian Wushuang stepped into it, he saw a young man in a long silver robe, whose eyes sparkled with magic. Marquis. Both Spirit Lord and Jian Wushuang simultaneously addressed the young man. The silver-robed young man looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, "Are you Swordsman? Spirit Lord often talks about you. Our camp has many lords, but a Saint Realm expert can actually become a lord, and you're the only one." Spirit Lord has overestimated me, Jian Wushuang replied with modesty. Marquis Piaoxue did not respond to this, but simply waved his hands while saying, "Sit down, please." Jian Wushuang sat by a long, narrow table and immediately greeted the 2 lords beside him. Hunjian Lord, Tianming Lord. In a polite manner, Hujian Lord and Tianming Lord, who had been awaiting his arrival, looked over at him and replied in succession, "Blood Sword Lord." Then, Marquis Piaoxue spoke again. "You should have heard about this already. Master Su Ming sent me the invitation personally, so I don't dare to take it lightly. The three of you are the strongest sword principal experts in our camp, so don't make me lose face. We'll do our best, Jin Wushuang and the other two lords responded. All right. Marquis Piaoxue nodded, took out a token, and gave it to Hunjian Lord. In half a month, Sword Suppression Valley will open. You should set out as soon as possible. Jin Wushuang and the other two lords looked at each other, bowed, and left. After they left the palace, the three lords got together. Hunjian Lord, you have been there before. Tell us more about Sword Suppression Valley, Tianming Lord said. Hunjian Lord had visited Sword Suppression Valley the last time it opened. It will take us several days to get there. Let's talk about it on the road, Hunjian Lord replied with a smile. Then, the three of them headed for Sword Suppression Valley. The reopening of Sword Suppression Valley provided a great opportunity for numerous sword principal experts in the Divine Land. Therefore, it also attracted the attention of other sword principal experts. 72 marquises all received the invitations from Master Su Ming, who was one of the 9 sovereigns. No one dared to refuse him, so each of the marquises recommended their 3 most excellent sword principal experts. Besides them, many solitary sword principal experts who were not under the control of the marquises but were famous for sword principal also received invitations. At that moment, a figure stood on an unknown mountain, which was outside of the territories that the 72 marquises controlled. He had a long sword on his back. Having silver-white hair and a mustache, he looked as if he had experienced many vicissitudes of life. His deep eyes seemed to contain an endless void. He sat with his legs crossed as he drank. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of wind breaking resounded. Instantly, a dozen figures appeared around the white-haired man. Those figures all were lords with mighty auras. They were led by a muscular elder, a superior lord. The leader looked at the white-haired man with a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. Jin Nantian, you won't escape this time. Chapter 477, The Barrier. Chapter 477, The Barrier. Escape? The white-haired man, who casually sat drinking, raised his head and his thoughtful dark eyes fell on the muscular elder. He continued, I never did anything like that. Since that's the case, I'll be sending you to hell. The elder roared and billowed forward like flowing smoke. The men with the elder started attacking as well. At this moment, as the white-haired man finally stood up, a sliver of light shot out. At the same time, he drew his long sword and an immense sword essence immediately began to flow. A Dao weapon. Seeing the weapon the man held, the elder and the nearby lords looked greedy. They began fighting instantly. A fierce battle broke out in the blink of an eye. However, it only took a moment for the battle to be settled. On the hill, the white-haired man sheathed his sword and took out his wine again. Standing still, he looked up into the boundless sky, emotionless. Around him lay piles of bodies. The elder, a superior lord, was among them as well. It has been nearly 5 years. Did he achieve his goal of exterminating Holy Emperor Palace? The white-haired man murmured. At this moment, while thinking about this person he spoke of, he finally began to smile. Sword Suppression Valley, located among an unbroken string of mountains, was famous for suppressing the heart-killing sword. Usually, the valley was quiet, but with the 100-year event drawing near, the valley had recently become crowded. At the edge of the valley, there was a towering group of palaces. Naturally, this was where Su Ming, one of the 9 sovereigns, lived. In one of the palaces, a woman's voice was heard. Your Highness, the news from the guards says that a lot of warriors have gathered outside the valley, a purple-clothed woman said respectfully. She was talking to the handsome man in front of her. The man was so good-looking that many ladies would feel ashamed when looking at him. With his eminent status and overwhelming power, he was definitely a prominent figure. He was Su Ming, a man who was second only to the 3 ancestors and a personal disciple of the Sword Ancestor. Tell them to open the array and let the experts in. Make sure they are well received, Su Ming ordered, with a voice that was both attractive and stunning. Understood, Your Highness. The purple-clothed woman nodded. She took her eyes, which were filled with fervor and worship, off the man and left. Su Ming was left alone. He stood in silence with his hands behind him, his eyes fixed on a painting at the top of the palace. The painting was of an old man standing on a peak. While holding a long sword in his hand, the old man was looking down over everything with sharp eyes, as if he stood above the whole world. Old man. Su Ming stared at the elder in the painting. His face twitched, and his eyes filled with hatred. It was really malicious of you to leave a fatal flaw in the heart-killing sword. However, I was lucky, so that trick didn't kill me. I guess that move is the last trump card of the heart-killing sword, right? Wait and see. Before long, I will take control of the heart-killing sword and replace you. Then I will be the new sword ancestor. Buzz. Suddenly, a wide channel appeared on the array in front of the warriors that had gathered at the valley entrance, and several people, led by the purple-clothed woman, walked out. So sorry to keep you waiting. Now, please come over here and show me your marquise token, said the woman. Following those words, the warriors formed a line and walked forward. Some of them had won some fame, but they all remained discreet and obedient when in the Sword Suppression Valley. After all, they were in a place ruled by Su Ming, one of the 9 sovereigns. Su Ming was powerful and had a good reputation. He did not have to invite the experts to his valley and share the rare opportunity involving the heart-killing sword's awakening with them, but he did. He even held a sword principal meeting for all the experts. Among the experts who were walking towards the woman one after another, Jin Wushuang, Hunjin Lord, and Tianming Lord were also waiting in line. While they were waiting, they noticed that not everyone was allowed to enter the valley. The conditions to enter the valley included an invitation or one of the 72 Marquis's tokens, as well as one's own level of power. At the entry stood a golden puppet fighter, and the experts had to defeat the puppet to enter the valley. This was something like a test for entering the valley. In fact, everyone who had made their way to the valley was excellent in sword principle and should be able to pass this test. Otherwise, they would only embarrass themselves. This was also the reason why Marquis Piaoxue had chosen the 3 quotas with caution. No matter how many opportunities the chosen ones could get, he had to be sure they were good enough to at least get into the valley. Soon it was Jin Wushuang's and the 2 lords' turn. We're the underlings of Marquis Piaoxue, and these are our tokens. Hunjin Lord handed the 3 tokens to the purple-clothed woman. Fine, then please have a try. The woman nodded to them and pointed at the puppet. Jin Wushuang and the lords exchanged a glance. Hunjin Lord was the first one to take his turn, and he quickly found himself in a fierce battle with the puppet. When fighting with the puppet, the realm, cultivation, power, or comprehension in origin would not matter, only one's achievement in sword principle. Hunjin Lord effortlessly defeated the puppet with his 2nd-grade sword soul. Then it was Tianming Lord's turn. Though he had not awakened his sword soul yet, he had good achievements in sword principle and had mastered many 1st-grade sword techniques. After exchanging several moves with the puppet, he was able to beat it. Finally, it was Jin Wushuang's turn. Chapter 478, 3 Sword Souls. Chapter 478, 3 Sword Souls. Jin Wushuang planned to use his full strength against the puppet. Buzz. An enormous sword essence surged out as 2 giant sword soul phantoms appeared behind Jin Wushuang. The phantoms were almost 30 meters tall and contained a mighty sword essence. With the power of the sword souls, Jin Wushuang quickly defeated the puppet. The experts in the line were amazed when they saw Jin Wushuang's sword soul phantoms and how he defeated the puppet. Double sword souls, each 30 meters tall. Those are double 1st-grade sword souls. He has double 1st-grade sword souls? He is so talented. The experts discussed in amazement. Seeing Jin Wushuang's sword souls, the purple-clothed woman could not help but nod to herself. The representatives sent by Marquis Piaoxue are indeed powerful. You three, please go this way. Jin Wushuang, Hunjin Lord, and Tianming Lord immediately followed the path and entered Sword Suppression Valley. As soon as they entered the valley, someone came to guide them. Look, that is where the heart-killing sword is suppressed. Hunjin Lord pointed at a huge mountain in the distance. The mountain was shaped like a volcano, with a huge hole at the center, and the heart-killing sword was placed at the bottom. At his first glance of the mountain, Jin Wushuang felt an obscure sword essence coming from the bottom. The sword essence was like a sleeping dragon. Once it woke up, the world would be shaken. With that, Jin Wushuang also sensed the triple kill sword on his back start to quiver. Jin Wushuang looked confused and tried his best to calm the sword down by holding the hilt tightly. In the end, he had to put the sword in his interspatial ring. Why is the triple kill sword so excited? Jin Wushuang pondered. The sword had been with him since long ago when he left Sword Marquis Mansion and ventured to the outside world. It was like his dearest comrade, but he had never seen the sword become so excited before. Yes, so excited that it was as if it was meeting family. The triple kill sword is a token to enter the ancestors' land. It may be related to the heart-killing sword somehow, Jin Wushuang thought. Sir, those are your residences. 3 days from now, the heart-killing sword will wake up. Before that time, please concede to stay here. The attendant led them to a yard with many rooms. The rooms were made especially for the invited experts. Thanks. Hunjin Lord thanked the attendant. After the attendant left, Jin Wushuang and the lords gathered by a table in the room. Swordsman, Tianming Lord, get yourselves prepared in the next 3 days. We can't miss the rare opportunity of the heart-killing sword's awakening, said Hunjin Lord. Among the three, Hunjin Lord was the only one that had been here before. Hunjin Lord, I've heard that at that time there will be 1,000 sword salute here. What exactly is that like? What kind of opportunity are we looking at? Asked Tianming Lord. Well, after a moment of pondering, Hunjin Lord continued, I don't know how to describe it. It's a unique experience, so you will have to see it for yourself at that time. After hearing your words, I can't wait for the sword principal meeting to begin, Tianming Lord said and smiled. Jin Wushuang showed a faint smile as well. He shared the Lord's feeling. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these last few days, experts from every corner kept rushing to the valley. At this moment, outside the valley, a ragged man with a weather-beaten face walked forward slowly. He had a long sword on his back and looked like he was middle-aged, but his hair was gray. The man arrived at the entrance to the valley. Sir, please show me your invitation, said the purple-clothed woman. I don't have such a thing, the man answered. The woman pulled her face. The surrounding experts' eyes immediately fell on the man. The Sword Suppression Valley was not accessible to everyone. Those who were in the valley were either recommended by their marquis or famous throughout the Divine Land and received an invitation from Su Ming. Without a recommendation or an invitation, one could not enter. So, without an invitation, I can't get in, asked the man in a flat tone. That's not completely true. The woman shook her head and added, Lord Su Ming has proclaimed that everyone with high achievements in sword principle will be allowed into the valley on condition that they can prove themselves. The man looked indifferent upon hearing the woman's words, but behind him, an overwhelming sword essence shot up, along with 3 towering figures. There were 3 sword soul phantoms standing side by side, and the center one was a first-grade sword soul that was over 30 meters high. On the left and right, the other 2 phantoms guarded the center one. They were over 24 meters tall and were second-grade sword souls. The 3 phantoms were surging with sword essence, enough to shock anyone in the world. He has 3 sword souls. Gosh, who is he? The experts were aghast when they saw this scene. So was the women. How could he have 3 sword souls? The awakening of sword soul depended on one's talent in sword principle. An ordinary expert might awaken 1 sword soul at best, and in such cases, they would be called a genius. When the sword ancestor's bloodline was at its peak, There had been a few people who had awoken their sword souls over the decades. The people with 2 sword souls had been even fewer. As for those with 3 sword souls, they were monsters. "Now, can I get in?" the man's voice echoed through the valley. Chapter 479, A Fascinating Blow. Chapter 479, A Fascinating Blow. After a moment of silence, the purple-clothed woman nodded while saying, "Since you have awakened 3 sword souls, you are definitely qualified for the sword principal meeting." The woman let the white-haired man pass. That made sense because few among the participants of the meeting had awakened even 1 sword soul, let alone 2. There were only 3 of them with 2 souls, including Jian Wushuang. The white-haired man was the first participant that had 3 sword souls so far. Being such a genius, the man was definitely qualified to join the meeting. While the man was heading towards Sword Suppression Valley, 2 intense gazes landed on him. He is Jin Nantian. Blood Mountain Marquis is looking all over the place for him. Who would think that he would come here? He really has guts. If only I could kill him. The 2 people currently talking were participants of the Sword Principal meeting as well, and both of them were experts in Sword Principal. They stared at the white-haired man intensely, like they were staring at some kind of treasure. It was a beautiful night. Jian Wushuang sat on the bed with his legs crossed. In front of him, the triple-kill sword shivered violently and restlessly. 3 days have passed, and it's still the same. Jian Wushuang looked at the sword and shook his head. Right then, a booming sound echoed through the silent night like thunder. Along with the sound, an overwhelming energy also swept over the area. Jian Wushuang raised his head in astonishment. Is a battle taking place here? He immediately put the triple-kill sword back into his interspatial ring and left the room. Hunjin Lord exited his room as well. What's going on? Is there someone who dares to make trouble here? We're in Sword Suppression Valley, a place ruled by Su Ming, aren't we? Let's go and find out. Jian Wushuang, Hunjin Lord, and Tianming Lord rushed out and headed towards the sound. The boom had alarmed everyone in the valley, and a lot of experts had exited their rooms and moved towards the area. They could see 3 people standing side by side on a roof with their strong aura radiating outwards. The air surrounding them was filled with killing intent. Among the 3, 2 were superior lords, and the last was an advanced lord. Opposite the lords was a man with an ethereal aura, his white hair fluttering with the wind, and his hand behind his back. His long shadow under the moon gave him the appearance of a towering figure. He is. When Jian Wushuang caught the sight of the man, his eyes flickered with joy and surprise. Go to hell. Suddenly, the 3 lords shouted and drifted towards the man like ghosts. The moment they moved, the white-haired man acted as well. As he removed his long sword from his back, a surging power erupted from the blade. A Dao weapon. Is that sword a Dao weapon? How could a lord have such a weapon? The power of the sword shocked the experts who were watching, and their gazes were filled with greed. All of the people in the surroundings were experts in sword principle, so that sword, a Dao weapon, drove them crazy. 3 sword soul phantoms rose up when the white-haired man unsheathed his sword. The tallest phantom was 30 meters high and seemed as if it was overlooking everything. The white-haired man made his move. It was a casual blow. A dazzling arc of light ran down the blade, so bright and fascinating that every onlooker was drawn to it. The experts were taken aback by the scene. They were being drawn into what they were seeing. Even the 3 lords, who were going to attack the man, were distracted by the fascinating blow. Before they could come back to their senses, the sword slashed their throats at an amazing speed. PSSSH, PSSSH, PSSSH. With 3 sounds of a sword slashing flesh, the 3 lords stopped moving, frozen with horrified looks on their faces. The white-haired man resheathed his sword. The 3 lords' dead bodies fell backward to the ground once the sword was returned to its sheath. Horror. Shock. Those were the onlookers feeling. This man killed 2 superior lords and 1 advanced lord with 1 strike. How powerful! Is he a marquis? His attack was so stunning yet so terrifying. Everyone was filled with amazement. This guy, Hunjin Lord and Tianming Lord, widened their eyes. However, after seeing how the man killed those 3 guys, Jin Wushuang touched his nose with an odd look on his face. Boom! Suddenly, several figures with powerful auras approached the white-haired man, and the leading person was the purple-clothed woman who had guided them into the valley. The woman had an unhappy expression on her face when she saw the dead bodies on the ground. "Sir, you showed no respect to my lord by killing his guests under his eyes," the women scolded. The onlookers immediately looked toward the man. The man fetched out a bottle of wine, took a seat on the roof, and started drinking. He showed no emotion to the woman's words as he replied, "They wanted to kill me, so I killed them." His words were flat and indifferent, but stunned the woman. The onlookers put on a quaint face when they heard his words. Killing at will was not allowed in the valley. However, if it was a self-defense, it could be forgiven. After all, no one would just watch his opponents kill him without doing anything. Everyone present had seen the 3 lords try to kill the man and how the man defended himself by killing them. Chapter 480, Father and Son. Chapter 480, Father and Son. The purple-clothed woman stared at the white-haired man for a long time before saying, "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, you are the famous Jian Nantian, aren't you?" "He is Jian Nantian?" The name caused an uproar among the experts. "This is beyond my expectations. I heard that he killed all 3 of Blood Mountain Marquis' sworn brothers and enraged him. The Lord is looking all over the place for him." "I heard that too. What's more, the Lord also said that whoever brings him Jian Nanshan's head will be given a Dao weapon." No wonder the 3 dead lords had wanted to kill him. They were after the reward, and maybe Jian Nanshan's longsword as well, since it's also a Dao weapon. That's to say, killing him can earn us 2 Dao weapons. Well, I really admire his courage. He has enraged one of the top 2 marquis, but he still dares to participate in this public meeting. If I were him, I would hide somewhere or simply leave the divine land and become a local lord in the outside world. Discussions were heard continuously, mixed with wondering words. Many people at present had heard of Jian Nantian before. Those who had not finally known about him more or less from the discussion. When they learned that they could gain 2 Dao weapons by killing Jian Nantian, their eyes betrayed their frenzied desire to kill him. "Father." Jin Wushuang looked at the white-haired man in surprise. The man was none other than his father, Jian Nantian. It had been 5 years since he last saw his father. Now, they had finally met again. However, Jian Nantian kept drinking in silence and did not seem to care about the discussions all these people were having on him. The purple-clothed woman was not annoyed at the man's cold manner and said with a smile, "Since you were forced to do so, I will have to let it go then." She looked around and continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, as all of you were invited here as my lord's guests, so be a guest. Whoever makes trouble during the sword principal meeting will be my lord's enemy." The words echoed through the valley and intimidated the experts, forcing them to calm down. They finally realized that they were at a place ruled by Su Ming, and anything that crossed the line would be regarded as a challenge against the Lord's authority. Despite this, not everyone could ignore the temptation of 2 Dao weapons. For the sake of Su Ming, they would put the desire aside until the meeting was over, but after that, they would not hesitate to kill Jian Nantian. Well, the sword principal meeting will begin tomorrow, so everyone should go back and rest well. Having said this, the woman was the first one to leave with her group. The experts headed back as well. "Let's go back too," Hunjin Lord said to Jin Wushuang. "Sorry, you go first. I have something to do here," Jin Wushuang replied. Hunjin Lord shot Jin Wushuang a surprised glance, but he didn't say anything more and left with Tianming Lord. Soon, the valley was quiet again. A bright moon was high in the sky, causing the ground to be slightly illuminated by the moonlight. Under the moon, Jian Nantian sat alone on the roof, drinking. His shadow was long and his hair was waving with the wind, giving him an ethereal look. A figure approached him from behind. Jin Nantian looked back and saw Jian Wushuang. The emotionless man finally showed a smile. "Father," Jian Wushuang called in a soft voice. "Come here, take a seat." Jian Nantian threw the wine to Jian Wushuang and added, "Have a drink with me." Jian Wushuang caught the wine and sat beside his father. "You've grown a lot during the last few years." Jian Nantian stared at Jian Wushuang with a grin. "Not as much as you have, father," Jian Wushuang said and smiled. He knew very well that even though he had made good progress and was considered an expert in the divine land, he still could not hold a candle to his father. At least, he could not display an attack as fascinating as the one his father had just shown. "Currently, without external forces, I can battle an advanced lord. But there is a long way to go before I can kill a superior lord and two advanced lords with one strike, as father has done," Jian Wushuang thought. "I thought it would be 10 years before I saw you again, but it's only been less than half of that, hasn't it?" said Jian Nantian. "Yes, father," Jian Wushuang answered and smiled. "Holy Emperor Palace has been destroyed, right?" his father asked. "Yes, it was destroyed 3 years ago," Jian Wushuang answered. "Really?" Jian Nantian raised his brows. "That means it only took you 2 years to destroy it after I left. Well done, son. Much sooner than I had expected." "Not bad." Jian Wushuang grinned. The father and the son chatted while drinking under the moon. When in front of strangers, Jian Wushuang was always aloof and would only be more sociable to his friends. However, at this moment, with his father, he was unrestrained and behaved like a child. As for his father, Jian Nantian, who took nothing hard except his sword, he regarded Jian Wushuang as being more important than himself and his sword. "Father, why did they say that you offended Marquis Xiefeng?" Jian Wushuang suddenly changed the topic. "Marquis Xiefeng?" Jian Nantian answered while smiling. "There is no need to be afraid of him. We should pay more attention to Su Ming." "Su Ming?" Jian Wushuang looked grave. "Is he really the person who betrayed the sword ancestor?" Chapter 481. The Sword Principal Meeting begins. Chapter 481. The Sword Principal Meeting begins. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian spent the night talking under the moonlight. It was Jian Wushuang's most heartwarming night in the recent years. The next day, the valley was already in an uproar at first light. The experts walked out of their rooms and hurried towards the mountain where the heart-killing sword had been placed. A short while later, a large group of experts had gathered in front of the mountain. Naturally, Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian were among them. Besides these experts, there were 2 other people present that attracted everyone's attention. One of them was a stout man with tan skin, his body surrounded by a thunderbolt. The other one was a thin and elegant young man with a folding fan in his hand. Their overbearing aura shocked many experts on the spot and instantly revealed their identity as marquises. They are Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu. Neither of them is an expert in sword principle. What are they doing here? They obviously came here for Jian Nantian. The onlookers were discussing the current situation in a low voice. With his eyes squinted, Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 marquises and nodded. There were both strong and weak marquises. Most of the well-acknowledged among the 72 marquis were in the normal 7-cloud realm, and some of them did not even possess a Dao weapon. Marquis Piaoxue and Marquis Cangyue were part of the latter. They wanted to kill Jian Nantian, and by doing so they could gain 2 Dao weapons. Many experts and marquises were here for the same reason. The 2 marquises had made their way to the valley the very same night after they heard the news. However, though they had been in the valley, for fear of annoying Su Ming, they had to wait until Jian Nantian left the valley to kill him. Since these 2 marquises rushed here the moment they heard the news, Marquis Xiefeng must have heard the news as well, Jian Wushuang thought while frowning. Right then, with a group of attendants surrounding him, a white-robed man came down. He was a handsome man with a wicked smile on his face, and a compelling manner. The experts could not help but be drawn to the man as their eyes fixated on him. Even Jian Wushuang was impressed and shot the man a glance. Is he Su Ming? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. From the chat with his father last night, he had learned that Su Ming was the traitor of Sword Ancestors' bloodline and had something to do with the fall of the bloodline. Yet, only the top experts of the Divine Land knew about it. The common people still thought of Su Ming as the Sword Ancestor's personal disciple. Everyone's eyes turned towards Su Ming when he came out, everyone except for Jian Nantian. He did not spare Su Ming a glance from the very beginning. He stood straight, with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep and had no idea of Su Ming's arrival. For him, only his sword and Jian Wushuang deserved his attention. Your Excellency, I pay my respects to Your Excellency. The experts saluted Su Ming one after another, and even Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu paid their respect with a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be so courteous. Su Ming spoke in a soft and fascinating voice. The experts straightened their backs. Wanlei Nanyu, I didn't expect that you would come here. Su Ming looked toward the marquises with a smile. We'd love to see how powerful the heart-killing sword is, said Marquis Wanlei. Really? Su Ming sneered and continued, I reckon you're here for something else. Upon hearing this, Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu exchanged an embarrassed look. All right, I don't care what you do when you're outside, but you'd better behave yourselves in Sword Suppression Valley, said Su Ming. Of course we will. Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu nodded heavily, not daring to say one more word. After all, they were just in the Seven-Cloud realm and at the bottom of 72 Marquis, so they had to show their respect, even to Marquis Xiefeng, let alone Su Ming, one of 9 sovereigns. They knew very well how powerful and terrifying Su Ming was. Though this sovereign looked gentle and elegant for the moment, he was known as Sword Demon among the top experts in the Divine Land. His personality became quite chilling when it was time to kill. A half-day from now, the heart-killing sword will begin to wake up. Don't miss this rare opportunity. After saying this, Su Ming shut his mouth. However, the crowd got into a heated discussion. Swordsman, Tianming Lord, look, there are secret chambers at the foot of the mountain, said Hunjian Lord. Secret chambers? Jian Wushuang followed the Lord's line of sight and spotted the chambers. Half a day from now, the heart-killing sword will begin to awaken, erupting with sword essence. The essence itself is an opportunity, and the nearer we are to the sword, the better our benefit will be. Since there are a total of 100 secret chambers that are the closest to the sword, we'll definitely benefit greatly if we can enter one of them. Are there only 100 chambers? Tianming Lord frowned and asked. There were hundreds of experts here, and 100 chambers were definitely not enough. Are you really thinking that every one of us will be able to occupy a chamber? Hunjian Lord laughed and continued, let me tell you this, 100 is more than enough. At the previous meetings, less than 30 people were able to make their way into the chambers. Why? Tianming Lord was confused. You'll know soon. Hunjian Lord put on a mysterious smile. Chapter 482, The Impact of the Sword Essence. Chapter 482, The Impact of the Sword Essence. A half-day had passed while the experts waited impatiently. The hole in the mountain where the heart-killing sword was placed finally began shaking. It's beginning. All the experts concentrated on the hole. Buzz! The shrill echo of a sword resounded throughout the area as a red light covered the sky above the hole. At the center of the light, a matchless magic weapon was slowly rising into the air. Everyone at the scene held their breath while staring at the rising weapon with intent. The heart-killing sword, the Sword Ancestor's weapon, as well as the #1 magic weapon in Sword Principle. Is this the heart-killing sword? Jian Wushuang stared at the floating long sword in the red light, his eyes filled with amazement. The sword was completely red and radiated a chilling light. Even at first glance, people could tell it was a world-shaking sword of killing. However, that was not what startled Jian Wushuang. Instead, it was because the sword was so similar to his triple kill sword. Although it was different in color and size, the two swords were the same in every other way, including the hilt and the mysterious crack on its blade. The number one magic weapon in Sword Principle. The experts called out in admiration, and their eyes were burning with greed. Every expert in Sword Principle had a great desire to possess this sword, but none of them had been able to in the past 1,000 years since Sword Ancestor's death because the sword was too powerful to control. Suddenly, the floating sword quivered and another piercing sound echoed, seeming to reach the heavens. A formidable sword essence was unleashed, so overwhelming that wherever it passed, the sky became dark and the void began to ripple. The whole world seemed to be filled with a thrilling atmosphere. Here it comes. As the experts gazed at the sword essence that was rushing towards them at a visible speed, their eyes narrowed and they prepared themselves. Nonetheless, they looked pale after the sword essence swept over them, and some of them even lost their senses. Very few could face the impact with ease. Now I finally understood what you meant. Tianming Lord cast Hunjian Lord an eye. He looked terrible. Though his sword soul phantom had appeared, he could barely block the sword essence with its power. The lords struggled to march forward, but the closer they moved towards the heart-killing sword, the more they were impacted. They completely believed that the sword essence around the secret chambers had to be unbearably powerful. Among the experts, quite a few could still move to the chambers under the impact. Right now, it's just the sword essence erupting. Soon, there will be thousands of swords saluting the heart-killing sword. Before that happens, we need to get as near to the sword as we can so that we get the most out of this opportunity, Hunjian Lord said in a low voice. Let's go. With a shout, the Lord managed to march one step forward. Not just him. The other experts also tried their best to get closer to the heart-killing sword. However, as the strength of the sword essence increased, their path forward became even harder. Swish! A flowing light shot across the sky at amazing speed and approached the foot of the mountain in an instant, as if he was not affected by the sword essence at all. He picked a chamber and walked in. The experts were not surprised to see this because the flowing light was no other than Su Ming. As one of the 9 sovereigns, Su Ming was called Sword Demon and had reached great heights in Sword Principle. It was believed that he was only second to Sword Ancestor at his peak, so it was easy for him to bear the impact from the sword essence. On the contrary, the others were in the middle of a difficult struggle. For example, when Jian Wushuang first experienced the impact, he could barely take it. That is, until he released his 2 sword soul phantoms to help him. Jian Wushuang moved firmly, step by step. Though the impact slowly grew more powerful, he managed to make it to the mountain quickly enough with the help of his double sword souls. Not bad. Suddenly, he heard a soft voice from beside him. He followed the voice and saw his father, Jian Nantian, staring at him in front of a chamber. Jian Wushuang shrugged before walking into one of the chambers. He had accomplished something that many other experts wanted to do as well. Being closer to the heart-killing sword meant the chambers would provide the best benefits. However, only a dozen people made their way to the chambers despite everyone who was struggling hard, and those who succeeded were real geniuses in Sword Principle. As for Hunjian Lord and Tianming Lord, they had gained a lot in Sword Principle, but they were still too weak to make it to the chambers. Looks like we have to stop here. Hunjian Lord's face turned red. He was unwilling to give up, but he couldn't move forward even one more step, let alone crossing the 30 meters that separated him and the chambers. He was exhausted and at his limit. Swordsman was able to enter a chamber. I really envy him. Hunjian Lord looked towards the chambers with an envious expression. He was not the only one to have such a feeling. Those who failed to approach the chamber all felt the same. After all, only inside one of the chambers could they experience the 1,000-sword salute in the most profound way. Under the red-colored patch of sky, a matchless sword chi was being released from the blade of the heart-killing sword, which was still surging with an overbearing sword essence. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and Su Ming, as well as the others in the chambers and those who were not, all raised their head. Chapter 483, Thousand Sword Salute. Chapter 483, Thousand Sword Salute. Within the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang raised his head and stared fixedly at the scarlet longsword which was beneath the blood river. The upper stone walls of the chamber were made up of completely transparent gems which thus allowed him to clearly see everything behind them. The scarlet longsword, under the gaze of everyone present, suddenly emitted the matchless sword chi of the sword ancestor. This unsurpassed sword chi quickly ran through all of heaven and earth. The scarlet longsword's blood-red body became ever more dazzling, causing it to appear like the emperor among swords as it suspended in the air. In Sword Suppression Valley was gathered a large number of sword principal experts, among whom some carried their longswords on their backs, while others kept their longswords in their interspatial rings. But following the appearance of the sword chi, clang 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 clang, within the valley, every sword which was a second-grade magic weapon or better began to point toward the heart-killing sword, regardless of whether they were carried on the experts' backs or kept in interspatial rings. Thousands upon thousands of weapons glowed in all shades of brilliant colors and bowed respectfully toward the emperor among swords as if they were its subjects. In turn, it let out a shrilling sword echo to indicate its enjoyment of the Thousand Sword Salute. The Thousand Sword Salute. The crowd of sword principal experts expressed their inner shock at the sight of this scene. Even Jian Wushuang, who was in the secret chamber, was equally shocked when he saw his triple-kill sword bowing toward the heart-killing sword. This was a thousand sword salute indeed. The emperor among swords had received the adulation of thousands upon thousands of swords. Also, a peculiar wave had begun to spread as the salute started. The deeply mysterious wave contained a matchless sword essence of killing. Right at this moment, everyone within the valley seemed to hear a roar coming from the heart-killing sword. Kill. Kill everyone in the world who's disloyal. Kill. Kill everyone in the world who's unfilial. Kill. Kill everyone in the world who's unrighteous. Every word of this roar was powerfully clangorous, broadly imposing, and universally shocking. Every word contained profound mystery as it diffused throughout. The valley turned gravely silent. The sword principal experts in the valley hurriedly closed their eyes and seized this rare opportunity. Jian Wushuang too closed his eyes. He had been unable to control his triple-kill sword, which remained in a reverent pose, and thus he could only use his finger as a sword as he began to practice within the secret chamber. He exerted a strike which was extremely ordinary and dull. It did not cause even the slightest of waves within the chamber. Jian Wushuang withdrew his finger, but quickly exerted another strike. Every subsequent strike he exerted was equally insipid. However, with every strike, the sword light generated became more beautiful in a poignant sense. After 31 successive strikes, he exerted his 32nd. This particular strike was as dull and ordinary as the rest, but a dazzling arc light appeared in the direction of the sword light it generated. The arc light was not only bright and dazzling, but also incomparably beautiful in a poignant sense. So beautiful that it was enchanting. Upon close observation, it was not difficult to see that it was the same strike which Jian Nantian had exerted the previous night. And its name was simply Enchant. It was the third move of the heart-killing sword technique, Enchant. Jian Wushuang had never gained understanding of this move before, but now mastered it with only a little practice, thanks to the opportunity provided by the Thousand Sword Salute. At the same time, he gained not only swordsmanship but also an understanding of the slaughter origin. The unsurpassed sword chi of killing from the heart-killing sword had caused him to involuntarily fall into an epiphany, which immediately provided him with a whole new understanding of the slaughter origin. All of a sudden, he was able to understand many of the riddles surrounding the first restriction of the six-story pagoda. He remained with his eyes closed, but on his right arm, which originally had only 5 slaughter origin marks, quickly formed a sixth from the large amount of slaughter origin that gathered on his arm as a result of the understanding he gained from the epiphany. The formation of the sixth mark was not the end, for a seventh began to form as well. It took shape in only a short time. The seventh origin mark. It ought to be known that the origin understandings which the marks represented were equivalent to the clouds of the cloud realm experts, except that they were not as powerful as the latter. This seventh mark meant that once Jian Wushuang attained the cloud realm, he would become a being of the seven cloud realm, which was the level of the average marquis. Despite gaining understanding of the third move of the heart-killing sword technique and having the seventh mark of the slaughter origin formed on his arm, he remained in a state of epiphany. Now, it was Jian Wushuang's sword soul that transformed. Originally, two firm and tough sword souls rested quietly within his sea of consciousness. At present, however, they were beginning to shake violently, and their volumes sharply expanded together with the frenzied sweeping across of obscure streams of sword essence. Shortly after, traces of sword soul energy surged out from them, and a third sword soul gradually formed within the sea of consciousness. At the same time, three majestic sword soul phantoms appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Each of them was nearly 100 feet tall and emitted a terrifying sword essence. 3 sword souls, and they were all first grade. Jian Wushuang only came round from his epiphany after the third sword soul had completely taken shape. 3 sword souls. He revealed a faint smile on his face when he felt the 3 sword souls within his sea of consciousness and the 3 sword soul phantoms behind him. The power of the sword souls was abnormally profound and exceedingly rare. To be able to awaken 3 sword souls at the same time was something few and far between throughout the entire Divine Land. For instance, Jian Wushuang had seen only his father doing so during the sword principal meeting. However, of the 3 sword souls awakened by his father, only one was first grade, while the other 2 were second grade. But he was different. He had awakened 3 first-grade sword souls. Something's not right. His complexion suddenly changed, and he peered toward the 3 sword souls in his sea of consciousness. These 3 sword souls. He furrowed his brows. For some reason, upon seeing the sword souls, he had a false impression that they should not be separate and should instead be a single entity. I feel that these 3 sword souls can be joined into one? An idea arose in his heart. It was an idea which could be considered crazy. However, he could not inhibit it once it flashed across his mind. Joined as one. These 3 sword souls should be joined as one. The heavenly creation skill naturally began to operate in his body as he harbored this idea, in accordance with which the 3 sword souls in his sea of consciousness actually began to slowly amalgamate. Chapter 484. Holy shit. 3 sword souls joined as one. Chapter 484. Holy shit. 3 sword souls joined as one. The deeply mysterious thousand-sword salute provided a massive opportunity. Many of the sword principal experts in Sword Suppression Valley cherished this type of opportunity to the highest degree and were thus meditating in full concentration. Those whose comprehension levels were as high as Jian Wushuang's entered an epiphany in little time. An epiphany was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and the benefits were huge upon going through one. As time passed, the scarlet long sword, which emitted an unsurpassed sword chi of killing beneath its bloody light, finally cooled off. The sword chi of killing vanished. The terrifying sword essence, which had been charging non-stop in all directions, began to dissipate gradually. One after another, the thousands upon thousands of weapons which participated in the salute stopped moving. Even the bloody light which filled the sky began to fade. Finally, the scarlet longsword returned to normal, and with a fierce roar, slowly headed back to its abode at the bottom of the mountain hole. Everything became peaceful again. Within Sword Suppression Valley, everyone opened their eyes, save for a small number of sword principal experts who remained in a state of epiphany. There was a look of pleasant surprise, yet also a little regret in the eyes of those who opened theirs. The pleasant surprise was because they all received huge benefits from the opportunity provided by the deeply mysterious thousand-sword salute that just passed. Conversely, the regret was because the opportunity lasted way too short for them to enter an epiphany. In any case, the opportunity was over. It's over. Sighing softly, Hunjian Lord turned his eyes toward Tianming Lord by the side. Right at this moment, a 60 feet tall sword soul phantom appeared behind the latter. "Congrats, Tianming Lord," he said. "Haha." The latter looked pleasantly surprised too. "I'd thought it impossible to awaken a sword soul in this life. It's wonderful that I've finally awakened one, even if it's only second grade." Tianming Lord had indeed awakened a sword soul during the opportunity that just passed. Both of us have benefited considerably, but the people who benefited the most are those who remained in the secret chamber. By being nearest to the heart-killing sword, they felt the most and thus benefited the most, Hunjian Lord commented. "That's true. I'm jealous of them," Tianming Lord replied praisingly. The sword principle experts who entered an epiphany began to come round one after another, and each of them looked pleasantly surprised beyond compare. Subsequently, some of the dozen or so experts in the secret chamber walked out of said chamber. Within a short while, most of the sword principle experts were gathered together once again. "Where's the swordsman?" There was a look of astonishment on Hunjian Lord's face. All of the sword principle experts, including Su Ming and Jian Nantian, had stepped out of the secret chamber, leaving Jian Wushuang as the only person in there. The benefits he received must be huge. Hunjian Lord could not help remarking. All of a sudden, boom, a voluminous sword essence gushed from one of the secret chambers. Broad and imposing, it contained a boundless murderous intent as it swept across. The experts gathered in Sword Suppression Valley quickly detected the presence of the sword essence and immediately looked toward the secret chamber which Jian Wushuang was in. What they saw were 3 towering sword soul phantoms. Every one of them was close to 100 feet tall and stood side by side like peerless sword masters. The broad and imposing sword essence had originated from their bodies. 3 sword souls. 3 sword souls standing side by side, every one of them majestic in height and first grade. Who was it that awakened 3 first-grade sword souls? The sword principle experts who witnessed this scene were shell-shocked. They had already been shocked when Jian Nantian awakened 3 sword souls previously. However, back then, there was only 1 first-grade sword soul, with the other 2 being second-grade. That was nothing compared to the astoundment of seeing 3 first-grade sword souls. It's the swordsman. They came from the secret chamber he's in. There was a glimmer in the eyes of both Hunjian Lord and Tianming Lord. To awaken 3 first-grade sword souls was considered an incredible feat in Divine Land, throughout the history of which only a handful of people had been capable of awakening 3 first-grade souls. 3 first-grade sword souls. As one of the 9 sovereigns, even the lofty Su Ming revealed a hint of amazement on his handsome face. It should be known that, to someone who is called Sword Demon, this had only been the awakening of 3 first-grade sword souls. To awaken 3 first-grade sword souls could be considered monstrous. But if so, the sword ancestor's awakening of 6 first-grade sword souls should be considered monstrously beyond monstrous. It was precisely because the sword ancestor had defied the natural order that he earned his name as the ancestor of the sword principle. Though the appearance of the 3 sword souls had captured everyone's attention, this was but the beginning. The following scene would cause everyone's, including the sword principle experts and Master Su Ming's, hair to stand on their ends. Within the secret chamber, the 3 sword soul phantoms, which had been standing side by side, closed the distance between themselves and began to fuse together. A fusion of sword souls? Impossible. How can sword souls fuse? Many of the sword principle experts were so dumbstruck that their mouths were agape and their eyes were filled with astonishment. A fusion of sword souls? Since ancient times, there had been countless experts who had awakened souls, and among them had been many talented experts who awakened 2 or 3 souls, while a select number of exceptional geniuses had awakened 4 or even 5. The sword ancestor, who had awakened 6 sword souls, was considered a monster among monsters. However, regardless of how many souls these monsters had awakened, nobody had ever fused several sword souls together. It had never happened, or even been rumored to have happened before. Throughout the history of the Divine Land, various experts had attempted to do so. However, because every awakened soul was unique, they could never be fused together regardless of what the experts tried. Nobody had ever managed to do it. Even the sword ancestor, who awakened 6 sword souls, could not. But now, in the secret chamber, the 3 sword soul phantoms behind Jian Wushuang were fusing together at a speed which allowed the process to be visible. Within Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness, they had already fused together into one completely. The fusion was complete. Sure enough, the 3 first-grade sword souls had fused completely. In fusing the sword souls, Jian Wushuang had done what nobody in the Divine Land's history had done before. The crowd of sword principal experts, including Su Ming and Jian Nantian, stared fixedly at the secret chamber. A perfect fusion of 3 first-grade sword souls. Holy shit! A series of cries began to reverberate throughout the valley. Chapter 485, 8,000 Sword Applause for the Most Powerful Sword Soul. Chapter 485, 8,000 Sword Applause for the Most Powerful Sword Soul. Holy shit! What a monster! A series of exclamations reverberated in the massive Sword Suppression Valley, which was completely stirred up. The fusion of 3 sword souls was unprecedented in the history of the Divine Land. What was this if not monstrous? In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang felt somewhat muddled upon becoming aware that he had fused 3 first-grade sword souls together completely. They're fused? They're fused just like that? Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had easily done what nobody else could ever do. It had been nothing more than an idea in his head, which he followed and ultimately succeeded in actualizing on his first attempt. He had done what was impossible for anyone else to do in the simplest, most casual, and most untroubled fashion. It's the heavenly creation skill. After calming down, he finally understood what went on. The biggest difference between him and others was the cultivation method he had mastered. He was an inverse cultivator who cultivated the heavenly creation skill. It was in the blood of inverse cultivators to defy the natural order and go against convention. The heavenly creation skill in his body had involuntarily operated during the fusion of the 3 sword souls. This was an indication that said skill was inextricably linked to his fusion ability. Jian Wushuang felt at ease once he understood this point. The heavenly creation skill was a heaven-defying cultivation method. Anything that was impossible would be made possible upon becoming related to it. The fused body of the 3 sword souls was clearly a tad smaller than what Jian Wushuang had imagined in his sea of consciousness. However, it soon began to shake violently and metamorphosis. That's right, it was a metamorphosis. The sword soul in the sea of consciousness was originally transparent, illusionary, and glass-like. However, its color gradually changed. A layer of gold gradually appeared over its transparent parts, like a newborn baby putting on his first set of clothes. The transparent sword soul seemed as if it had put on garments which were warm gold in color. In only a short time, the transparent and illusionary sword soul in the sea of consciousness metamorphosized into a golden sword soul which emitted a boundless radiance. At the same time, the majestic sword soul phantom, which was formed from the 3 phantoms behind Jian Wushuang, also began to metamorphosis. Like the sword soul in the sea of consciousness, a layer of gold appeared on and gradually covered its entire body. The majestic sword soul phantom gradually solidified and transformed into an impressive golden war god which body mass greatly expanded. It grew at an astonishing speed from its original stature of close to 100 feet. It exceeded 100 feet in the blink of an eye and still continued to grow rapidly. 110 feet. 120 feet, 150 feet. The Golden War god, which was originally already of a towering height, grew nonstop under the horrified looks of the numerous sword principle experts in Sword Suppression Valley. Finally, when it reached 180 feet in height, it gradually stopped growing. 180 feet. A sword soul phantom of 180 feet. A golden sword soul phantom? What on earth is this? Shock and bewilderment. Confused, none of the sword principle experts could believe their eyes. For a sword soul phantom, 100 feet was considered the maximum height even if it was first grade. Furthermore, sword soul phantoms were but spectral images, or in other words, shadows, which were typically monotone. The sight in front of their eyes had utterly defied what was reasonable. A 180 feet tall, golden-colored sword soul phantom was no longer what they imagined a first-grade sword soul to be. It had surpassed the category of a first-grade sword soul. Is it above first grade? Many of the sword principle experts wondered. Its eyes, which had been tightly closed, opened vigorously right at this moment, a streak of boundless sword essence flashing across them. Boom! Gushing from its body was a boundless sword essence which was a few notches more powerful than the one emitted from the heart-killing sword. This sword essence swept forth with an overwhelming momentum. In a twinkling, it swept onto the bodies of many sword principle experts in the valley. The head-on approach of the gushing sword essence caused the faces of the experts to turn ghastly pale. Some experts even spat blood and hurriedly retreated backward. As it swept through the world, the terrifying sword essence carried an aura of transcendence and intent to outstrip all things of the universe. The next moment, ching, 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 shrilling sword echoes rang out in every corner of the valley. They were made by the weapons in the hands of the sword principle experts. These weapons had merely saluted when they faced the heart-killing sword previously. This time, however, under the attention of the 18 feet tall, golden sword soul phantom. Clang, 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 clang. Among the thousands of weapons in the valley, those which were magic weapons or better disregarded their owners as they surged out of the interspatial rings toward the sword soul phantom. Like a dense cloud of locusts which covered heaven and earth, thousands upon thousands of weapons gleamed in brilliant colors as they encircled the sword soul phantom. Subsequently, a supreme sword essence swept forth from the sword soul phantom. Shush! Thousands upon thousands of weapons saluted in unison at this very instant, sending shrilling sword echoes into the heavens. These echoes shook the entire world as if they were the voices of immortals. Far away from the Divine Land, in Jian Wushuang's hometown of the Nanyang continent, inside a cave mansion located within the territory of the Tang dynasty, a middle-aged man in plain gray robes raised his head forcibly at this very moment. He was able to see clearly everything that was happening in the Sword Suppression Valley of the Divine Land through a void which was hundreds of millions of miles long. 1,000 sword applause for the most powerful sword soul. He's indeed worthy of being the chosen disciple. He has managed to achieve the most powerful sword soul in this kind of place and at such a young age. It probably won't be difficult for him to attain the most powerful sword principle hereafter. Laughing gently, the middle-aged man flipped his hand such that an object appeared in it. Astonishingly, it was a gray stone bead which was as big as a baby's fist. It emitted a peculiar aura. Jian Wushuang would certainly recognize this object with one look. It was exactly the same as the mysterious stone bead in his body which provided him with the heavenly creation skill. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to pass this to him. Chapter 486. The Heart-Killing Sword Submits of Its Own Accord. Chapter 486. The Heart-Killing Sword Submits of Its Own Accord. It was a magnificent spectacle in the Sword Suppression Valley, where thousands upon thousands of swords cried in unison and shook the heavens. Upon witnessing this scene, all the sword principle experts in the valley were astounded. The present scene was, in fact, a few shades greater than the previous one in which the sword caused 1,000 sword salute. And right at this moment, buzz, a shrilling sword echo abruptly sounded with extreme resonance. As it sounded, it easily drowned out all other noises in the valley. At the same time, the thousands of weapons which encircled the soul phantom and had just been crying in unison quickly died down and became silent. Within the entire valley, the only remaining noise was the resonant sword echo. What? Standing among the crowd with his hands on his back, Su Ming, who always had a clear and handsome look, suddenly shifted countenance. Horror, too, appeared on the faces of every sword principle expert as they turned their eyes toward the source of the sword echo. Astonishingly, the sword echo had originated from the deep pit in the mountain. And within that deep pit was only one weapon, which was none other than the heart-killing sword. Swish! A beam of bloody light shot up from the bottom of the pit, instantly triggering a suppressive force from a powerful restriction in the mountainside. Sword Suppression Valley had always been a place intended for the suppression of the heart-killing sword. There was a powerful restriction present in the mountainside where the sword was at. Whenever the sword acted up, the restriction would automatically initiate suppression. But this time, the heart-killing sword lashed fiercely and directly toward the restriction. Its blood-colored sword edge exerted unprecedented power as it viciously stabbed the restriction with irresistible force. For a while, the powerful restriction shook as if it was on the verge of breaking down. This is bad. As one of the 9 sovereigns, it was surprising that the dignified master Su Ming would let out an exclamation at this very moment. His white garments flapped in the air as he rushed toward the restriction and tried in vain to control the restriction such that it would suppress the heart-killing sword. It was obvious that he had underestimated the power of the heart-killing sword. Or, to put it another way, what he underestimated was the sword's determination and eagerness to break the restriction. He had seen the restriction being perforated by the sword before he reached close to it, on which abruptly appeared an extremely hair-like yet fatal opening. Crack! The opening abruptly grew bigger. The restriction would ultimately be ruptured by the heart-killing sword. Swish! After breaking the restriction, the sword let out an excited howl and transformed into a bloody light which instantly shot through the void. Unexpectedly, it headed toward the 180 feet tall golden sword soul phantom, joining the other thousands of weapons. In all its demonic and seductive blood color, it appeared in front of the sword soul phantom, jumping up and down in tremendous excitement. The sword principle experts around were flabbergasted by the sight of this. From the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang too witnessed the 1,000-sword applause and saw the heart-killing sword. This heart-killing sword, frowning slightly, a strange feeling popped up in the bottom of his heart, and he then gestured toward the sword. Although the gesture was a subconscious action, what he did not expect was that, in immediate reaction to it, the sword would let an exclamation and was toward him before floating with an unprecedented politeness in front of him. Its posture was like that of a young child in front of his parents. Such good manners. Is this really the heart-killing sword? Jian Wushuang was somewhat baffled. It should be known that the heart-killing sword was the Divine Land's first sword principle magic weapon, and it was also murderous in nature. A murderous magic weapon of its level should be extremely ruthless, brutal, and supercilious, as could be told from the scene of the 1,000-sword salute some time ago. But now, it behaved politely in front of him. He slowly reached his hand out and grasped its hilt, to which it showed no resistance and even became delighted. Shortly after, he began the dripping of blood to bind it to himself. The binding process went through smoothly. In only a moment's time, the binding was complete. Jian Wushuang had, impressively, become the first owner of a murderous sword principle magic weapon in the Divine Land. This is a bit too easy, isn't it? Jian Wushuang muttered in surprise. He knew in his heart that the heart-killing sword had come because of the golden sword soul he metamorphosized. Shaking his head, he did not think any more about it. As soon as his thoughts changed, The 180 feet tall golden sword soul phantom behind him began to slowly dissipate, while the thousands of weapons suspended in the air also receded one after another. Everything became calm once again. The entire sword suppression valley fell into a deathly silence. There remained a trace of consternation in the eyes of the sword principal experts, who could not calm down even as time passed. Everyone's eyes were currently fixated upon the inside of the secret chamber. They were all curious whether the monster who caused everything that just happened had 3 heads and 6 arms. The door of the secret chamber bolted open under the watch of everyone, and a figure in black robes slowly stepped out shortly after. He was not tall in stature and had a youthful face which was decent-looking, much as it absolutely could not compare to Su Ming's in terms of handsomeness. He carried in his hand a scarlet long sword which every expert present recognized. It was none other than the heart-killing sword. Considered to be the ultimate sword of killing by everyone, it nevertheless remained tame and calm in the person's hand. The footsteps of the man as he moved forward were steady, sonorous, and forceful. He only stopped walking when he had reached in front of the crowd of experts. Indeed, the heart-killing sword has recognized him as its owner. The experts gazed with complicated looks at Jian Wushuang. Since the fall of the sword ancestor, the heart-killing sword had never had a second owner. It had thus remained in the sword suppression valley for over 1,000 years, throughout which time there had been many sword principal experts who attempted to subdue it, but ended up failing to do so. Su Ming, for instance, had made several attempts but was frustrated each time. The heart-killing sword finally got a new owner, but under the gaze of the experts, the aura on Jian Wushuang's body was impossible to conceal. It was, to everyone's surprise, the aura of a mere Saint Realm expert. A Saint Realm expert. He's only a Saint Realm expert. He not only awakened 3 first-grade sword souls, but more inconceivably, fused them perfectly and metamorphosized them into an all-new sword soul, such that even the heart-killing sword would voluntarily submit to him as its owner. To think he's only a Saint Realm expert. The sword principal experts were filled with sourness in their hearts, and many of them looked upon Jian Wushuang with great jealousy. Yes, it was jealousy. Jian Wushuang could sense the incoming envy upon him as well. Little Un, I believe your recognition of me as your owner is a good thing, but it has also brought me huge trouble. Looking at the sword in his hand, Jian Wushuang sighed lightly as his looks began to turn frosty. Chapter 487, Killing Intent. Chapter 487, Killing Intent. It was indeed huge trouble. As the first sword principal magic weapon of killing in the Divine Land, just how many people coveted it? Among this group of sword principal experts alone, 9 out of 10 were eager to obtain it, except that they did not have the capability to do so. And now, it had recognized Jian Wushuang as its owner right in front of them. How could they not be jealous and goggle-eyed? The strongest among these people are only of superior lord level. This poses no threat to me at present. There's only one person who's a serious threat to me. With chilly eyes, Jian Wushuang looked right over at Su Ming. The latter was standing upright in the void in his usual lofty pose. He too looked back at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could vaguely detect the killing intent welling up in Su Ming's eyes despite their dull facade. Indeed, he laughed coldly. He was not in the least bit surprised. Su Ming had suppressed the heart-killing sword for over 1,000 years, throughout which he held a sword principal meeting every 100 years when the sword was in a state of agitation. Though this seemed to be an act of kindness, the reality was that deep down, Su Ming had long treated the sword as if it was his possession. Now that it had recognized Jian Wushuang as its owner instead, the real surprise would have been if Su Ming did not want to kill him. I'd planned to wait a little longer, when my strength has increased some, before taking him on, but it now seems that things have to be brought ahead. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. Su Ming was a traitor of the bloodline of the sword ancestor. The decline of the bloodline was inextricably linked to Su Ming. As a descendant of the bloodline, it was Jian Wushuang's duty to clean things up on behalf of his ancestors if he had the strength to. It was only a matter of time before he challenged Su Ming. Now, the heart-killing sword had simply brought things forward by a little. The crowd of experts too looked at Su Ming in anticipation of his reaction. However, contrary to everyone's expectation, Su Ming did not fly into a rage. Instead, keeping his eyes on Jian Wushuang, he calmly asked, "Your Excellency's methods are truly awesome to have fused 3 sword souls into one. May I know thy name?" Jian Wushuang first thought about answering Swordsman when he heard Su Ming's inquiry, but after thinking for a bit, he replied, "My name is Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang. Su Ming muttered it in repeat. It literally means to have matchless sword principle. You certainly live up to such a fine name. False praise. Jian Wushuang was unflattered. That heart-killing sword has remained here in this valley for over 1,000 years. I tried many ways for it to recognize me as its owner, but was never successful. Today, however, it has offered itself to your Excellency, whose capability certainly puts mine to shame, Su Ming said. It was just luck, Jian Wushuang replied casually. Luck? Maybe. Su Ming's lips raised a corner. But after all, as the first sword principal magic weapon in the Divine Land, it has been eyed by many people. Your Excellency must be careful. Don't get killed so shortly after receiving it, or you mightn't even get to use it. Thanks so much for the tip, Master Su Ming, Jian Wushuang coolly acknowledged. All the best. Su Ming laughed callously, then turned and departed. The sword principal experts were astounded by what had they just seen. Gone? He left just like that? He didn't even try to seize back the sword? Is he really willing to let it fall into Jian Wushuang's hands? Willing? That's impossible. The entire Divine Land knows that Master Su Ming is crazy over the heart-killing sword, or he wouldn't have spent a good 1,000 years suppressing it. My view is that Master Su Ming chose not to act here to save face. This is the Sword Suppression Valley after all, and the fact is he'd personally invited Jian Wushuang here. Plus, the sword submitted itself to Jian Wushuang, who neither actively snatched it nor violated any of the valley's rules. It would be beneath Master Su Ming to tussle for the sword in the valley, and his reputation would be ruined if news spread. Of course, this only holds true in the valley. Things may be different outside. The experts chatted freely among themselves. Though they tried to keep their volumes down, Jian Wushuang could clearly hear what they were saying. In response, he laughed indifferently. He was certainly aware of the theory that Master Su Ming chose not to act out right here only so as to not tarnish his reputation, but would be unable to restrain himself once outside the valley. Inhaling a deep breath, Jian Wushuang kept the heart-killing sword in an interspatial ring before he slowly walked forward. Swordsman. Hunjin Lord and Tianming Lord were both looking at Jian Wushuang with somewhat complicated expressions. The two of you may leave first, Jian Wushuang said. Sorry, Swordsman. The two of us are of little help, Hunjin Lord said with some bitterness. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded with genuine empathy. The person he needed to face this time was Su Ming, against whom even their leader Marquis Piaoxue, let alone them, was of no match. He walked up to Jian Nantian once again. The latter carried a flask of wine in his hand and was busy drinking to himself. His face was its usual indifference, and he only looked around when he saw Jian Wushuang coming toward him. I'd thought I'd caused enough trouble during my time, but it has turned out to be a lot less than what you've done. Father, stop teasing me. Jian Wushuang laughed mildly. Su Ming will certainly not let you off for taking the heart-killing sword. I fear that he'll try to murder you upon the very first step you take out of Sword Suppression Valley. Say, what are your plans? Jian Nantian uttered in a deep voice. What else can I do but take such measures as the situation calls for? The sword has already recognized me as its owner, and I surely cannot return it to him. Besides, it was originally the sword ancestor's magic weapon. Su Ming doesn't deserve to have it, Jian Wushuang responded. Of course, although he claimed he would simply take such measures as the situation called for, he did have a few plans deep down. At the very least, he had a life-saving trump card in his hand. You do seem to have quite the open mind. Jin Nantian glanced at his son and lowered his voice before continuing. I've already sent word for a helper to come forth. He'll need some time to get here, however. You just have to find a way to delay things a little. A helper? Jian Wushuang looked in puzzlement at his father. He was going to be acted upon by none other than one of the 9 sovereigns, Su Ming. What kind of helper would be able to stop such a person? Don't worry. The helper whom I asked for is very powerful and should have no problem stopping Su Ming. Jin Nantian laughed easily. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help lifting his eyebrows. He might not have to resort to his final trump card if the helper was truly that capable. Incidentally, he did not really want to use that card. Chapter 488. Outside the Sword Suppression Valley. Chapter 488. Outside the Sword Suppression Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sword Principal meeting is over and my lord has his own business to deal with, so I will have to ask you all to leave now, said the purple-clothed woman who had received the experts when they first arrived. The experts left the valley without hesitation after hearing those words. We're being asked to leave. It seems that they don't want us to stay any longer. Jian Wushuang smiled. Let's go, Jian Nantian said flatly. Then, he headed out of the valley with Jian Wushuang. The handsome Su Ming stood at the highest point of the valley, staring at Jian Wushuang's retreating figure off in the distance, with a twisted expression on his face. Zizhong, Su Ming spoke. Your Excellency? A purple-robed man came before him. Follow Jian Wushuang. Once he exits the valley, kill him and bring back the heart-killing sword, Su Ming ordered in a low voice. Yes, Your Excellency. The purple-robed man nodded respectfully and began following Jian Wushuang. The heart-killing sword is mine. No one can take it from me. Su Ming's eyes were as cold as ice. However, outside the valley, the experts had yet to walk away. Instead, they were waiting quietly. Look, those two are Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu. Right outside the exit stood 2 figures with vigorous auras. They were none other than the 2 marquises from earlier. The marquises were obviously waiting for Jian Nantian. They had wanted to kill Jian Nantian, but for fear of enraging Su Ming, they had waited until this moment, when everyone exited the valley. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian walked out the valley, side by side. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. They came out. Why are they together? Things have become interesting. If we kill Jian Nantian, we'll get 2 Dao weapons, one from Jian Nantian and one from Marquis Xiefeng. As for the Jian Wushuang, he's taken possession of the heart-killing sword and even combined 3 sword souls, which is the first time someone has achieved that in our entire history. He must have some big secrets. If we can kill him, we will earn a lot. The experts who were waiting watched Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian very closely. In their eyes, the 2 were like walking treasures, and killing either one of them could benefit them a lot. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian spotted Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu just as they came out of the valley. They're waiting for you. Jian Wushuang cast Jian Nantian a meaningful eye. Just 2 shrimps, Jian Nantian said in a mocking tone. He despised the 2 marquises even though they were top experts in this land. How about each of us takes one of them? Jian Wushuang asked his father while smiling. His words showed that he did not take the marquises seriously. Fine. Jian Nantian nodded. I'll take Marquis Wanlei, and you deal with Marquis Nanyu. No problem. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian charged toward their targets like 2 flowing lights. Their eyes were fixed on Jian Nantian, so Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu immediately rushed forward the moment they saw Jian Nantian move. Jian Nantian, go to hell. The bad-tempered Marquis Wanlei roared. Save your words. Jian Nantian remained indifferent. In the blink of an eye, the 2 forces were already within range for close combat. Marquis Nanyu, your opponent is me. Jian Wushuang's voice echoed. A blurry sword shadow stuck out, cutting through the space in front of Marquis Nanyu and forcing him to defend. Marquis Nanyu took out a saber that was surrounded by knife essence and casually blocked the sword shadow with it. "Boy, you dare to fight me?" Marquis Nanyu shot Jian Wushuang a chilling glance. The Marquis had witnessed how Jian Wushuang combined his 3 sword souls and gained the heart-killing sword, but he did not believe he was capable of possessing such a magic weapon. Therefore, he was not interested in Jian Wushuang or the heart-killing sword. "I've heard of the 72 Marquises since I entered the Divine Land, but I haven't had a chance to battle a real Marquis until now," said Jian Wushuang with a smile. "Battle me? While you're only in the Saint Realm?" Marquis Nanyu glanced at Jian Wushuang with scorn in his eyes. Despite his excellent performance inside the valley, it didn't change the fact that Jian Wushuang was still in the Saint Realm. As for Marquis Nanyu, he was at the Seven Cloud Realm, so he thought that Jian Wushuang was insane to battle him. "Boy, since you're in a rush to die, I'll grant your wish and accept your heart-killing sword." As Marquis Nanyu's words fell, he turned into a shadow. Swish! Jian Wushuang only saw an elusive shadow flashing at a high speed, but he could feel a tempestuous killing intent surrounding him. He narrowed his eyes, ready to use the triple-kill sword that was already in his hand. A Marquis in the Seven Cloud Realm doesn't deserve to face the heart-killing sword, Jian Wushuang murmured. Behind him, a golden streak of light began to surge as a giant golden sword soul phantom materialized. The phantom, that was over 50 meters tall, appeared once again. An overwhelming sword essence immediately swept the area. If it had been before Jian Wushuang entered Sword Suppression Valley, he would have fled when facing a Marquis. However, things had changed in the valley. He had experienced the 1,000-sword salute, and his power had skyrocketed. More than condensing 7 slaughter origin marks, he had also succeeded in combining his sword souls. He could tell that, even though he now only had 1 sword soul phantom, this golden phantom was more powerful than the previous 3 added together and could allow him to display even more power. "I can't wait to see how powerful my new sword soul is." Jian Wushuang licked his lips. The space in front of him was sliced open as Marquis Nanyu's saber drew near. Chapter 489, Killed on the Spot. Chapter 489, Killed on the Spot. The blow split the air, and before it even struck Jian Wushuang, its waves had already left a bottomless saber mark on the land below them. Jian Wushuang's eyes darkened as he leaped forward and swung the triple-kill sword at his opponent. The sword light was like a bolt of lightning that would continue moving forward until it struck its enemies. Jian Wushuang displayed the second move of the heart-killing sword technique, Desperation. The golden sword soul phantom that was behind Jian Wushuang also attacked at the same time. The power from his sword soul exploded forth. At the same time, the 7 slaughter origin marks were activated and released their full power. The sword light became as dazzling as the sun. Marquis Nanyu's killing intent continued increasing, and his blow became even more fierce. "Die!" he growled hoarsely, with a grim look on his face. The two faced each other head-on, and they both used their full power. Neither one of them was taking it easy. Marquis Nanyu, as a Marquis in the Seven Cloud Realm, was quite confident about his power. He intended to defeat this insignificant opponent, who was only in the Saint Realm, using a single strike. However, his opponent, Jian Wushuang, also had confidence in his strength. With only his 7 slaughter origin marks, he might be slightly inferior to Marquis Nanyu, but he also had the heavenly creation skill and a strong body to help make up the difference, as well as the heart-killing sword technique from the sword ancestor. Most importantly, he had his sword soul. He was backed by the power of the strongest sword soul. All added together, Jian Wushuang's attack was something that could shake the world. Boom! The 2 blows collided, and the 2 formidable forces exploded. The whole area quivered as a visible blast wave swept over everything as it rippled out from the point of impact. It caused the sky to tremble and the ground to crack open. When the blast wave hit a mountain, the mountain was crushed into dust. Step back. The experts who had been watching the battle from off in the distance drew back even farther when they saw the wave, afraid to unintentionally get involved. The whole battlefield was a surging storm of power. Swish. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the storm like a bullet. The figure kept rolling as he flew backwards, and didn't stop until he was hundreds of meters away. After regaining his balance, the figure's face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Opposite the figure, a youthful figure walked out of the storm with a long sword in hand. The young figure was Jian Wushuang. "Your power doesn't live up to your name, Marquis Nanyu." His words resounded throughout the area. The onlookers were muddled by what they had seen. Marquis Nanyu was not weaker than them. How is this possible? I'm a marquis, in the Seven Cloud Realm. He is only in the Saint Realm. How could I be overpowered by him when fighting head-to-head? He was completely overpowered. He had been knocked back hundreds of meters by that one strike, and was injured to the point that he coughed up blood. But it should have been Jian Wushuang that was overpowered, not him. The result was totally beyond the Marquis's expectations. How could that boy defeat a Marquis? Confusion rocked everyone's mind. They were all in shock because they didn't know that Jian Wushuang was not just an ordinary expert in the Saint Realm. His cultivation followed a path that defied the heavens with every step he took. A normal Saint Realm expert would step into the Cloud Realm after condensing 3 origin marks, but Jian Wushuang had condensed 7 origin marks, which was the same number of marks as Marquis Nanyu. The difference was that Jian Wushuang possessed origin marks while the Marquis had clouds, which were much more powerful. Jian Wushuang had overcome the difference by depending on the heavenly creation skill and his strong body. That was to say, even without his sword soul, Jian Wushuang still had a chance of beating Marquis Nanyu. But, by using it, he was able to overpower him. Jian Wushuang stood there, towering above him, holding a sword. As he pointed forward, a vast blood river flowed in that direction. Relying on his current power, he could cover the whole battlefield with road to the underworld. He displayed both the hundredfold realm and blood-fire domain at the same time. The 3 techniques worked together and suppressed Marquis Nanyu. Damn! Marquis Nanyu's expression changed. He was being suppressed by a mighty force and was not able to display his full power. He didn't do his best. Marquis Nanyu shot Jian Wushuang a horrified look, at which point he noticed a trace of killing intent in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The Marquis became frightened out of his wits. It never occurred to him that he would fear someone in the Saint Realm to such an extent, but he was truly afraid. He knew that he was no match for Jian Wushuang. Run! Marquis Nanyu began to flee without any hesitation. He was too frightened to think of protecting his reputation. Regardless of whether it was fame, treasures, or Dao weapons, nothing mattered more than his life. You want to run away? You're running nowhere. Seeing Marquis Nanyu's intention, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. With a flash, he left behind a shadow as he moved effortlessly through the blood river. It only took him an instant to catch up with Marquis Nanyu. Marquis Nanyu, go to hell. In different words escaped Jian Wushuang's mouth, sentencing Marquis Nanyu to death. Marquis Nanyu turned around upon hearing the words and saw Jian Wushuang's sword flying towards him like lightning again. The sword was so fast that he knew he had no chance, even if he had not been suppressed by the realm technique. No! Marquis Nanyu screamed miserably before he was pierced by the triple-kill sword. Marquis! Chapter 490, Enemies Arrive. Chapter 490, Enemies Arrive. Marquis Nanyu died with his eyes wide opened. His body fell from the air. The place was dead silent, and the onlookers were stunned. A super expert in the Divine Land, one of the 72 marquises, Marquis Nanyu, was killed before their very eyes, and it was done by a Saint Realm expert. A Saint Realm expert killed a Marquis with using his full power, and Marquis Nanyu couldn't even run away. Jin Wushuang is indeed powerful. I never thought there would be such a horrifying Saint Realm expert in the Divine Land. How could a Saint Realm expert be so strong? Everyone was completely shocked. However, before they could calm down, another daunting force exploded from a different battlefield. An enchanting sword shadow came into view and attracted everyone's attention. The attack was mysterious, and the power behind it reached its peak because of the Dao weapon. Jin Nantian, who launched the attack, looked indifferent, but there was still a hint of killing intent gathered in his eyes. Shit! Marquis Wanlei, Jin Nantian's opponent, turned pale when he saw the attack, but he still tried to block it. However, Jin Nantian's sword still knocked his giant axe away and pierced straight through him. Marquis Wanlei had been killed as well. He died because he had underestimated Jin Nantian. He didn't know that before the 1,000-sword salute took place, Jin Nantian had already killed a superior lord and 2 advanced lords with a single blow. At that time, he was already as powerful as an ordinary marquis. With a great opportunity like the 1,000-sword salute, it was only natural that Jin Nantian had progressed a lot. Besides that, Jin Nantian had stepped into the 7-cloud realm. He possessed excellent swordsmanship, and he also had a Dao weapon. Thus, he was definitely much more powerful than Marquis Wanlei. In such a short amount of time, both Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu had been killed. However, Jin Wushuang and Jin Nantian did not appear to be proud. They knew very well that the 2 marquises were just ordinary 7-cloud realm experts without any Dao weapons. They regarded them as shrimps and had not taken them seriously from the very beginning. The one behind the 2 was their real concern. He's here. Jin Nantian's dark eyes turned towards the sky, where a figure off in the distance was slowly becoming more and more clear. Behind the figure was a large red cloud. A moment later, the figure finally arrived in front of Jin Nantian. The figure wore a red robe and had red hair. He carried a blood-red saber on his back and turbulent red clouds following behind him. Standing there, he seemed like an Azura from the hell. Jin Nantian. The figure's eyes were fixed on Jin Nantian with a barely suppressed killing intent in them. Marquis Xiefeng, Jin Nantian replied calmly. The figure, Marquis Xiefeng, was extremely powerful and had been chasing after Jin Nantian during these last few days. He even offered a Dao weapon to anyone who could kill Jin Nantian. Being ranked within the top 2 among the 72 marquises in the Divine Land demonstrated how powerful he was. The dead Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu were marquises as well, but they were no match for Marquis Xiefeng. Marquis Xiefeng appeared on the battlefield with a killing intent that was so overwhelming the onlookers could not help holding their breath. The Marquis looked down at Marquis Wanlei's dead body. It seems that your power increased substantially during the meeting. You were even able to kill Wanlei, Marquis Xiefeng said icily. However, I still look down on you, and you will see how miserably the murderer of my sworn brothers will end. Really? Show me then. Jin Nantian stared at Marquis Xiefeng calmly. You're courting death. Without wasting any more words, Marquis Xiefeng began to move forward, and the turbulent red cloud that filled sky behind him moved forward as well. 3 sword soul phantoms shot up behind Jin Nantian and rushed towards the Marquis while radiating an overwhelming sword essence. Marquis Xiefeng. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes while watching the scene taking place in front of him. Marquis Xiefeng is in the 8-cloud realm and possesses a Dao weapon. He is much more powerful than Wanlei. I hope Father can deal with him. Jin Wushuang was lost in thought when a purple streak of flowing light suddenly emerged in front of him. Jin Wushuang looked toward the light and realized it was a man. He was a burly man, clothed in purple. His grand aura revealed his identity as a marquis, one that was more powerful than Marquis Nanyu. He is Marquis Zizhong. Someone recognized the man and called out his name in surprise. Marquis Zizhong was a top marquis among the 72 marquises in the Divine Land. He was also in the 8-cloud realm, and he even possessed a Dao weapon, so he was just a little bit weaker than Marquis Xiefeng. Jin Wushuang. Marquis Zizhong looked toward Jian Wushuang as his frigid voice echoed, "Give me the heart-killing sword and I'll spare your life." "Spare my life? Don't talk like you can kill me." "Marquis Zizhong, you don't have the ability to take my life, so tell your boss to come out and do it himself," Jian Wushuang said with a sneer. Jian Wushuang knew very well that Marquis Zizhong was trying to seize the heart-killing sword under someone's order. There was no doubt that the person who gave him the order was Su Ming. "No need to call anyone else. I can kill you on my own." Marquis Zizhong's expression was ice-cold as he gripped the cyan-long spear in his hand, the head of which was sharp and gleamed with a metallic luster. Marquis Zizhong made a sudden move, and the spear pierced through the air, approaching Jian Wushuang. So fast, Jian Wushuang frowned, but his eyes were filled with battle intent. "Good. Since you want to fight, let's fight." Chapter 491. Finally Unbearable. Chapter 491. Finally Unbearable. Boom! The 18-foot-tall golden sword Soul Phantom was like a matchless fiend beneath the heavens. As Jian Wushuang began marching forward, this golden sword Soul Phantom also suddenly stepped forward and swung its long sword. Power instantly erupted from the sword's soul and fought with Marquis Zizhong head-on. Then, the boundless blood river gushed out toward Marquis Zizhong to restrain him. Previously, Jian Wushuang almost had to use his full strength to seriously injure Marquis Nanyu, while he was using a normal sword. But the battle strength of Marquis Zizhong was obviously superior to that of Marquis Nanyu. With the power of the Dao weapon in hand, Marquis Zizhong and Jian Wushuang were evenly matched in one-on-one close combat, both in speed and skill. But now Marquis Zizhong could only grapple with Jian Wushuang. As for what he said earlier about slaying Jian Wushuang, it was obviously impossible. In this regard, Marquis Zizhong was helplessly reaching his limit. "His Excellency, Su Ming wanted me to slay Jian Wushuang and bring back the heart-killing sword, but who would have thought that this boy was only in the Saint realm? How is his battle strength this incredible?" Marquis Zizhong thought, from the bottom of his heart. Before Jian Wushuang and Marquis Nanyu's one-on-one fight, Marquis Zizhong also thought he knew what the outcome would be, but after seeing Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship severely injure Marquis Nanyu, he knew that he would not be able to kill Jian Wushuang alone. "We can only wait for His Excellency, Su Ming, to handle this." Marquis Zizhong seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally been searching the surrounding area. He knew that His Excellency, Su Ming, must be hiding somewhere close, but he just hadn't appeared. It was because of this that he knew he couldn't kill Jian Wushuang. Yet, he was fighting like crazy with Jian Wushuang, trying to kill him. He just wanted Su Ming to see that he had tried his best, and that the opponent was too strong for him to kill. On the battlefield, the fierce battle between Jian Wushuang and Marquis Zizhong had reached the white-hot stage. The two men were colliding head-on and turning into residual shadows from time to time, then chasing and dodging each other at an alarming speed within the battlefield. But no matter how hard they fought, it was difficult to tell who would win or lose. Marquis Zizhong is worthy of the title Marquis. I'm afraid that even 10 Marquis Nanyus combined couldn't be compared to him, thought Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the fight, suddenly looked at Marquis Zizhong and said, "Your strength demands that I use the heart-killing sword." Jian Wushuang's voice instantly lowered, and his wrist moved. The triple-kill sword disappeared, replaced by a wicked long sword that exuded an unusually bloodthirsty sensation. "This is the first time I have used this sword. I wonder how powerful it is," Jian Wushuang thought, and then smirked. However, this smirk caused the facial expression of Marquis Zizhong to change greatly. Damn it! When Marquis Zizhong saw the wicked long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand, his pupils suddenly contracted. The heart-killing sword was the #1 killing sword in the vast divine land. Marquis Zizhong didn't know how powerful it was. He only knew that Jian Wushuang fought to a draw with him while using the triple-kill sword, which was merely a first-grade magic weapon. Now, if he used the heart-killing sword. After all, The heart-killing sword is the best weapon for someone who practices sword principle. With Jian Wushuang's strength, he only needs to show a little bit of its power, and he will be able to completely suppress me, Marquis Zizhong thought fearfully. When he saw Jian Wushuang preparing to use the heart-killing sword, a sense of unrest began to grow in Marquis Zizhong's heart. However, even though he wanted to leave, he was already being suppressed by Jian Wushuang's Blood River realm, which prevented him from leaving without Jian Wushuang's permission. Jian Wushuang's residual shadow gradually disappeared from where he had just been, and a vibrating ghost-like figure instantly moved through the Blood River, appearing in front of Marquis Zizhong. A sword slash immediately swept out, accompanied by a slicing sound. This sword, carrying a decisive and unwavering intent, was the second move of the heart-killing sword technique, Desperation. As if acknowledging Jian Wushuang as its master, the heart-killing sword shook crazily at that moment and exploded with power that soared to the heavens. Jian Wushuang's attack seemed to have reached the pinnacle of terror. Perhaps another person could display similar swordsmanship, but Jian Wushuang had performed a secret technique of the heart-killing sword, Desperation. If it was compared to the power released when he used the triple-kill sword, this time the technique was several times more powerful. I can't stop this sword strike. Seeing this attack in action and feeling the immense power it emanated, Marquis Zizhong wore a terrified look on his face. However, the sword did not land on Marquis Zizhong's body. Instead, it struck the space in front of him. The empty space was torn apart, and a white-robed human figure immediately emerged from it. As soon as the white-robed man appeared, he countered with a strong sword essence. This sword essence, with just its first counterattack, pushed almost everything back towards Jian Wushuang, causing Jian Wushuang to become unsettled and the sword in his hand to become still. After regaining his stance and composure, Jian Wushuang squinted to get a better look at this newcomer. The large number of sword principle experts in the area, who were watching the fight, all focused their attention on the white-robed man who suddenly appeared. Has he really come? They wondered. None of the sword principle experts were surprised by the unexpected appearance of the white-robed man. Everyone knew that he would never give up on the heart-killing sword so easily. Jian Wushuang also gazed at the newcomer. The corners of the white-robed man's mouth were smeared with a peculiar curve-like paint. It's finally unbearable, spoke the white-robed man. The white-robed man, with a handsome demon-like face, was one of the 9 sovereigns in the vast divine land and also the owner of Sword Suppression Valley. Sword Demon, Su Ming. Su Ming had suppressed the heart-killing sword in Sword Suppression Valley for thousands of years. He already regarded the heart-killing sword as his own. At the Sword Principal meeting in Sword Suppression Valley, the heart-killing sword had been acknowledged as one of the most powerful weapons. Would Su Ming willingly let it go? While they were inside the Sword Suppression Valley, Su Ming was afraid of losing his prestige and reputation since it was inappropriate for him to handle this matter in the presence of guests. Even outside of the Sword Suppression Valley, Su Ming allowed Marquis Zizhong to try settling matters first while he stayed in the dark. He still could not come forward, so he naturally did not come forward. But when he realized Marquis Zizhong also could not deal with Jian Wushuang, he had no alternative but to do it himself. His Excellency, Su Ming, said Marquis Zizhong while bowing respectfully. I have tried my best. Marquis Zizhong finished what he wanted to say. I noticed, Su Ming answered. Then he nodded and gestured a dismissive wave towards Marquis Zizhong. It was appropriate for Marquis Zizhong to step aside. He knew that the arrival of Su Ming meant he was no longer needed. Su Ming still possessed his arrogant posture while looking at Jian Wushuang, who stood directly in front of him. When he saw the heart-killing sword in Jian Wushuang's hand, his pupils secretly narrowed in on it. He immediately revealed a cold smile. The sword is good, but the one who is using it is too weak, remarked Su Ming. Haha, Your Excellency, Su Ming is right. I am weak. I cannot even use 10% of the heart-killing sword's power. However, it doesn't matter how much of its power I can use, because I'm still better off than the people who don't even have enough ability to be recognized by the heart-killing sword. All they can do is look on in despair, right? Jin Wushuang responded while smiling. Chapter 492, Illusory Sword Principle. Chapter 492, Illusory Sword Principle. Those who were not qualified can only look on in despair. Upon hearing this, numerous sword principle experts suddenly had an odd look on their faces. Obviously, Jin Wushuang was mocking Su Ming. After all, Su Ming had possessed the heart-killing sword for thousands of years, but he had not been able to bind it. How bold, Su Ming said, as a silver of coldness flashed through his beautiful face. He stared at Jin Wushuang. It's been a long time since someone dared talk to me like this. Since you've said so much, you won't be able to leave here. Even if I had not said those words, you would not let me go, right? Jin Wushuang wore a cold smile. Su Ming, you don't have to pretend to be noble. If you want the heart-killing sword, make your move. Since you are courting death, I will make your dream come true, Su Ming said. Then a sword appeared in his hands. It was a dreamlike sword, with an almost transparent body. Su Ming held the sword while radiating an overwhelming sword essence. Jin Wushuang looked grim. Sword Demon Su Ming was different from Marquis Nanyu and Marquis Zizhong. Though he was at the 8-Cloud realm, he had reached the Tao. The Tao was the supreme level, superior to the origin. If an expert reached the Tao, his strength would experience a dramatic change. Boy, are you ready to die? Su Ming stared at Jin Wushuang as if he was looking at a dead person. Come on. Jin Wushuang gripped the heart-killing sword tightly, while the 180-foot golden sword Soul Phantom emanated a mighty aura. Su Ming sneered, then he casually swung his dreamlike longsword. It seemed like a casual and slow movement. However, the moment he attacked, a colorful, dreamlike sword light appeared in the sky. The streak of sword light was charming. Jin Wushuang was shocked. In that instant, he saw a different scene. Schwanger, Schwanger, help, help. Jin Wushuang heard a terrified voice and looked over. He saw his father, who had been indifferent earlier, fleeing in panic while being chased by a grinning Marquis Xiefeng who was brandishing his saber. Dad! Jin Wushuang panicked. No! Jin Nantian uttered a forlorn scream. Jin Wushuang saw his father's body being split in two by Marquis Xiefeng. He was shocked, but he immediately realized that it was not real. Illusion. It's an illusion. Wake up. Be quick. Jin Wushuang snarled in his heart. He suddenly gritted his teeth and tried his best to disentangle himself from the illusion. When he regained consciousness, he noticed that the heart-stopping attack was less than 1 meter away from him. He had no chance of parrying it, so he could only try to dodge. Su Ming had originally aimed his attack at the young man's head, but Jin Wushuang moved, so the sword light passed by next to his ear and landed on his right shoulder. Whoosh! A huge sword wound appeared on his shoulder and blood began flowing out of it. Luckily, Jin Wushuang had a powerful body, otherwise, his right arm would have been chopped off. While ignoring the sharp pain in his arm, Jin Wushuang quickly retreated. Su Ming still stood in the air, slowly sheathing his long sword. You were able to escape from my illusory sword principle. Very impressive. Su Ming sneered while looking at the young man. Jin Wushuang was terrified. He did not expect Su Ming to possess a swordsmanship which contained a terrifying illusion. Illusory sword principle? Jin Wushuang could not help nodding in private. The Tao was worthy of being the supreme level, superior to the origin. It was terrifying indeed. If he had not reacted to the attack in time, his head would have been split in half. My illusory sword principle is marvelous. Few marquises could parry it. You should be proud of yourself since you did not die from that attack, Su Ming said. Jin Wushuang looked grim and began activating the soul-devouring secret skill in his mind. Soul-devouring secret skill. Jin Wushuang had not used soul-devouring secret skill ever since he arrived at the Divine Land. It placed a heavy burden on his body. So, Unless it was a critical moment, Jin Wushuang was unwilling to use it. He had not experienced a truly desperate fight in the Divine Land yet, but now he had to rely on it to save himself. Jin Wushuang instantly radiated a terrifying power which seemed like it could devour everything. He was activating the second volume of the soul-devouring secret skill, the highest level. Boom! In an instant, the whole area began to shake. Jin Wushuang's body seemed to be a black hole that could devour everything as a stream of natural power from everything in the area began rushing into his body at an amazing speed. The ground below became dry and cracked. In the blink of an eye, the land within a radius of dozens of meters had become lifeless. The spectators were panic-stricken. What a frightening skill. What happened? He is actually devouring natural power? The spectators exclaimed in amazement. Just a small trick? Su Ming sneered. Eventually, Jin Wushuang stopped devouring the energy, but his aura had already improved to a new level. Of course, it also placed a heavy burden on him. Jin Wushuang pointed towards the space ahead of him with his blood-red eyes. Azura's secret skill, Bridge of Helplessness. Buzz. A terrifying power erupted and a huge blood bridge appeared above the blood river, slowly stretching toward the end of the river. Jin Wushuang, who was covered by a scarlet armor, stepped onto the bridge. Jin Wushuang's aura soared once again. He glanced at Su Ming. Then, in the next moment, he moved. Chapter 493, Counterattack. Chapter 493, Counterattack. Whoosh! A streak of flowing light darted out. Now, a mighty blood river was surging towards Su Ming. Jin Wushuang appeared in front of his opponent, and the heart-killing sword let out a shrill whistle as the 180-foot golden sword Soul Phantom attacked with a longsword. It was a brilliant, intoxicating stroke. The spectators could not help but be enchanted by it. It was the third move of the heart-killing sword technique, Enchant. Jin Wushuang had just recently comprehended it when he saw the Thousand-Sword Salute. The first move of the heart-killing sword technique was relatively weak, but each move was stronger than the previous one. Therefore, the third move was obviously more powerful than the second one, Desperation. Even a marquis would be terrified by the power of this brilliant attack. But Su Ming sneered while casually brandishing his dreamlike longsword again. As a result, Jin Wushuang's strongest move was easily deflected by him. He blocked my attack so easily? Jin Wushuang was astonished. He used his full strength to perform soul-devouring secret skill and used the heart-killing sword to perform his strongest move, which was powerful enough to kill any marquis. But Su Ming easily parried it. Both sovereigns and marquises were at the Cloud Realm, but was the former really that much stronger than the latter? Humph! Jin Wushuang snorted. He immediately struck out with several palms in succession. Azura's secret skill, 18 levels of hell. Buzz! A mighty power erupted as a towering scarlet pavilion descended into the mighty blood river. It had 18 floors with ghost shadows visible on each floor, as its overwhelming power began surging towards Su Ming. At this moment, a sword light also gushed out of Jin Wushuang's mind's eye. Instantly, a terrifying sword essence shot out. It was the first-grade sword technique, Mind's Eye. Ever since he first learned this sword skill, he had been storing sword essence between his eyes, but he rarely had an opportunity to use it, so the sword essence became more and more powerful. At this moment, he released all of the sword essence he had been saving at once. The stream of sword essence changed into a streak of dazzling sword light, lashing out with a power strong enough to kill a marquis. Su Ming stood there peacefully. Even though the lofty scarlet pavilion suppressed him, he was only shocked for a second and still kept his calm. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming sword essence had appeared before Su Ming. Su Ming snorted. When he raised his head, his mind's eye suddenly split and unleashed a gush of sword essence, which was more powerful than what Jin Wushuang released. He easily blocked the attack from the mind's eye sword technique. After seeing that, Jin Wushuang stared at his opponent with an extremely cold look and said, "Time for my last killing move." Su Ming frowned and felt something happen behind him. At the same time as he smashed the sword essence, a streak of golden light with an overwhelming power rushed toward his back at a terrifying speed. A scarlet figure with a cold look stood behind him while holding a gold longbow, the Dragon King Bao. The golden light, which was not far from Su Ming, was actually the Dragon King arrow with icy heart poison. The Blood Puppet and Dragon King arrow were Jin Wushuang's final killing move. Jin Wushuang had performed some powerful techniques, but he did not actually expect those skills to kill Su Ming. His only hope was the Dragon King arrow, or, more precisely, the icy heart poison that was on it. As long as the Dragon King arrow scratched Su Ming's skin, the icy heart poison should be strong enough to kill him. Therefore, Jin Wushuang let Blood Puppet wait at the side for an opportunity to launch this killing move. Jin Wushuang had an ingenious plan. He exerted his full strength to perform techniques that would attract his opponent's attention, especially the 18 levels of hell, which shocked Su Ming. Then the mind's eye sword technique and Dragon King arrow were displayed in succession so that Su Ming would not notice the second attack. When the golden light was 1 meter away from him, he finally felt it. At such a close distance, Su Ming was utterly unable to react. "I succeeded." A flicker of delight flashed through his eyes. He watched as the Dragon King arrow pierced Su Ming. However, no blood appeared. The Dragon King arrow did not seem to touch anything and continued shooting forward at its previous speed. Swish! The gold light, like a comet with a long tail, eventually landed on a nearby mountain. The Dragon King arrow left a big hole on the mountainside. As the icy heart poison pervaded the mountain, the huge mountain became white and was quickly covered by an icy fog. Clap! At this point, the mountain cracked into pieces. It chilled all the spectators to the bone. Tut, what a terrifying toxin. Luckily, I have the illusory sword principle, or I would have been wounded and killed by your toxin. Cold laughter rang out. Jin Wushuang saw Su Ming speak again with a completely uninjured body. Chapter 494, Blind Emperor. Chapter 494, Blind Emperor. How is that possible? The Dragon King arrow obviously pierced his body. Jin Wushuang turned pale. He thought his killing move worked. Normally, Su Ming should not have been able to dodge it, but Su Ming had actually succeeded in escaping. It must be because of his illusory sword principle, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. The Tao is mysterious, so it was normal that Su Ming had some remarkable abilities. Boy, you're just a Saint Realm expert, but your skills are amazing. What a pity. It's meaningless in front of real strength. Su Ming wore a faint smile while his dreamlike long sword became dazzling. Go to hell, Su Ming said. He lifted his dreamlike long sword up and was about to attack again. Jin Wushuang was frightened at this moment. He had experienced illusory sword principle. The illusion was so real that he did not have the confidence to deal with it. Buzz! A flow of immaterial sword essence suddenly rose nearby. It looked somewhat bleak and sad, but it aroused Su Ming's attention. This sovereign stopped and looked over toward the source of the sword essence. An old figure slowly walked over. He was a scruffy elder with white hair and black skin. On his skinny face, there were many black freckles. He opened his eyes, but his pupils were white. Obviously, he was blind. All the sword principle experts could not help but look at him. Jin Nantian was fighting fiercely with Marquis Xiefeng, and it was hard to tell who would be the winner. However, when the scruffy elder appeared, Jin Nantian smiled faintly. He finally came. The blind, scruffy elder was the person Jin Nantian had asked for help. The scruffy elder took stout steps and stopped by Jin Wushuang's side. Su Ming, who had been arrogant, looked at the scruffy elder with a cold look. Blind man, You are still alive. Su Ming said coldly. You, a traitor, are still alive. Why should I die so easily? The scruffy elder said indifferently. Traitor? Jian Wushuang was intrigued by this information. Judging from the way the elder spoke, Jian Wushuang knew he also belonged to the bloodline of the sword ancestor. This, Marquis Zizhong curiously stared at the scruffy elder. Then his expression changed as he became shocked and terrified. Blind Emperor, it's you. Marquis Zizhong cried in an unbelievable tone. His voice reverberated through the whole area. Numerous sword principal experts heard those two words. Exclamations rang out in succession. Blind Emperor? Which one? He is Blind Emperor, one of the 7 sword emperors from the bloodline of the sword ancestor. Right, that's him. Except for him, who else would dare to call himself Blind Emperor in the Divine Land? He didn't die. Numerous sword principal experts were shocked. Many of them were knowledgeable, so they knew that the bloodline of the sword ancestor was the overlord of the Divine Land thousands of years ago, and that apart from sword ancestor, the 7 sword emperors were the strongest. Each one of the sword emperors was a supreme expert. It was said that the top 3 had reached the Tao and had the battle strength of a sovereign. For thousands of years, sword ancestor and the 7 sword emperor were the backbones of the sword ancestor's bloodline. No force could stand up to them. Even the 3 ancestors could not fight against the bloodline of the sword ancestor. Blind Emperor was one of the 7. No one in the area had expected that Blind Emperor was still alive. Thousands of years ago, the bloodline of the sword ancestor suffered some dramatic changes. Sword ancestor died and his bloodline collapsed. Numerous experts and disciples were killed, and only a few escaped to the Nanyang continent. It was said that the 7 sword emperors were killed. Now, Blind Emperor had reappeared in front of everyone. Blind man, you actually survived that fight thousands of years ago. You're quite lucky. Su Ming stared at Blind Emperor and sneered. Now you want to save this boy? Since I'm here, I won't let you be so unbridled, Blind Emperor said in a low voice. Only you? How could you block me? Su Ming smiled with scorn. Have a try. You'll understand. Blind Emperor snorted, and a sword appeared in his hand. That is, Jian Wushuang was shocked. The sword was similar to his triple kill sword in form, size, and color, but this sword was more powerful. It had reached the Tao weapon level. Blind Emperor swung the long sword and stabbed forward. Shua! The spectators who comprehended sword principle were dumbfounded because they saw Blind Emperor stab at nothing. Blind Emperor has not only lost his sight, but also his senses as well? Many experts thought. They did not understand why Blind Emperor launched such an attack, but they were shocked by what happened next. A figure suddenly appeared in the empty space where Blind Emperor stabbed. It was Su Ming. What? The spectators were stunned. They did not know what on earth had happened. Only Jian Wushuang realized the reason. No wonder I missed him with my Dragon King arrow. I actually fell into his illusion from the beginning. He let his phantom appear in one spot while his real body stayed in another. Jian Wushuang thought in private. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.